Hello, everybody. Hello. Um, Sorry for the delay. I was having some technical challenges earlier. So I'm back on StreamYard, and I have a very interesting topic, right? So I was watching from Africa to South America. That's Van Rabba, okay, and then he was talking about Africa, like Van Rabba. I'm sorry to say, Van Rabba is in love with South America, especially Brazil, where he's married and he had a good job. I think he's happy because there were things that um, he searched for or he couldn't get in Africa, maybe the jobs and whatsoever. And that's why living in South America, or let me say Brazil, kind of was very helpful to him because now he's having a child as well, and and I think he's married to a Brazilian as well. So I think our brother has a good life in Brazil, and listening to him as somebody who also want the same thing. I mean, I think a lot of Africans, especially the younger ones who, especially the younger ones who want to also take on this adventurous journey and also to have this good life, like the good life that our brother is having. And just before I go on deep into this topic, you are welcome once again for everybody joining us. I see um, Stoic One. I welcome Stoic One, and I see Kwesi. Kwesi too is here. Thanks, Kwesi, for being here, and for all of you watching, right? I have a troll to over here. I have to please get that troll off. um, yes, so I have the link. Let me just go back on YouTube and then put the link and pin the link at the top, right? Or I think the moderators can pin it at the top, right? Sorry, I think the moderators can pin it at the top. So you can't see me because I'm surrounded by a lot of the younger ones here. I'm still in the village, so doing this show is kind of like a surprise that the network connection is working for me. Guys, but we get to talk about this situation. People are leaving, people are coming, people want to leave, and more people want to come. Somebody's poison is another man's what? Well, how will you say it? Somebody's poison is another man's like how sweet. So this is it. Things that people will see as oh it's bad for people, is whatever horrible. Other people find it wonderful. Okay, great. Okay, so this is the problem we are dealing with in Africa, and I think I've talked about it on on quite a number of shows that I would actually like to um I would like to travel, right? I say sorry. I don't know why I'm showing this. I said that I would like to travel. Yes, I said it. And I said it, and I'm going to say it again. Guess what? The system over here is not supportive of young Africans. I'm telling you, you have to struggle, you have to scrape and scrap to kind of push yourself through. And when you were looking at the media, you see younger people doing well in other countries and they're having jobs and they are having families and they are thinking about things that you can't even think about because already maybe your basic necessities like the food, the housing, the clothes, the whatever. I mean, it's hard for you to get it. This is the problem most African most young Africans nowadays are facing and are going to be facing, the younger ones coming through. This is what they are going to be facing. More people coming, more people going. Guys, you can just click on the show and let's start it, right? more people, more people coming, or people coming, people going. Let me display this on the screen. People coming, people going. This is about the show. Africans want to live to the West, right? And also, people from the West also find home in Africa. Somebody's dangerous zone is another man's happy or kingdom or happy place. People coming, people going. This is the situation in Africa. People coming, please click on the link. I think the moderators can pin the link at the top. So guys, join us. Guys, sorry for the background noise. Is the kids are not listening, so we gotta keep them. We gotta keep them silent to run the show. More people coming, more people going. More people coming, more people going. People coming, people going. Okay, let's keep it short like that. So Africans want to live to the West, and a lot of people in the West find home in Africa because it's cheaper here. Life is easier here, especially in Ghana where I live. Right, it's very peaceful. Now I think when I leave Ghana, there'll be a lot of things that I also think about the peace. Right. I'll think about a piece because I haven't for quite some time now. I haven't even heard about a gunshot before, and then I see all these documentaries about people getting shot and people are worried about being discriminated, and have to be watching your back. You have to be conscious always. You have to be a bit careful about yourself even when you're working. I heard a lot of things. I don't know whether it's real, but this is one of the things I've been watching um on this internet, right? So click on the link. Let's talk about this. What do you think is causing this phenomenon, right? I want to leave because I there is no opportunity. Even the system is not designed for a way that we younger Africans can work anywhere and be like, oh, these are my documents and I need some help or financial aid or government assistance. Okay, there's nothing like that. They expect you to go to the school, all right, get a degree, get everything, but at the end of the day, what do they expect from you? They expect you to find. They have all of these things. They come and deliver speeches like, um, oh, find your own. Become an entrepreneur. How they have this. I don't know. You have to fight for your own. And then why do you want me to like you push the education on me from infancy to this age? And now that I'm grown, you are trying to be like shown me by saying that I should become an entrepreneur. Why didn't you teach me from the basic beginning how to be an entrepreneur or develop a skill that I can build upon? But you wait till I get a degree and everything, and you said I should become an entrepreneur. And being an entrepreneur, is it like you can just jump one day and then become an entrepreneur? Don't you need money? So this is the problem. We have the Western education. It's just like we've been given something that wouldn't work for our domain. So obviously we have to look for a different place to go and basically to have our life. Yes, of course. When I have about 20,000 US dollars over here, I can do enough. Like I can start a massive business. I can do it like I can do it very good. I can be the entrepreneur. But where are you gonna get that $20,000? Or I'm even mentioning quite enough, and I know people in the chat, especially the Ghanaians watching, will be like, hey, well, how much are you mentioning? Over in Ghana, you can't even 5,000 Ghana cedis is enough to start a business, right? Yes, even 5,000 is enough. 5,000 Ghana cedis is enough to start a business. But guess what? It's not easy. It's not easy, okay? Because getting support over here It's not easy. Even I've been doing this show for quite some time now. Why are Africans not even supporting me? Because we are not people who have been, even from the humble beginning, they are not been trained to be that people who support each other. So at the end of the day, we have this situation where we don't support each other. Like I'm running a show, I put my link out there. Brothers, you can join me. Nobody wanna join. And if you talk about it, I don't have money to buy the airtime. I don't have money to buy to subscribe for internet. Ghanaian internet is expensive. I've said, and people who have been watching me, I always say that you can support me by clicking on the description. And I mean, if you want to, help me get some airtime or let me get the data so that we can be running these shows. Yes, I normally say that. So to have people say that back to me, that is why they are not supporting me on YouTube, is it's not something desirable, right? It's not something desirable. So guys, click on the show. More people are leaving, more people are coming. People want to leave Africa, especially the youth, right? It's not really the people who are working or the old folks who are being the part. I mean, working and they are living the good life. No, no, this is not it. It's actually the younger ones. Okay, it's actually the younger ones wanting to leave. So let's talk about it. Guys, come here. This show, I never talked too much about it. It's actually a reaction to Van Raba's video he was making about this thing. It's actually Van Raba's video is making. He made this video about the show just ended like an hour ago. Um, I just can't remember again. He was basically talking about life in South America because that's what he often talks about. So Van Raba is a Ghanaian YouTuber. His name is actually his YouTube name is From Africa to South America. You can find him on YouTube. So actually his nickname is or his yes, I would say his nickname is Van Raba. Okay, so he made this show talking about life is in Africa is hard for Africans. Africans we don't benefit. Okay, we don't benefit. It's true that a lot of our leaders, right, they they sign the deals, right, they sign the deals, they make the money, and guess what they do with that? They take it back to the west. Okay, they take it back to the west to invest in their real estate, to invest in how to invest in crypto and all of the things that you expect. back but back home, we the younger ones are like we live horribly. We don't get access to the things like that they're supposed to fight for, right? We're supposed to fight for the betterment of the younger generation, but we don't get that. We don't get that. We don't get the support from them. So please, guys, click on the link and we can talk about this. Okay. Actually, I haven't even eaten, but let's talk. Keep talking, please. I have about 8 people watching. Click on the link. Oh, guys, can't you see the link? Is there any problem? If you have any issue, let's leave it in the discussion. The chat. Sorry. If you have any question, leave it in the chat. Guys, if you have any question, leave it in the chat. What's the issue? Why don't you want to come and talk about this? The problem in Africa. On my channel, right? We are not here to these people. We are not here to insult and to whatever. We are not here, okay? Because you are an American or you think you are whatever. So um you are not working. No, on my channel I don't do that. I don't discriminate. If you know you are African, you are African. Okay? If you are African, you are African. I don't discriminate. Okay, this is why we Africans we are always lacking behind, always trying to differentiate between ourselves and other people. Okay, even in Africa, some people who are in Africa can tell you they are not African because they'll tell you they are Jewish, they are Arabs, and I mean they are proud of everything else but not Africa. Okay, so join the stream. Let's talk about this. Everybody is welcome. When you know you are African or people are African descent, join and let's keep the discussion. Maybe you have some question for us because I said it some time back ago that that I wanted to leave. Okay, if I have opportunity today, if it was possible for us Africans to just take a passport and then jump without visa, and oh, a lot of we the younger ones will never stay on this continent. I'm telling you, they knew it, the West, they knew that a lot of the younger ones will not stay. They will surely leave. They will definitely leave. And that is why they have this stringent visa policies against us, especially the countries like the West, the Western countries, right? And the European countries, they have these stringent visa policies against us. So guys, click on the link, enjoy. Why do you think this is happening? People are coming, people are going. Okay, and it's very confusing. It's very confusing. People might say that, oh, um actually, the people, I mean, people will say something like, I've heard right on some panels that they say things like it's good to be in Africa, and then somebody will be like, no, Africans don't want to be in Africa. They are leaving. Africans want to live in Africa, don't want to stay in Africa. So what do you think is the cause of our issue? Okay, I want to live. You know it. I want access to jobs. I also want to have an apartment. I don't want to be hanging around. Okay, I don't want to be under you be in your late 20s and you are still hanging around with your family. It's hard. It's hard. You still be with your parents. It's just hard. You are still under some crazy control, which is horrible. And some of us, even the people who are working, right, they are still complaining. They still want to leave because they think that whatever they are earning, they, it just can't support them. Like, people will say that even if it supports them, they can eat and sleep and buy whatever. At the end of the day, it's like from hand to mouth, hand to mouth. Nothing remains. They don't save any money anywhere. Guys, click on the link and join. I'm gonna take off. Maybe I'm showing my face. That's why people don't want to click on the link. So I'll turn the camera off, and then people can come. Guys, why do you think this is happening to Africa? We have a beautiful continent, beautiful resources that can support us, but at the end of the day, it's like we give it to people, somebody else, and we are hanging around lacking the same things we are giving out. Um, Guys, if you want to support the stream, right? If you want to help me out, actually look in the description, right? WorldRemit.com is the fastest way. Guys, click on the link and support the stream. Click subscribe if you are new, and like the video, so that we can reach more people. And I don't know, there might be people out there who wanna join us. So like the video so that means can reach more people. The algorithms will pick it up. Guys, I'm still waiting. What do you want? What question do you have for me in particular? Please, I don't discriminate on my channel. Don't come. I don't say because you are somebody, you are living in America, so you can't talk on African issues. All of us are the same. Okay? Your location, nowadays, you have a lot of things against us. Your location determine your future as well, which is brutal, right? For Africa. Support by following the decision. Guys, you are welcome. You are welcome. You are welcome. If you have any question, leave it in the description. So, so let me say a welcome once again to Stoic One. Let me welcome all of you back. Kwesi, You're welcome. We have here Diego, Harry, welcome. We have here Juju, you're welcome. We have here MS Jemju, welcome. Who else? You are all welcome. Now, let me start looking at the comment. Diego, educators. Diego, do you want to come in? Click on the link, bro. If you want to come and educate us, click on the link. Guys, click on the link. So, Juju, I will tell you why. I will tell you. I said something briefly about it, but I'll come in again, right? Sometimes it feel like if you are not careful enough as African, right? We might end up exterminating ourselves. Like, yes, we might end up exterminating ourselves the way we make life horrible for ourselves, even in our own continent, a continent where we are the majority, yet we make life horrible for each other, right? People are African, but they got treated worstly in Africa. So guess what? When they are in the West, it's like Africa is not their home. They feel like home is the West. The home is a place where um, they get access to job and they get access to um, the right education and the right things that will make life easier for them. So guys, so let me just go back again to Mr. Juju. Am I saying Mr. Juju? Sorry, Juju. Juju is actually a female. My guess was for financial reason. Let me just put it up on the screen. My guess was for financial reason. It is true. Finance is everything. Finance is everything, sister. If it's not for finance, why? Why do you think I'll leave behind all the greenery, all the climate? I mean, I can basically get everything over here. When you have money, you can get everything in Africa. I'm telling you, you live like you live life. When you live in Africa, and you have money, you live in Africa before, you forget about heaven. You forget that Christian heaven they've been selling to us for generation and time immemorial, saying all of our thing for heaven is whatever is gold and whatever diamond. And let me tell you, if you have money in Africa, you will live better than that heaven they are talking about. I'm telling you the truth. You're gonna have people will even dress for you. People will comb your hair. People will bath for you. People will cook for you. People will drive you. People will be holding your bag. Some others will be counting your money. I mean, you have everything. You can have everything when you have money in Africa. Guys, like the stream. If you are new, subscribe to the show. Come and share your perspective. I don't discriminate. On my channel, I don't create division. If we come here and I'm saying I'm Afri scope and I'm for African scope, and then I go about saying you don't belong to us and so you can't talk on our show and all of that, then I'm not actually for Africa. That means I'm not for Africa. That is why I don't tolerate that hatred that people go about. Whoever you are, click on the show if you believe you're African, you want to talk on this issue, you have something to talk about. Click on the link, let's talk. Okay, so financial reason is the first, right? Financial reason. I mean, it's almost everything. Yes, Juju again. I mean, you are giving very wonderful answers, right? Don't money from the West go a longer way? Yes, I'm telling you, money goes a longer way. Guys, hey, when I was suffering, let me tell you, I don't really want to say these things, but hey, even when we send $10, I can manage it for about a week. Honestly, $10, I can manage $10 for about a week where I am. So you see the differences. Why won't I be? $10 I can eat, I can live, and I can breathe. Okay, okay. Where I am, maybe I'm because I'm not renting, I'm not paying for bills or whatever. But $10 can buy me my food. If the food is there, maybe we can focus on it. Not money, even a small money. If you bring money here, it goes a long way. If you are somebody who knows how to manage, you are minimalist, you know how to do. I mean, you find comfort on living on a very calculated level, like calculated basis. Like you know how to live on calculated income on how do you call it, budget. You know how to budget well. You love Africa. If you come, you will say I'm never leave again. You'll be among the people who say America is a hell. You say UK is a hell. It's a tax den. You pay taxes till you die. People, you work till you lose all of your hair and your teeth in your tooth. Okay, you lose all your teeth in your mouth. You lose your hair. Okay, your bones will become weak. Okay, these are what people who have been saying on the internet. Anyways, I haven't been there. When you come to Africa, you say, so is there any place like this before? I am like, all my life, I've been wondering if I'm always gonna stuck here. And you see people are emotionally crying. They're like, I've suffered in America. I've lived all my life. Like I've been working from McDonald's to Amazon delivery. I've been driving truck. I've been doing all of this, but I end up I'm like my bones are weak. My hair all fell off. My tooth just went out. I have bad health, and now I'm in Africa and I feel happy and I'm safe and I have this. When people are saying this, it's real. I'm telling you, people who are coming, when you are coming, it's different. But people who are here who don't get access to even the work and the money, they are the one complaining, like me. Okay, they've given us an education they they cannot provide us the jobs that like they can't provide us the job with it. Okay, they're giving us the education, but they can't provide us the job with it. So, guys, click on the link. Um, I don't discriminate, right? A lot of people don't like joining my show. I don't know why. I don't know what I've done to them. Maybe I'm an African. They don't like my accent. Guys, you don't like my accent, right? Because you guys are making me feel bad about myself. Like, you don't like my accent. You want me to go British or American. Please leave a comment. Leave a comment, right? Leave a comment. Okay, leave a comment. Okay, this is why they go to the West. The West, right? The West has everything, like even an iPhone, right? Hey, before you get an iPhone over here, no be small, it's not small. And most of the ladies that have the smartphone, they are capturing these pictures and posting it on Instagram. Most of them they call them slay queens, or they are, how will I call them? Yeah, slay queens, and um they do the how will I call it? The slay queens, right? They do the hookups. They are into hookups. So if they knock a very good person who can pay them much money, they end up buying them iPhones and stuff like that. So it's benefit them to some degree. But as an African, getting an iPhone, it's hard, it's difficult. You wouldn't want to spend 5,000 Ghana cedis. That money can buy you a piece of land. Then I'm honest. I'm honest with you. Sometimes when I see people like young Americans, they have cars, flashy cars, they have all the chains, they have the diamond rings, and I'm like, these people are wasting money. Honestly, I feel offended. Honestly, I'm being honest with you guys here. I wouldn't lie. I feel so bad when I see other Africans. They are dressing like they wear so much fashionable dresses, like designer dresses that cost so much. and they are wearing all the sneakers that cost about $1,000, and they are wearing the jewelry, the chain, the diamond ring. I get offended because I live here. I live here. Even that, if you sell that your diamond ring, I can buy a lot of things. I can invest. I can start a big, massive business, right? And you are wasting those money on something that is doomed to change. It's like it will always change. New things will come. New change will come. New dresses will come. Okay, so the question I ask the people, why do you do this? So this is one of the things too why people go to the West. A lot of people also want to experience having the finest things in life. In the West, because the money is there, everything you want in the world is there. The finest of finest, the new technologies, they are all there. It is easier to get laptops there, and buy laptops and buy the phones because you easily get access to jobs. Okay, when you have the right papers as well, okay, you get access to the jobs, and then you can make money and buy everything. Also live lavishly. Okay, you can get access to the basic things. Over here, there is nothing called a basic necessity. I'm telling you, if you don't fight for it, it's like we live in Africa, right? I'm generalizing. You can come and say, why am I calling Africa is a continent? Fuck it, fuck you for saying that to me that Africa is we are all face the same problems. We all face the same problems. Like seriously, if you go somewhere, you say like we all face when I go to Togo, the same. I go Benin, I see the same issue. If I go and I'm like, sometimes if I'm watching videos, I'm watching Jamaicans and I'm seeing the same issues. I'm like, damn, I'm watching Haiti, I'm watching the same issue. And I'm like, damn, we are all the same issue. So don't come and say Africa is different and every place South Africa is better. This is no, it's better because you are from a privileged background. A lot of us are not from a privileged background. Probably our parents pray that God is gonna help them, their children out, or God is the one who takes care of the children, and God is gonna take care of the children. Okay, and that's why they don't feel offended when they make babies and they can't provide for them. They think God is the one who provide everything. So this is it. We also want access to the iPhones. We want the better things. We want to live, rent a house that we have things that we use. Okay, we we want to save money. At least Africans that travel, we want to save money and come back home and do and build massive things because the West is not our home. You can buy it, but at the end of the day, you can change the laws and the mortgage and all of your lifetime earning will just go will just disappear like in a flash, in a flash of within a flash or in a flash of a light, like boom, it's just gone. So this is some of the things oh, sorry, Diego is here. Sorry, Diego. Sorry.
That's fine. That's fine. Greetings, Afroscope.
Yeah,
Greetings,
greetings.
chat.
You're welcome, bro.
How are you today?
I'm fine. I'm in a village. There is
Wonderful.
no stress here.
Okay, that sounds great.
I had to run away from the city.
Yeah. No, that happens. It happens. There's nothing which quite compares to being in the village. That shall I say cleaner air. Comparatively to all of that noise and to gra, as they say in Nigeria. So
Yes,
yeah, no,
yes.
I'm happy for you. Happy for you, man. Yeah,
Oh, thanks that somebody is happy for me. Yeah.
no problem, bro. Yeah, so no, it's quite an interesting topic that you have. I
Mm.
thought I'd listen for a bit before I jumped on. I guess there's so much that I could possibly respond to or kind of like contribute or chime in on. Let's see. So, okay, so I think there was a bit of discourse. Correct me if I'm wrong on the reasons why Africans are, should I say, attracted to the West, sort of settling there for economic opportunities, lifestyle considerations, etc., etc. That because that's part of what I captured. Am I correct in what I took from what you were talking about? Which I know that's not the
Yes.
whole thing. Okay, fine.
Oh, that's the
So
same thing.
okay, okay. So what I would say then is this, right? Africa. Well, okay. Let me start with like West Africa, for example, because obviously you have Nigeria, Ghana, Sierra Leone, the English-speaking countries, that is, right? They all at one point in time had like economic, shall I say, certain things that could lead to like economic booms, if that makes sense. But of course, given like, nation state, completely new thing, unprecedented in history, naturally not everybody's going to sing from the same hymn sheet. I wouldn't necessarily lay any blame at anyone's doorstep, but because of the, shall I say, dysfunctions, the instability when it came to managing the economy, the political climate, etc., more Africans basically decided that they wanted to go outside of the country. You understand? I also would say that it depends on what time we're talking about. A lot of black, shall I say, a lot of West Africans went to like countries like the UK and the US to either study and or sort of fill key labor positions going back to like the 50s. So I'm not sure if you know, but there are several Ghanaians in London in the 50s, 60s. Some of them just stayed on and then they had children, which is why you have people that are past middle age and sort of elderly that were born there. So that was like your incipient sort of crowd, if you will. But then what now later happened was the economy in those countries, well, to varying degrees anyway, kind of led to people wanting to move. And then I'd also say as well that the influence of TV, so one, I can't put it down to this TV, well, film, I should say. But do you remember Coming to America, the film that came out in 1988? I'm not sure if you remember Coming to America. Afroscope. Hello?
Hello. Sorry, you said you
Okay.
went to 19.
No, no. What I was asking you, do you know the film Coming to America?
Yeah.
Yeah, that film had global reach, worldwide popularity, and believe it or not, many Africans were influenced by TV shows or films like that to want to come. So what I'm saying is the popular culture, media portrayed the West in such a way where people are like, wow. And then not just that, but keep in mind the few people that were there will be telling them, you should come here. It's better. Sometimes they were lying, sometimes they were exaggerating. Because you know this thing about I better pass my neighbor, where you want to do like a one up, you want to tell someone, look, I'm having it good here. So
Yes. Yeah.
that kind of, so there's a number of different factors that led to sort of the numbers kind of rising. One thing that I should point out though is that it's a quite a bit of a grey area as to why what people want in the West, the Africans that come here. Obviously, at a core level, you want to survive. You want to have some measure of comfort. You want to have a roof over your head, all that kind of stuff. Okay, but then thereafter, how does one kind of find the goals? Are they planning to stay in the West forever? Are they planning to go back? What are they doing? Obviously, we know that many of the first generations that come, they maintain this what I call transatlantic lifestyle, where they spend time, they go back to whether it's Ghana or Nigeria or Zimbabwe, whichever country they come from, and then they come back here. So they almost like alternate between the two, whilst they maintain certain relationships with their family and their community back home. But as I think sort of Mr. Uganda spoken about it, I've kind of chimed in on it. Kwesi's kind of disagreed with it, but the whole thing of becoming naturalized and assimilating into a host nation, that leads to subsequent generations almost having split loyalties. So they might like to go to, is it Deti December, where people go to like places like Ghana, some go to Uganda, some go to Nigeria, some go to Zimbabwe, and they catch cruise, they have fun. But beyond that, they don't necessarily want to stay there in like, shall I say, in perpetuity. You see my point? So the question is, beyond survival, what is the goal? And that goal is not quite clear, if that makes sense. It's I'll say it's subjective to an extent, but it's not clear. It's not concrete. Do you understand? And this is the problem. If I use like the UK, for example, even the US, this applies. You've got a collection of different black people that have come to the shores at different points in time, but they don't all necessarily want exactly the same thing. So it's like you can't necessarily preempt or predict their behavior because they don't. Most of them at a snapshot don't necessarily want to stay and die in those countries. They would like to live out their like twilight years in a warmer climate. But it's still a bit grey. Like, what are you going to do? Do you understand what I'm saying? And in many
Yeah.
ways, globalization, technology, all these things are comforts that people can't even comprehend living without. They just can't comprehend it. So this is why it's a bit of a difficult one, because I say this much. There's the adage, be careful what you wish for. Many people kind of, they almost like mythologize how great, like say Africa is, but they can only they can only comprehend that with the technology they have. Remove the technology, put them in Africa. They still have comforts. Don't get me wrong. You can
Mhm.
still be like in a, even if it's like in a village or more rural area, they can live comfortably, but they're just not going to have the typical city lifestyle where there's a lot of people kind of encircled within limited confines and vertical buildings and smoke. Obviously, when I say like cars, like exhaust fumes and stuff like that, and just busy, busy, gra gra, loud, loud, loud. That would drive a lot of people mad because they crave that whole urban. They're like urban dwellers, and a lot of Africans are urban dwellers. Do you understand? So yeah, life's about people, right? And like I said, if you live in a city, sometimes you get irritated with people just day to day. But when you're now out in the, I won't call it wilderness, but when you're out in a more open area where you might not have the same exposure to people, it's a bit of a culture shock. So I just think that generally speaking, this is part of the human condition. What is the end goal? Do you understand? Beyond trying to unravel uncertainty and make sure you pay your bills and have some comforts, what is the end goal? And it's hard to basically really navigate that, you know? Because even inside of these new nation states, what's the end goal of the people there? That they don't really know.
Um,
Do you understand?
Give me a second. Let me say this. And there's this comment from our brother Kaizo Polyman. Uh, Kaizo, why would he say such a thing? Money can't make you happy. If you like it, let me send you my bank account, okay? So that you send me all your money, and I will show you how happiness is like, okay? How it is like to be happy. Hey, are you serious? Anyways, I'm not attacking what you're saying, but I want to give you an example. Just send me all your money. I will send my bank account to you so that you send all your money, and I will show you how happiness is like through the screens. Please, if you want to defend yourself, come click on the link. I have the show. It's an open show. It's not between. It's just not a close show, right? So come and say it. Whatever you want to
um,
say about money can't make you happy. Come and say it. Okay,
Afro
go ahead.
State.
Yes.
Okay, there's a comment I've seen from a guy called Bebe Rodriguez, and I'd like to respond to it because what they've said is it's misrepresented. Basically, I was on a panel, I think it was a couple of days ago, where I was accused of bringing in foreigners to deal with Nigeria's issues, right? This needs to be clarified. If people still want to take what they want after that, I can't really do too much about it. I don't mean to derail the subject. I literally just want to address this. So what I basically did was my contention, and the evidence is there. Nigeria is in a terminal position. I didn't create this, it is in a terminal position. Rather than basically it falling off the cliff and then everybody goes, hey, yeah, hey, yo, Niger, Niger. Why don't you be a bit more proactive and
Is this
consider?
the comment? Is it the comment? Diego is here to
Yeah,
redeem
yeah.
it from the two Niger.
So, yeah,
Oh
so
my!
what I was basically saying was this,
Please,
right?
baby. This is a new topic. So let's not
Okay. I
carry
just,
old things.
I won't carry on. All I wanted to say was this, right?
All
The
right.
country is in trouble. This is I'm not it's heading for bankruptcy. It has people say oh, the debt is not as bad as so on and so forth, but it's in a situation where you're borrowing more than you're bringing in, and then the money that you're borrowing, you're not even using it for the purposes you're borrowing it for. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? So
Yeah.
naturally, bankruptcy is inevitable. If a person does something similar, you're not going to have a credit line extended to you forever. So
Yeah.
it's kind of intuitive. It makes sense, right? So what I was saying is this: I think, and it's not entirely up to me, but I just think that the country should consider its future rather than waiting for the inevitable happen. Question: if you want to now continue and you don't have a plan, then at least you've had a chance to make a decision, and you know that oh well, it's my fault. But if you're going to, I don't believe that people shouldn't have a democratic option. You look at every election in that country, there's never been really a free and fair one, perhaps with the exception of 93, June 93. Every other election has been contrived. It's basically been achieved by, is it political thugs that we've had in that
Oh,
country
this
for like
is
70
the
odd
problem
years.
in Africa. I don't believe
Yeah,
all elections in Africa is even.
this is
Let me
this is my
tell you,
point.
it just wastes a lot of money and papers and a lot of things. And now
Yeah,
I think even with this, they call with our crypto currency revolution, we can actually do blockchain. Like this thing can actually be like a blockchain, like the voting. We can do that to the like we can count like the vote, people's vote through blockchain, and that will
mm,
help a lot. You know,
yeah.
where
So
will not be this cheating, but they waste so much
mm,
money. Okay, printing papers and all of the, and at the end of the day,
yeah.
they still cheating. Look, I don't want to
Well,
jam
this,
into this.
yeah, I'm not going to. I just wanted to basically make it clear that there's
Yeah,
this. See, there's just something I won't be long on this. I just have to clarify this. There's this thing, and it might sound contentious. I got to keep it 100%. Black people, whoever this applies to, it's not all black people, but unfortunately, it's more in my experience than not. Only consider conspiracy theories if they're logical. Do not embrace conspiracy theories because it's the thing to do. Nigeria, one is part of the United Nations. Every single sovereign state is part of the United Nations. There's nothing that goes on in any country which is literally handled like what's the word I'm looking for, behind closed doors. If you use any country that's been given independence, right? Every phone that's used to communicate stuff in relation to government issues, all those phones are listened to. Every conversation is recorded. Every single conversation. Do you understand? Not just the conversations themselves, but the technology even allows people to actually, well, depending on the degree of it, allows them to also kind of what's the word I'm looking for? Access like almost like a camera where you can almost like CCTV. Do you understand? This is not conspiracy. If you
yeah,
produce a form of technology, you need to be able to control, have the greatest control over it as possible. So every single thing that's discussed, there's nothing that's done surreptitiously or in stealth. It's all in the open. It's just that the US, the UK, European Union are not going to come out and say, "Oh yeah, China is a fantastic example of this." I'm not sure in Ghana, but I know in a few countries where they've built certain institutions, they've installed their own cameras and their own, like their own surveillance systems. At the end of the day, this is not a case of I'm not going to demonize or celebrate those countries, but what they're doing, they think they're looking out for their own interests. So if you can actually understand what your competitors are doing or would be competitors, then you're one step ahead. Do you understand what
Brother,
I'm saying? And I'm only saying that to say there's nothing that I've done which is, oh my God, I'm exposing like anything to do with like national secrets. Do you understand? The think
yeah,
tank in itself that they're referring to, it's not even something that's been debated across the whole think tank. There's a man that was an ambassador. He's quite friendly with different Africans or different Nigerians across the country. Okay. Niger did not know who he was. With respect to Niger, I don't believe he may have the accent, but when it comes down to understanding the current affairs that's taken place, he doesn't know. And there's no harm in saying I do not know. Do you understand? If I tell you if I don't know something, I'll say it. I'm not going to pass off stuff or wing certain topics. That does no one any favors. But what he
brother,
did, go on,
why are you
huh?
spreading misinformation? Why are you spreading misinformation again?
Oh, me?
Hmm.
How am
You
I
said that
spreading misinformation?
you're saying that every phone call is recorded. That's not possible. That's too expensive.
No,
Maybe
no, no, no.
money,
Every phone
money.
call. Central and see central intelligence, right? I'm not saying that they may listen to all of them, but okay, I'll give you a case in point. Just to give you like a simple example. Let's say I have a system that records billions of phone calls. There's not enough manpower for me to listen to every single one. Does that make sense? But if for whatever reason I want to pay particular attention to phone calls from a certain country or a certain region, there's the technology to do that.
Right.
Do you
That's
understand?
correct.
You've had phones. Phones have existed since like the 1860s, the 1870s. They're old. Phones are old, but obviously the technology has evolved. When you're going to evolve a technology, you're going to have a degree of control over it, more so
Well,
than your consumer. If you're
I
looking
agree.
at it from a if you're looking at it from a consumer's perspective, yeah, I understand why someone will think that I'm spreading misinformation. But if you're considering it from a producer's perspective, you'll know that there are certain things that are not privy to everybody. Do you
Okay,
understand?
I agree with the
So
logic. The only thing I disagree on is I don't believe that every phone call is recorded. That would be too expensive. But I agree with everything else you're saying.
no,
I
no.
just
See, the technology is already in place. See, for example, let's say you produce a certain amount of technology, right? and you now can say, okay, I need this piece of, I'm just using an example. I need this amount of copper, I need this amount of aluminium, blah, 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 blah. And you get it and your technology works. You look to replicate that technology. And as you continue to replicate it, it becomes cheaper in order to produce. Does that make sense? It's almost like economies of scale. So the point I'm making in saying that is the technology is already there. It's not like you're really kind of committing extra resources. It's a bit like YouTube. Let me use YouTube as an example, yeah? Every single comment, every single video is obviously recorded onto their servers, okay? It doesn't mean there's going to be one person for every single YouTube video or comment section that's going to monitor it. But if they need to divert their attention to a particular part, they'll do that. Does that make sense?
I agree with that. The only issue I have is, let's say, this government, places, they don't have the money or resources to pay for server space for recording like some strange person in the Philippines that's not like a known terrorist or a known, like, I believe that they obviously in the West they're going to focus on people more, but I don't think they're going to about
you may believe, but we all kind of have belief frontiers. We all have knowledge frontiers. We're always learning continually, right? I'm saying to you, when I first came across this, I was shocked myself. But it's for the most part, really, it's open knowledge. It's that not everything that's open knowledge is known to everybody. Say, for example, with Nigeria before it became independent, I'm just using this as an example. I'm not going to go on and on about the country. 1959, they had an election that obviously was precipitated the announcement of independence, right? That election was fixed. All of the phone calls that took place, whether it was between one of the political parties that I think was Nigerian National, something Cameroon. Anyway, the NCNC was one political group. Another one was the Action Group. Basically, the different phone calls that were taking place between different political leaders were all recorded. Do you understand? Right. All the information that was being discussed, Britain already had access to. I'm not saying this to make out like Britain is God, but they were the ones that brought the technology to Nigeria. Right. So usually, do you understand what I'm saying? So I'm saying that they're not listening to every conversation, but they have recordings. On all devices, they have recordings. Okay, we are the consumers. We only have a certain amount of access to these tools. The producers are always, or the people that have the technology of production are always going to have more access. This is not something I'm saying because I'm trying to spread conspiracy or anything like that. This is just fact. So what I'm saying was that, going back to the point I was making, responding to Bebe Rodriguez, this is not submission to a think tank. The think tank are already active in Nigeria. Do you understand? Think tanks themselves are literally just that. They're think tanks. They don't necessarily have the kind of government sway that people think they do. That's what I'll call non-government NGOs. So anything that comes out from the United Nations, and there's various that comes out from them, fine. If you're going to say that, maybe. But the think tank in itself is more concerned with solutions. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? Anybody that thinks that there's not anything that really happens in Nigeria of significance that doesn't have outside, what's the word I'm looking for, interference or involvement, let me say involvement, is quite naive. Nigerians themselves, or Africans for this matter, are not people that sit down there in charge of their own affairs. It's never been like that. So I'm not bringing someone in from a colonial perspective. I'm saying that if you want to have a national discussion on the future of the country, these are some of the things you may want to take into account. That's all. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? If people don't understand nation-state building, they don't understand is it statism, then they're going to obviously think that I'm doing some elaborate conspiracy theory. To Niger, I've got respect for the brother, but he sensationalized that conversation. He was throwing all kinds of things saying, "We want to wreck the country." And that would have so people who are predisposed to listening to conspiracy theories would now think, yeah, he's a fake one, he's a gatekeeper, he's a do you understand? I'm not that. Let me make it clear, my experiences, I'm kind of discouraged from making a contribution now, to be honest, because I'm like, I'll try and do something worthy. People, no one has to agree with me, but you can be balanced. Consider one side of the coin, consider all three sides of the coin, but there's almost just this preoccupation with looking at one narrative and just pushing it. It's almost like the truth that is like a luxury at best. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Let me try my point. Actually, I agree with everything that you said there. I only had one issue, is just I don't think they record every call. I think they record most calls, but not every single call at every single corner of the dusty planet. I was being facetious. Let me be straightforward there. But I actually agree with everything else you're saying.
Okay.
Actually, completely.
Tell Brother Rodriguez I can agree to disagree with her. She clearly doesn't understand the intricacies. Um, so I try to, out of respect, try to address it. But clearly, what
But,
she is saying is that she
but
wants to
you,
stick with a certain narrative, and I
it's
can't be
not.
held responsible for that. She doesn't
Kaizo,
have to
you
agree.
know what?
It's not really, for the most part, it's not really her business, to be honest. Whatever will happen with
Kaizo,
Nigeria will happen with it. I have not disclosed
Noah,
anything which was
Yeah, which is
confidential. I made a
um,
contribution, and that's that.
yeah,
which
Kaizo,
yeah.
what do you want to say? What do you want to say? Because I think you are interrupting too much, and that will that will not allow the brothers to air his
Yeah,
view.
I've said. I'm pausing now.
No,
Okay.
we'll come back to that. So I know you might have lost the track of what you are talking about. So we'll come back quickly so that you get back on point. So Kaizo,
Right.
what do you have to say about this topic? You've heard it from
Yeah. So I want to
yeah,
clarify about
Rabba.
a few things. So okay, so let's talk about UK law. The UK, I think it's 2018. Don't quote me in the right year. It's around that time. They changed the law, basically allowing police and other sort of law enforcement to be able to tap your phone calls without having to get a judge to agree with. Basically, before they had to get legally, at least, they had to actually get a judge to be able to sign, so that if they're trying to track you down or record your and tap your phone calls. So meaning, if they did that anyways, they can't use that in the court of law because it will be illegal. So I'm sure they
Yeah,
did it anyways. But now in the UK, it's legal for law enforcement to basically decide according to their feeling. I'm changing words, but their judgment, that's feeling, right? So now basically UK is legal for the law enforcement to do whatever they want to monitor, track, and do whatever you want. And of course, when they're operating overseas, as long as they don't get hacked, of course they can go and monitor other people, and then they go into other countries. And then obviously they involve themselves in elections. I won't say more than that. So I agree with the brother 100% actually,
I,
on those points.
yeah, yeah. I mean, like I said, my intentions were good. I haven't done anything which, so if people don't want to agree with it, they don't have to agree with it. But there's nothing I
Yes.
did which was of a conspiratorial nature or to do anything of that. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? The country itself is a complex case, and you're not going to have a complex solution. Whether the country stays together, any country for that matter, whether it divides or dissolves, is still going to have to be accountable to the international community. Do you understand? And that's for all kinds of different reasons. Whether it's you wanting to trade with other countries, same thing. Do you understand? So even when it comes down to like African countries working together, right? If the international community wants the African countries to isolate one country, best believe it's going to happen. It is what it is. You understand? People take for granted this country exists, that country exists. These countries don't exist without, I'm going to keep it real, without the West. Because the West are the ones that created the League of Nations in 1927 in order to have this whole nation state community that we have now. They're the ones that create this. They're the ones that effectively create the ideas of countries. I ain't talking about people organization. Obviously, in Africa, we had that. But concepts of countries, I'm from Ghana, I'm from this place. This is the white man's creation, like it or not.
Yeah, 100%. I think with Niger, the thing with Niger is he has his you know uh, this narrative whereby he's trying to sort of how do I say this? He's one of those guys who don't want to talk about the truth if he feels that that truth will cause some issue that he fears in the back of his mind. Like yesterday, I was on a panel with him on Gina's platform talking about what Ethiopian Prime Minister said about Black Americans. Even though we verified that, with Amharic speakers that it was translated properly, it was like, oh, you have to be careful. You can't believe. He's a narrative guy, and that's his thing. I mean, I don't dislike the guy, but he's a narrative guy, and that means, for example, I tried to convince him that crypto technology was one of the solutions for African corruption. I'll explain how the logic works. So, if you have all the money that's collected by tax through a crypto system, by crypto system, let me explain what I mean. Right, I mean a system that is used with cryptology, right? Hash 256 sort of cryptology, meaning the money is all traced back to the original root. If someone tries to take the money out without it, everyone can know and everyone can see exactly where the money is, because you can't change. Computation is near impossible to change the ID of the crypto transactions. The guy saying, "Well, it's going to be hacked by quantum computers that don't exist." I'm trying to measure quantum computers. If they can hack crypto, of course they can hack your stupid banks that are there today. The guy just couldn't understand this simple concept. It's
he,
like,
he
yeah,
he doesn't understand that currencies in of themselves are literally just a medium of exchange. Do you
exactly.
understand? So even if let's say, for example, I said to you two guys, I can do X, Y, and Z for you if you give me a cow each. And whatever I do for you, let's just say I'll dance for both of you, right? I'll do some dancing. You lot say, cool. You both give me a cow, I dance. We go about our separate ways. You've got value, I've got value. Do you understand? So currency is literally just in the place of an IOU promise. Do you understand? Whether even if you want to talk about, essentially money is fungible. It's easy to move around, and people have enough belief or faith in it. So
Right.
cryptocurrency is literally just a kind of an extension or an evolution of that. It gives more.
Exactly.
It doesn't mean that fiat currency is just going to die, but it
That's
helps to make the money more liquid. Oh, sorry,
that's
trading globally more liquid.
exactly, because now it
Yeah,
means that money or that trust is now linked to something that you can't fudge, because it's linked to a specific code. So if you move it, you do something with it, we can see what's happened. And the thing is,
exactly.
the issue here is people don't understand these things, and then they have this weird fear in the back of their head about some imaginary quantum computers that, oh my goodness, yeah. So
It,
because what we want in Africa for solutions for corruption is we want it to be a trustless system. We don't need to change the culture, because there's different approaches. You could say, okay, you got to change the culture, people to be less corrupt. That's hard. What you can do is just make it so that people can't be corrupt easily. So now that
yeah,
will change the culture by itself.
yeah,
Systems, and I think that's why you're right, brother. You talked about earlier about people conflating systems and granular stuff. The stuff at the
yeah.
ground level versus things at the top, and they just mix and match them up. And
Do you understand? And why?
right,
See, when I've spoken on certain panels, I'm not meant to talk over anybody or necessarily like really like inflect my voice very loudly. That's not been my objective. But one thing that I'm a bit intolerant to is where people come with illogical conspiracy theories. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? They don't try to, if they don't have the wherewithal to respond to certain things, that's completely fine. But for them to now start to almost try to discredit me, to discredit what I'm saying, many Pan-Africanists are quite impressionable. And that might sound bad, but it's true. They're very malleable to someone. As long as you attack someone and say da 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 da, the person that's attacking seems to be the one that has the most credibility. Do you know why? Because, and this is just it's part of the human condition. No one person is 100% secure in their identity. No one person. Do you understand? They may be predominantly sure of it and they work with it. Okay, I'm a black person. This is what I
right,
want to do. This is what reinforces my identity as a black person. But the reason why black people, for example, call people coons, the reason why, like Kwesi said to me yesterday, that because I have 3% Algerian blood, I'm not black. That's out of insecurity. I'm not saying he's a bad person. Everybody has insecurities. I'm just using that as an example. Do you understand what I'm saying? So with Pan-Africanists, a lot of them do not approach things with logic. They love conspiracy theories. And conspiracy theories are like stories, they're narratives, they're quite interesting, they're riveting. So people kind of like, yeah, man, yeah, 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 man, yeah, yeah. But ultimately, nothing gets done. And I won't lie to you, I'm not really one for philosophical or intellectual masturbation. Heck, I don't even call myself an intellectual. If performatively people see me as an intellectual, so be it. But me, I'm just about kind of discussing, hearing theories and trying to see how maybe some of them can be put into practice. That's my take on things. I hope that makes sense.
yeah, no, that makes
Yeah.
sense. Look, I always use the analogy of, when you're hungry, what do you do? How do you satisfy your hunger? Simple question.
Ultimately, that's what it comes down to. Yeah.
Right. You
You go
go
for the simple measure or simple method. Yeah,
right.
go on. Sorry. Yeah.
Exactly. You go out. Either go to you pay the shopkeeper whatever money, or you go to your fridge. You find an actual solution to your problem. But a lot
Yeah.
of the times on the space, people are talking about some big level things, like about what things should happen, and it's not going to happen that way. You don't have the power to do any of that. There's too many steps. You want to have a simple solution to a problem. You don't want to add
Yeah.
extra stuff in there. That's nonsense. I mean, Yeah, I agree with you 100% there.
Yeah,
But I think with that Pan-Africanists, so what I've noticed also is black people is a lot of them have an issue with inferiority complex. So
yeah,
black people around the world, I feel, well, I use that word. Um, I think that most black people in the world have it's inferiority complex. I'll explain why. So we know what the kakuna. So I call the plain piece of paper man kakuna. So we know that Cocoon has done so many things for his people. He's enslaved, done all those things, and he's monopolized some evil things more so than other people in specific context. So if we know all that, then why are we still talking about how bad he is? I mean, we already know all that. We already know that he's going to try to keep countries poor because it benefits him. And we know all this. So why is it that that's the fixation? Why not fixation on solutions?
but
Why are we
this
worrying
this is
about
it.
his?
Um,
This is
I
you
it.
know
don't.
what?
I don't even
You
believe in
go.
racism.
Um,
There's no such thing. There's people who decide to go together and
Kaizo,
benefit themselves. That's it.
Kaizo, what do you think is causing the growing interest of the youths in Africa to focus on traveling abroad?
Okay. I think there's several reasons. One is economic deprivation. So let's say, especially in Eritrea, I have actually a lot of Eritrean refugees who I met in the UK, and they told me about their journey across Sudan, into Libya, into Iberian Peninsula, into France, and then into the UK. And they said a lot of their friends died. Some people died simply because of lack of water. Now, I believe that a lot of these people are seeking the West for several reasons. I believe that diasporans who go back to Africa, especially Nigerians, splash the money. But again, I'm just picking Nigeria. All of them do it, but they splash money and they kind of create this false impression that it's a land of milk and honey only, and that they have a lot of money, and they don't kind of tell people the harsh realities of, again, it's better than Africa when it comes to money. Obviously, I'm not gonna pretend, but they don't give you the full story. So these people already kind of expect that the moment they land in Europe, it's going to be worth it, whether they're risking their lives crossing seas and deserts. They believe it's worth it. But I do believe the main thing is economic deprivation. These are mostly young men doing this, and I believe in African culture, the man is expected. I don't believe it's a fact. The man is expected to take care of a family. So if it's a young man, he doesn't have access to educate to jobs. Maybe he's got even his degree or diploma or something, but he just can't quite get a regular job that he can even afford to pay for such a thing as dowry. Oh, okay, it's not dowry; it's bride price. So he can't even get himself married sometimes. Or if he gets married, it's on loan. Then if he gets married, he can't buy a house. He can't, buy a car or support himself in a regular way where his children will have access to good education and access to work. So he just says, you know what? I'm gonna go and cross over the seas because I've seen all these diasporans coming back, splashing money, and the moment I land into the so-called West or Israel, depending on which kind of African is going there, they feel it's all going to be worth it. So I believe it's deprivation, and also in Africa, there's this concept of black tax, right? So this is where uh, you are expected when you start to succeed a little bit to start giving back to your family even before you build yourself. So I believe that these young men are actually in cultural slavery as well as economic depravity, and that's what's leading many of them risking their lives to so-called milk and honey.
Yeah, I think that was excellently put, man. Yeah, that was great.
I think you're muted, Afiscope, unless you want speaking. Your lips are just moving, or
Yeah, he's muted. Yeah.
Diego, you can take it from there.
Oh, okay, fine. Yeah, no, Kaiser. Because am I saying it correctly, Kaiser?
yeah, that's it.
Okay, yeah. No, but brother, I thought you done a fantastic job of like stating that as it is. Yeah, man. I mean, it definitely is a sort of a cultural kind of I tend to refer to it as either American cultural colonialism, which is the kind of term I use in my book, or um Western cultural colonialism, where, like you said, it's the promised land, and to a great extent, I think is reinforced in in certain African countries. You know, I hate to use Nigeria again, but just a very quick kind of parallel to what you said. Um, in Nigeria, you know, like the Black American church, you know, like the charismatic church, like God said He's gonna do this for you, He's gonna do
Yeah.
that for you. The charismatic, exactly. That made its way into Nigeria in the late 70s, early 80s, just as the oil was kind of coming in. And what it was that came in because they wanted American companies wanted to sell its goods to Nigerians. You understand? So the church in itself, if you use the church and you make American culture synonymous with the church, right? And you see prosperity and God as conflated, then you're going to be a consumption class because ultimately you see America, God, and almost like a blurred line, or blurred lines rather. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So this is what kind of really instilled all of the content that you might see in Nigeria. Like media content, a lot of it being American stuff. We have our own Babylon in Lagos, Lekki. You understand? These are all as a result of that American cultural colonialism. I think I said on the previous panel, um, that America wanted Nigeria and say other countries that had consumer markets to be a bit more functional because it make money from them. They want stability. You want your businesses want stable markets. I wasn't saying it because I was saying America wanted Africa to do well for itself, but it was for their own interests. So sometimes countries who are unlikely, they may be your unlikely supporters because you serve their purposes. So ultimately, American companies made their money anyway. Do you understand? Dysfunction or function, they still made their money in Africa and in places like Nigeria. So anyway, that influence is what kind of pushes people to go to the abroad. You understand? That is ultimately it. They don't exactly know what they want. See, there's humans crave. I guess it's probably matters of the soul. They crave comfort. Not only do they crave comfort, they also crave one man upship. So in other words, I want other people to look at me for being better than them. If I can assert a sense of superiority, even if it's trivial, I'm gonna do it because it's gonna give me that momentary joy, that momentary gratification. So that typically tends to motivate people to go to the West. And then when they're in the West and they realize that this ain't all that, they kind of have to. It's almost like you have to. Okay, let me give you an analogy. If you ever eat some food and it's like lacking taste, so you take
Yeah.
a second bite, you're like, shit, no, no, no. So you're there searching for the taste before you know it. Like you've already had most of the meal, but the taste is just elusive. That's what it's
Right.
a bit like going from Africa to like the West. You go there, you now get involved. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm in the West. You really kind of assert yourself and you all that kind of stuff, and then you start to realize like, shit, wait, this is not quite like how I imagined. So you still kind of double down on West is best. Da 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 da. Before you know it, years have gone by. You look at yourself and you're like, shit, what do I have to show for this? Do you understand? That in itself. So you've got a lot of people crossing paths with a chip on their shoulder or angry because they're a bit disillusioned after all that effort, even not just the effort of getting from wherever they come from in Africa to wherever the Western country, but also the fact that there are people back home that want you to fail because they're like, why didn't I get the opportunity? Not knowing that their jealousy is misplaced. So it ends up just being a shit show.
No, that makes a lot of sense. Especially people don't. Yeah, a lot of these guys when they come over because of that delusion of milk and honey, they don't actually have a get out plan. So they just get caught up in the system. They're working paycheck to paycheck, paying the expensive rent, sending a few $100s back home, and that's it. They realize they have no investments that significant. They can't even stop working if they wanted to. They realize that they're not happy, they're depressed because they're used to a more sort of social culture that actually allows you to go into your friend's house whenever you want, at least on the weekends, to a point whereby, I was living in a town where my uncle is literally 2 doors away from my house. It was rare that I would even go visit him. And this is someone I actually like. So, you get caught up in that whole rat race. You don't even have an escape plan, and then you just get stuck in it perpetually. And you're telling yourself, oh, one day I'll come out, but you never make any sort of plans. And you're too afraid to go back to even start a simple business because now you start fearing all this stuff that's on the news to an extent that is just um, irrelevant, to be honest. Because I know this guy called Jude. I've been on some panels with him. He thinks Africa is the worst place ever. and he just thinks everything negative about it. And the reality is, if you have some money actually, and you have some, a brain on your shoulder and some connections, you can start some businesses, especially things that are to do with online or sort of import exportation sort of stuff, because you actually have access to knowledge and information that some people might not. But the issue is, I think a lot of us, unfortunately, and I've noticed it, we don't really like to do that whole entrepreneurial thing. We'd rather get employed in stable, regular jobs than
Yeah,
actually go out there and try and make real sense of things.
it's true. I agree with you. You know what I'll put it down to? I'll put it down to, I think I keep on kind of directing things at times to human nature. But ultimately, everybody wants a form of stability. But I guess it's the methods that they use to arrive at that stability, which is the question. And you're right. People, a lot of Africans want stability, which they think that is the best achieved through 9 to 5. But they want the outcomes of people that have taken the risk.
Yep.
People who have either slept in their cars or slept on the floor or sofa, sort of sofa surfed or whatever it is in order to kind of get to a certain point. They want them to fail. Do you understand? I've invested heavily. I set up an online startup in Africa, yeah, which I'm going to keep it real. I had the potential. I mean, Nigeria's the business still exists, but I put it on hold until things make more sense. And this business offered all kinds of different services. Do you understand? Which the
Mm.
society needed, not just on the consumer level, but needful stuff like insurance coverage, life insurance, which it was needed because life insurance can do a lot of things. Car insurance, I was selling flights, tickets, this, that, all of it. Services that I'd already established through research that were needed, but people who hadn't mobilized my money. I was just disciplined. I saved my money from working for near a decade and put it in. Probably wasteful in the end, but whatever. And people wanted me to fail. People that would have benefited. They didn't mind cutting off their nose to spite their face because
Mm.
just on the off chance that I was going to reap abundant profits. Keep in mind, I'm not trying to pull out profits to go do big boy and be slapping people with money. No, I'll be compounding that investment. Like literally, like I wanted to stabilize in Nigeria. I wanted to expand into Ghana. I wanted to expand into Kenya. I wanted to expand into a few different countries. And I had all the plans in place, but literally, whether it was my bank, my business bank, whether it was certain private equity companies, consumers, everybody wanted me to fail. Literally, if I show you some of the things, like I remember I done a cash giveaway because my business was called Money Matters, right? So
Right.
my idea is that you're making your money go further. So that's why I sold financial products, non-financial products. So we done like a cash giveaway. What I was trying to do was I was using cash essentially to get data. So I was being smart. It wasn't just doing throwing money, it was strategic. People buy data from certain companies that amalgamate data. I didn't
Right.
have that option, so I had to go for the next best thing. But because of like this scarcity mindedness and this kind of like zero sum mindset, they decided that they wanted it to derail. So you heard people saying, "Look at him. He's just giving money because he wants to get customers. I mean, I hope he fails." Da, da, da. I'm like, whoa. So these are the same people that are complaining about a lack of jobs, but they want my business to fail. Do you understand? So what I'm saying is that in as much as we kind of arrived at our current circumstances because of events like the significance, if you will, of colonialism, a lot of us do not want the other person. We don't want each other
Yeah.
to succeed. And then
That's
when
a
what we do want is to bitch about the outcomes of not succeeding. That's what
well.
we do
Actually,
want.
I was speaking to a local who lives in the upscale parts of a slum, right? So he's a self-made guy. He is an electrical whatever. He has a diploma in electrical electronics engineering, and then now he sort of fixes fridges, TVs, radios, all that stuff. And what he told me is interesting. He told me that I already knew this obviously, but it's interesting to see it from someone else, especially in Africa. Because I made a video earlier, and I do believe, unfortunately, in Africa, culturally, across the whole continent, we don't really have a concept of time that's embedded in the way that we think. We sort of just think in the here and now. We don't really have a trans-temporal sort of working mechanic on how to even save, right? I'll give you a simple example. This girl tells me that she wants to get into the modeling industry, and she let's say her job she gets paid $10 a day, and I tell her, okay, look, I'll pay you $30 to do this job for me, right? For an advert. for a company. Do you know what she said? She said it's not enough. Give me 50, and I was like, you don't have a presence, you don't have any experience. I'm offering you a decent money for less than 1 hour's worth of work, and you get paid. Mind you, you're getting paid $10 a day. I'm offering you 1 hour of work in a literally a 4 minute video, and I'm paying you triple. But she couldn't understand the concept. In her head, she's thinking, oh, I should get paid a lot. Or another one, I can go on and on, but a lot of these people, unfortunately, I think the culture. Okay, I'm not gonna say the culture needs to change, but point here is people on the ground sometimes don't understand about effort, work done, and time, and that is something that I've noticed trying to work with people because they don't look at the compounded interest, right? They don't think that, okay, if I save this, I do this small work here and here, I add it all up, I don't spend it, I only spend 70% of what I earn, and then the other 30% I put in some kind of investment, even if it's just a bank. Okay, to be honest, the bank thing, I don't recommend it unless you have a strong currency. But the point here is, I think when I spoke to this man longer, he told me about his brother. He told me, I asked him, yeah, are enemies of progress real? He said, yes. I have one in my family. So his own brother, when he tries to go and like build houses in the village, his brother actually tries to pay people to come and destroy the house. He's actually out there saying that people can kill you because you're now succeeding. Like people would rather you all fail than one of you succeed. Even though if one of you succeeds, guess what? You build an apartment that's going to benefit them. You'll build a well, or you pay towards a hospital that's going to benefit the community. So that spirit of I don't want you being higher than me is so strong in a lot of these countries that I do believe that that's one reason why it's difficult for us to move forward because we are self-sabotaging. That whole crabs in a bucket analogy, I think it actually works a lot in a lot of our cultures. Unfortunately, that's a sad thing.
Yeah, that's the one thing that probably unites. I hate to say, but that's what probably unites most Africans. That mindset. You understand? And ultimately, I still think, you know, colonialism was about business, right? So even after, okay, we're no longer colonized, at least officially, right? People still act like they're colonized. So it's literally, like I said, America didn't do the whole European occupying territory the way that European countries did. What they did was they said, we're going to sell you our goods, our brand, our image. Do you understand? Africans have chosen that they would willingly submit to, not obviously all Africans, but a good number have decided that they'd rather submit to this new wave of cultural colonialism. No one's telling them,
There is a
put,
question on the screen. I would like to talk
yeah,
a bit about it. So give me a few minutes
yeah,
or a
sure, sure.
minute. So I think we should ask Afisco if the people he talks to every day are saying they want to go to the West. Yes. Even I have people who are working, like people who are working also want to live to the West. Okay. So it's not like people in the ages of 25 above to 30s and 40s. Most of them want to leave. And this is the case, right? Um, first reason, like based on the education we've been given, right? I actually don't. The I study from a Western. Let me just say, I read the American curriculum, right? So if you're the Republican system is supposed to, I mean, provide for the citizens, right? The system is supposed to provide all the welfare and also all sort of help or aid for the citizens, right? That's how the system is supposed to be. But you end up going to the school, you come back and you have your degree, and yet the system is not ready to accommodate you or to give you what you need. Like they don't care. It's like you don't exist. So this is it. It's like the survival of the fittest over here on the continent. And there are a lot of us, the younger people, we have a lot, okay? If they can discriminate because of looks, even at the workplace, they can discriminate because of height, they can discriminate. There's a lot of things that they can discriminate on, not only because of the paper you are holding. If only they just want to cut you off. The recent enlistment to the police force and I think Ghana Army and also in the Ghana prisons forces, where a lot of people have to pay money to even get there. Pay, like they have to bribe some of the officials to be not even enlisted, to be on the, the selection, right? They have to check your body requirements and all of that. And a lot of people, when you see them, you know that yes, actually they met the requirements, but they had to be picked on unnecessary differences, and say, I mean, they just, some of them, they just look at you and say, go back home. Like they just sack you, go home. Just because there are a lot of people. Imagine they're about to select 2,000 people and 95,000 youths stand up. 2,000 people and 95,000 turn up. So how do you think it's gonna be like? So these are the things we have. We have a lot of youth like me, and the system is not ready to accommodate or even provide their needs, right? So you gave me something, go to school, you gave me everything, then I come back and you can't provide for me. Then the system is inactive, right? It's not working. People will say that it's mostly because of the Western media. Like, no, it's not mostly because of the Western media. Of course, some of us might be influenced because we have the opportunity to see the BBC, the CNN, and all. Maybe you go on YouTube and we see how others are living somewhere outside the continent, like somewhere, like some of them, they don't even have the lands we have, they don't even have things that we boast of, but they live better. Like they enjoy the necessary how do you call it, technologies in the world. They enjoy it. We can say they are living on credit and all of that, but at the end of the day, they are living. Okay, but over here, even if we have that credit that we can get the car and start using the car, if it is a truck, you can get a truck to be using to collect goods from a country to country. Why not? A lot of people will do that, but here lies the case that it's not even a credit system. People can't get a credit to do business. Like, you think if I have a credit, like I wouldn't jump into doing the business I wanted to? I would. I wouldn't even think about education in the first place. Okay. So at the end of the day, this is what people go through. Now we have the opportunity to, the media is intensifying it because we have the opportunity to see the West 24/7. We see how things are going on. We see how fast the system is. Because all of that we have already been taught in the school that this is what we are supposed to get from this system. And we come back, and then it's like nobody is there to think about you or even um cater for you. The system is not, like, they are not ready for you. This is what a lot of us face. I think you had a lot of questions as well. African millennia. We said, what are the reasons why young men will get up and go to Europe on money? Yeah, I said this already. If you don't have job, you're not gonna get money, and if you don't have money, you're not gonna leave. There's no way you can. Well, how are you gonna leave? Okay, some people who don't even have we care so much about crime, right? But we don't care about the people who are doing the crime or committing the crime. Imagine you are in a family where even they can't support you. Maybe you are hanging out with somebody, a friend, you are living together with a friend, and you happen to go through the school system and everything, you don't get a job. That means what can you do? In fact, if you don't get something that you can actually earn something from it and get some money, like earn something from that you can spend on food and accommodation and stuff like that. Already you are, it's like it's like you are being programmed to do. It's like people don't care about me. So why should I care about the society? Why should I care about the good of the society? Let me do whatever I can to survive. That is why people do whatever they do in Africa. When people want to kill for survival in Africa, they do it excessively. And the government, the system is not even ready to handle that. Okay? This is how worse is it. Uh, um, okay, I'm gonna let Diego go at this point.
Sorry, you want me to? I can't hear you.
Hello, you can continue from where you ended.
Oh, right. There's something that you said which was quite interesting about credit. the system of credit that runs in America. I just wanted to say that I think earlier in this panel, I mean, we kind of made reference to like fiat currency being the thing which helps to facilitate and grease trade, but in itself, money isn't something you can just sit down on and converge and then you're rich. Your money has to keep on circulating. So even if you find yourself wealthy in cash form, you're going to have money managers who are actually going to help to manage your money. The point I'm making is that when it comes to credit in the US, credit is what makes the economy basically keep on ticking along. So if you're going to set up a business of any real, mid-size, even short, small, mid-size, large firms, you're going to need you need debt financing. Debt financing isn't necessarily the problem. Debt financing is as long as it can actually produce equity. That's the most important thing. So literally, debt is just a thought. It's like you can argue it's just part of the. It comes with the territory of producing equity. So even people who, for example, are going to, let's say, people buying houses, they're taking on a large mortgage, right? Because the society gives the means for you to be able to service that, and it's not everybody can get a mortgage. It's limited to what's the word? It's limited to obviously qualification criteria, which is quite stringent depending on where you are. Then you're able to keep a system functional as long as almost like a pyramid of promises in a way. As long as you can keep things ticking along, the idea of debt is it's not like an albatross. It's not something that's weighing you down to the bottom of an ocean. It's literally a facilitator, and all it does is it induces certain kind of action. If everybody had equity, you're not really going to get much done because no one has any debt obligations. So you're just going to sit there, you wait, sunrise, sunset. You subsist on basic provisions and rinse and repeat. You understand? But depending on how debt is harnessed, it makes life more dynamic. It opens up opportunities for other people. As people kind of grow with merit, which is obviously off the back of sort of debt financing, they themselves now are able to empower themselves because people will back them. In the case of a business person who's providing a service, you come from very little, you're able to mobilize with debt financing, and people start to back you. So literally, it's just navigating a system of different beliefs. Any economy literally runs on beliefs and expectations. Ultimately, when you take out the white noise and you look at what guides people's behavior and their sentiments as beliefs and expectations. As long as those are controlled, because obviously, shall I say, mainstream media, marketing gurus, they're the ones that really kind of manipulate this or influence them, I should say. Then that's what will, that's ultimately, that's the sum total. Any economy is the sum total of people's expectations and beliefs, and to a degree, I'll say hopes. So, yeah, I just hope that kind of sheds some light on the whole idea of America running on credit, because no system is perfect, but the system of credit has managed to give America a certain kind of stability and to a degree prosperity for a long period. In some cases, you can argue using certain measures it's unprecedented in history, even transcending some of the stuff you might have seen in the Roman Empire, for example. Why I say Roman Empire is that even if you look at other African empires, for instance, you had like ruling families, for instance, and it wasn't that everybody in the empire was living like as comfortably as some people are living today. They had basic subsistence, and a key part of their lives was to, shall I say, valorize the ruling party. You understand, and keep those at the higher echelons of society kind of propped up. But like I said, in this day and age, whilst there's always going to be an elite. There's always going to be an elite of one form or another. What you do have is you have people that have more of a pathway towards progress. The same barriers do not exist today to the extent that they existed before. So I don't know, man, make of that what you will.
Hello, Kaizo, are you there?
No.
What do you want to say about that?
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to add rather than deconstruct. So, okay, so let me give you an issue that I see with most people everywhere in the world, but let's just focus on Africa for a second, or Black Americans. I know they're going to come for me, but that's okay. Um, people like to rely on government systems and aid to solve their problems. And like I mentioned earlier, if I'm hungry, I'll go to the shop and I'll buy food, right? The one that I can afford and or prefer. I can even take a debt from someone and go buy food if I want. If I really wanted that pizza, I didn't have enough to cover it, I might go ask for a friend to help me cover that debt. And I enjoy my pizza. I'm not going to go out there and start rallying against the government saying they need to reduce the price of food so that I can buy my pizza. That's an ineffective um, time, energy, and moment that you're spending on something. Now, again, you should go and rally against the government when it's necessary, relevant, and it's effective. But you don't go there with a feeling or mentality that this is what the problem, the solution to your problem. You go there knowing that this has to be done regardless, because the system has to conform to the standards at across time. But what you do is you go focus on yourself and you think, okay, how do I make more money so I can buy pizza every day? So the issue here is a lot of us are reliant on systems, our only systems, and instead of focusing on the particularities that we can ourselves partake in, we kind of become sleepers. We become sleeper agents of the culture, society, government. And this is a really, really, really powerful thing, because when you remove yourself from the matrix, right, and the matrix being the system itself, what you realize is you can actually make your own movement. Is it hard? Yeah, of course it is. Is there a manual for it? Well, okay, there are manuals, but it's difficult for some people to find them. But the main thing here is, yes, do the voting, do the strategic mobilization of people, right? Again, make sure it's strategic. Let me give an example what that even means, right? So let's say you want to solve one particular problem in, let's say, I don't know, Nigeria. Let's say, again, this is not going to solve the problem, but this is just an example of things you can, steps that you can take. You know, if you want to solve it, what you want to do is you want to go, if you're going to do the whole system thing, get loads of people, uh, prominent people, musicians, people who people listen to, politicians, if you can get them to, and normal everyday Nigerians. You get everyone to go and start tweeting on the same day about the same thing over and over until it's in the forefront of people's minds and they are angry enough that that issue of electricity is resolved, and you are consistent with it. You don't just do it once and then you feel good that you've done something. No, you continually do the same thing. You come back to this issue. This allows you to be, responsible, and someone's holding you to your word. If you can do that across different problems, across different times, you're far more likely to get things done than this whole idea of I want to vote for this person because of this and this and this. Manifesto goes on forever and none of it, right? They don't have to do anything significant because it goes on and on. But it's like when you're having a debate with someone, you want to make someone focus on one point. Why? Because if you can get them to agree with one point, then you've done something. You've gone out. So if you're going to do the system thing, make sure it's strategic. But at the same time, never focus on this system thinking it's going to solve your problems in the immediate or even near future. That's something to sort of create the landscape. It's like you build roads and you put tarmac on the roads because in the future generations they're going to want to drive nicely to the village. But if you want to get to the village and see your parents next week, you don't start talking about the government needs to build roads. You go there and you figure it out. You go get the motorbike or whatever it takes, fix and solve the problems of your current needs, while also being open-minded to the problems of the future.
Nice one. I enjoyed listening to that, man. Yeah, no, you made some very compelling points, definitely. There was one thing, sorry, there's just one thing you said that brought something to mind. About, was it like collective efforts to improve like roads and stuff like that, infrastructure? There's something you did say, you just mentioned something like that now, didn't you? About collectivizing to solve
Right.
problems rather than waiting for government. I agree with you on that, definitely. The only thing is that in certain sort of like places, it's a bit tricky. I'll give you a quick example. So in Nigeria, if people want to fix some roads which are very bad and they've, like terrible roads that are barely navigable, because every year they announce the budget, which includes roadworks, but the money is never used. If you fix the road, apparently they can't justify budgeting for the roads. So I've known of stories where roads have been fixed, and then the government, so the governor or whoever is got the mandate to sort of run a certain part of the country, they will now bring in their workers to destroy the road so that they can so that they can basically justify basically claiming the money. So that's happened before.
Oh my
So
goodness.
yeah. So they kind of have like a stunted sort of development system, so they can keep this thing ticking and going along. It's
Um,
really messed up. Um, I think I gave the story before of where when I was doing business in Nigeria, I got offered the opportunity to be a beneficiary of a fixed election where I become local government chairman in my area, and I was told how much I'd get from the federal government for basically, having a successful election. At worst, I become the deputy. I'm sorry, not the deputy local government chairman at the very least. My thing with it was that I didn't see the point because one, certain family members of mine who would not have had the microscope or spotlight on them would now find themselves in, like, let me just say, greater danger than not. There will almost be like a conditional threat over their lives or their health, right? Secondly, I can't do anything with it. I don't want their money. I really don't, you know. Certainly not worth me sort of trading my soul for it. And I could not, what I wanted to do was basically improve the roads within the local government area. I wanted to help to sort of connect sort of piping, improve like the sanitation system so there wasn't this continual dependence on like borehole, drake, basically boreholes and water tanks and stuff. What else? I think, oh God, there was something else now. But those were basically among my priorities. But they told me that because again, there's a budget at a high level for those things, I'm gonna interrupt them. I'm gonna basically break in on their hustle. So how can I be trying to do a favor for people? Do something good, and my life's in danger, my family's life is in danger. For what reason? Doesn't make any sense. So I didn't bother. I just said no. And besides, above all else, I don't want to be part of a fixed election. Like if I can't basically be elected, based on merit and actual, I don't want. I'd rather not. I'll sit this one out. I'll be in the corner. I'll be inauspicious. No one needs to know I exist. I'd rather that than, you know, nah. That's just not my style. That's just not who I am, man. So
man, that yeah. Actually, when I used to work in a university, they have a similar principle there also. Like, let's say you get a budget, you get some grants to do some kind of work. Let's say I didn't use up all the money. I didn't, the things you can use it for is like, let's say traveling to a conference in a different country or something. So if you don't use up all the money for the intended purpose, they take it away. So you can't even re-put the money into a different use for that same place or something. It's a weird corrupt system actually, and I know how it works. It's so that's why these guys would rather. Oh man, but that's kind of messed up and sad in so many ways.
yes, no, it is. It is. There's a lot of illogical, what I call analog scams that takes place across Africa based on the stuff that I've seen. I think I gave the example. I don't know if you remember or you heard the example about the cement scam. Did I ever tell you about the cement scam? One of the biggest
No,
cement scams in history. Sorry, I didn't.
no, I haven't heard it. Maybe you said it, but I
Okay.
wasn't here.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. I'm happy to sort of run through it real quickly. So, long story short, when Nigeria received this unprecedented wealth between 1974 and 1978, right? They announced a plan, which was a sincere plan to improve infrastructure. So everybody's like, "Way improved infrastructure." What happened was they now ordered 20 times the amount of cement needed to basically erect new structures. 20 times.
Oh
Why did
man.
they do that? For each measurement of cement sold, yeah, for each proportion, shall I say, just for lack of a better word, they were charging $45, right? What they
Right.
did was on the books, they basically inflated it to 110. So they got the
Wow.
people that were selling it to basically edit the sales figures, if you will, invoices to make it
Wow.
$110. Yep. So then that extra, what was it 50? What was, hang on, let me get my maths right. 45, 110. There's an extra 65 or whatever it is money that they kind of padded it. They now split that amongst themselves. The problem with that was obviously Nigeria was, as with any other country, has its import export. The
Right.
cement was so, it was like the largest cement order across the world, literally unrivaled. And
Wow.
obviously, we know that the country is not the biggest country in the world, so you only can use so much cement. What had to happen was basically it blocked up the whole ports, not just Lagos. It blocked up other ports. I think there was like 3 ports that were operational. It blocked them all up. So other needed goods beyond cement couldn't come in or go out.
So
What had to
inflation.
happen? Yes, yeah, well, yeah, I mean, that didn't help the issue. So what happened was the cement, the excess cement that was backing up the ports, they had to take it to other parts of the world and then store it at other countries' ports. And they had to pay $4,000 in demurrage every day to every port that they took this
Wow.
excess cement to. So by the time they could actually make sense of everything, they tried to bring back some of that cement to actually put it to use, but the cement had spoiled. It had no use anymore.
Wow.
So I'm saying that there's all these strange scams that goes on that I've noticed in different parts of Africa, particularly in Nigeria, where there's just some retarded scams, and then someone will be like, "Oh boy, that's a very sharp scam," or and I'll be like, "Huh? Are you kidding me? Like, are we in some kind of like so like people are moving forward, but moving backwards in the way that we reason in certain things, which is just unnecessary." Look,
But
my go on, sorry, what you want to say?
but isn't this where like things like crypto kind of would help in because fudging numbers and makes it much harder and whether people can get away with it because I don't know the government there's no recourse to actually put them in prison. That's another issue all itself. But then I think crypto is really going to help with making it hard for these guys to fudge all these things. Uh,
Yeah,
so wow man, that's messed up. So
yeah,
Nigeria
no, it
could have
is.
actually had really nice infrastructure, much nicer infrastructure across different states if they had got that cement in there.
Yeah, they could have. Like I said, they had enough structures. I mean, like Nigeria's a weird country. Like even one of the governors, I think Lateef Jokonde, Lagos State governor, I think between 1979 and 1983, he tried to build a metro line because he could see that the population was going to explode. So he tried to build like a bit like how you have in London. Obviously, London's weird because since 1863, I believe it is, that was when you first started having like the London Underground being built. So obviously Lagos is not London, but there was another way of doing it, which they'd already had the architectural plans. They had the money was there, but federal government intervened. They were like, nope, you're not using it for that. There was hospitals that were scheduled to be built. All these things are literally at the last, like at the death. They said no. You understand? They blocked all of the funding going to that. So all of the debt financing that was going to be used to build and construct all this stuff, that money disappeared. No plans, nothing, zilch, nada. So this is what I don't get. The cement would have gone a long way towards facilitating these infrastructural plans, but they didn't. And that reminds me, not to digress, but I'm not sure if any of you lot have looked at the finer details of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement. I'm not sure if any of you have seen or
I haven't delved too much into it.
Okay, I mean, very quickly, I'm just going to make one point. How backwards it is, yeah, is they spoke about the implementation of the Lagos Development Plan of 1980. We're in what, 2022? Why are we trying to basically, and I know fine, you can learn things from different sources. Some lessons are timeless, blah, 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 I get it. But why are you going to try to introduce a blueprint that was written about a specific area that has its own kind of intricacies and try to extrapolate that across swathes of the continent? Not all. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? Some places
Yeah,
are below sea level, some above, some have. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? There's all these different factors, and I'm like, how are you going to be relying on such an ancient document? And you're right. You want to implement a plan which on paper may have been good, but of course, because there was no actual practical application of it, you don't know if it's how helpful it's going to be anyway. Population figures are different. There's other kinds of wear and tear that hadn't happened 42 years ago that have happened. Do you understand?
yeah.
So this is why I get a bit skeptical about some of these development plans because no one's looking at the finer print. They're not looking at the fine print and look at small details. They're just here, high level, we're going to do this, we're going to do that. And there's one thing that I'm not sure if you've seen this much, but anytime especially I've noticed this across Africa, some politicians may not have much to show for their time in office. I'm not talking about president. I'm talking about maybe like senators, governors, all that kind of stuff. So what they do is they announce all these kind of projects, that they're doing, and then you'll see someone walking around with a hard hat, and then it'll make it look like they're developing something. And a lot of the plans they use are not actual. They're not images of ongoing development. It'll be images of, like,
Right.
like the what, something like a mock-up of what something will look like, and be like, hey, this is great. We're working. Africa is rising. And I don't have a problem. Like, come on, man. Like, at times, I swear, it's like being in a twilight zone. No joke. Like, when I'm
Yeah,
seeing all these things. Yeah.
actually over here,
They do that
over
in
here,
Ghana as well, where they capture
your Ghanaian internet is failing you.
like own projects, and they have this yeah, they have these pamphlets where they share information about this project was ongoing, right? And it's very funny because I mean, sometimes step out to confirm that actually this is my building, this is my project, it's my private property. Why is the government including it in their government what they call it, they call it budget or whatsoever. So at the end of the day, we have that problem as well.
Mm. Yeah, it's worse though because I think okay, so I don't want to come for Africans too hard, but we have a lot of good things. But I will say one thing is at least in Kenya, there's a really big corruption mindset that trickles all the way from down to up. People always say politician, no, it's the other way around. It's the kids, it's the grandmas, and it's so strong. For example, what you mentioned there with the government scam for buildings, that's actually the same scam that diasporans, uh, parents, siblings, cousins, friends do to each other all the time. So imagine Dr. R has been here working for. Okay, it doesn't happen in this community quite as much for various reasons. But okay, let's say Dr. R has been here working for 15 years. He's been sending money back home to to his cousin to build him a house, right? Nice simple 4-bedroom house, and so-called 1 acre land that he apparently owns. Dr. R is getting pictures every month of development of this this project, these projects. Let's say projects. And finally, Dr. R is like, okay, I've got 1 month off from work. I can afford to go to his respective African country. He finds out that first of all that land doesn't exist and that these guys were eating that money that whole time and then sending you a neighbor's or someone else's um, development. So I've seen that scam so many times. I even tried to set up a company to sort of circumvent this, but I obviously there's already consultation companies out there. But the issue is, I believe that this level of corruption really just trickles down to the individual, and then the government obviously. Let's say in Kenya, what they do here is during elections they start building roads and putting tarmac all over the place. Then that obviously rallies people to vote for the government back again because then the people again they have a short memory. They're like, oh yeah, so they've built this road, and yeah, sure they've done something, but they only do it just immediately before the elections to manipulate people. And then what they do in some parts of the country, like let's say parts of North Kenya, they don't develop it on purpose so that they can say we're going to be doing something. It's it's a weird scam that they got going out here, and it doesn't really benefit the country.
Hello.
um we have Dr. R. But before we go, there is this comment that I just is that this is why people should not have children in poverty. Yeah, Africans, we have a problem, or like a psychological
Do
problem.
you think
Our understanding,
remittance make it?
hold on a bit, Dr. R. Um, like our understanding of poverty is not the same as it should be. Like we need to understand poverty as currently, like, but people believe that so long as they can eat, they don't care. Like they don't understand poverty. I believe so. Like even if they are suffering, we see somebody in the West, we see them and be like, "Oh, these people are suffering," but they don't see themselves as suffering. They don't see themselves that they are having difficulty acquiring the basic necessities. Is poverty. They don't. and I think it's a big problem in Africa. Like some people need to be wake up to see that the life they are living is actually not the best, it's the worst. They deserve better. Okay, so that's all I would like to talk about that. And some of these comments too, sometimes if you make it, people be like, you are supporting the eugenics. You want them to come and you don't want Africa to grow. You don't have Africans to make babies. At the end of the day, most Africans make babies not because they want to, it's because their sexual organs are functioning. Dr. Ari can go on now.
Yes, about that. How many of you disagree or agree that remittance makes the situation worse as people become reliant upon the remittance and don't become productive?
That's an interesting premise, definitely. Because actually, in the book that I'm releasing this month, I make a how to basically put this. Okay, remittances. It depends on the country that's being sent to, right? In some cases, the remittances I think does make things worse on two levels. One, as you said, the remittances are not being put to work to encourage like productive should I say means. It's not encouraging production, it's encouraging consumption and literally just what I call a subsistence. And that's at best. And then in certain governments who are actually looting, or the kleptocracy, they're looting public funds. A lot of that's going to be in dollars because obviously dollar is really what's the international currency for, like medium of exchange and that. They'll be looting that. So many countries are directly or indirectly they're dollarized, so to speak, right? So what it is that remittance flow allows the government to get away with looting the dollars. Do you understand? Because it's literally like it covers. I hope I'm making sense. Anything, if you print all your money within a country and you're not exporting anything or importing anything, right? It doesn't matter how much notes are in circulation, as long as it gets to enough people. You understand what I'm saying? But then where you have like international trade going on, obviously you're going to have your currency, and it's either going to appreciate or depreciate against another person's currency or another country's currency rather. So with remittances, what it's doing is it's actually politicians don't mind it because it's actually doing them a favor. It kind of covers up their crimes, if you will. You understand? So yeah, I don't necessarily believe that its use is actually being it's not being effectively used. This is what I'd say. And again, I created this idea of setting up like a diaspora bank so that money that's being deposited can actually be partly used to obviously feed families, but part of it can actually go either into financial instruments or it can go into basically advancing buy-to-let mortgages so that you can at least have like rental income. So the rental income. So put it this way: let's say someone makes $50,000. I'm just using this as an example, right? And they obviously have their pay slips. What can happen is that the money that they deposit in their diaspora account, obviously they're not going to deposit their whole salary, but part of the money that they're putting in, this can be used to borrow against. You can borrow against the money that you're earning. You understand? You get a buy-to-let mortgage. The rental income from that can now be used to feed your family. At least you have a property. Does that make sense? So that are the possibilities. And with a bank, banks lend like it depends on the economy, kind of like the situation in the economy, but typically they do it at a 10-to-1 based on their deposit. So let's just say you have, I don't know, $1 billion deposits in your account. You can lend out 10 billion. Does that make sense? And the central bank guarantees um, that stability. Does that make sense? Doesn't make sense to anybody? Am I? Is it clear to anybody?
Yes, yes, yeah.
Yeah,
I'm listening.
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So what I'm saying is that that's one productive way within which that can happen. Another way is, let's say, for example, you were to buy, instead of remittances directly to family, part of that money can go into like government bonds, and then the interest that's paid on the debt that you're buying, that interest payments can now go to also help your family at home. So at least this way you have instruments, you have assets. It's not just cash from one end to another, and that's the end of the story. You're putting the money to use. So that's why I wanted to set this up. I've written a business plan about it. The only problem is I need to have more Africans that would be involved, and then not just that, but the countries that I would need to secure a banking license in. it has to be that those economies have some degree of stability. And so those are some of the kind of stumbling blocks. But I would say that if people don't want to lose the whole point of a diaspora is supposed to help to reinforce and support the conditions in the homeland. That's why typically when diaspora start to decline, it's usually a sign of assimilation. Now, for example, you have the Italian diaspora, right? I make a reference to them to kind of compare it to the African one in my book. But with the Italian diaspora, many of them, Italy didn't even exist as a country at the time when they started leaving. Argentina, many of them took on Argentinian citizenship, Brazilian citizenship, American citizenship, because there was not loyalty to a particular nation state, because their migration to those other countries predated the creation of Italy. Because Italy came in 1865, and if you speak to most Italians, they don't all buy into this Italian project, especially people from the south who were marginalized by the people in the center and in the north. Why am I saying this? Whilst there were remittances that were being sent back, once these people that were in Argentina, US, Brazil assimilated, they didn't have the loyalty to necessarily continue sending back money to their hometowns. Do you understand what I'm saying? So typically, what either happens is your remittances, I would argue there's a relationship between your remittances being put to use and you surviving as a distinct part of a wider nation, or as a loyalty dies, typically you tend to have more loyalty to your host nation. You understand? So really, when it comes down to put like this, the word diaspora, I'm only saying this because I think it's contextually relevant to what I'm talking about. The word diaspora comes from the Greek word for scattering seed. Dia means across, sperm or seed is spora. That's where it comes from, okay? Ethnicity comes from the Greek word of ethnos, which either means subnation, right? Nationality, so subnationality, or it means heathen, someone that's neither of the Jewish or Christian faith. Do you understand? So why I'm saying those things is to say this. Ethnicity or the ethnic label by its very nature indicates a sub-population. So when people say black community in, say, a western part of the world, that denotes a sub-nation. Do you understand? But there's supposed to obviously be a common creed. And the idea is that if that nation is going to exist, it has to have some kind of project in the homeland that they're supporting, because that's tied to their existence as a separate part of the wider nation. But if you don't have that, at the very least, the diaspora is in a terminal position and it's going to eventually die. So that is where remittances are important. That's what inspired me to basically produce this business plan, because as it is, there's a lot of diaspora, ethnicity, diaspora. But a lot of people don't understand that these words mean something. And there's a certain kind of significance that comes with these terms. Am I making sense? Is that like understood? I don't know if anybody has any questions or.
Diego, you should have used the Lebanese as an example instead of the Italians.
The Lebanese are another good example. I didn't write them in the book just because when I wrote my book, I looked at certain ethnic groups. It's funny you said the Lebanese actually, because I read about them in, I don't know if you know Robin Cohen, that writer. He wrote a book called The Introduction of Diaspora. I'm not sure if you've heard of him. So he wrote about the Lebanese. But how to basically put it, because you've got different types of diasporas, but most of the diasporas in question, they typically tend to lose their loyalty after a while to their original homeland, if that makes sense. Or the remittances.
That's true. That's
because
true.
with diasporas,
with
the Lebanese, they've managed to reinforce their, but that's the point, they have group consciousness. That's why they've existed. Do you understand? So a diaspora doesn't just exist like autonomously, or rather, it doesn't exist by itself. It has to be reinforced by certain acts. So there's a number of different conditions that supports the idea of like a diaspora. Yeah, they basically have to come from a collective homeland. So they all have to buy into the idea they come from one place, and that place needs to have a certain level of protection, and they need to make sure that they keep in touch with what's going on there. Another one is if there was some sort of like what's the word, some damaging things or genocide or traumatic events that led to part of them moving away, then that's what bonds them. So for example, ADOS in America, which is, some say it's part of the African diaspora, I say it is, some say it's not, right? let's just say for this argument's sake that it is, Black Americans have a certain kind of dynamic amongst themselves that marks them out differently to other Africans. There's a certain kind of relationship they share. Does that make sense? Which isn't exactly the same as it is even in places like the Caribbean, for example. So that's one other sign of diaspora. There's also stuff like myths, folklore. So where people like listen to certain music, so like Lebanese people, for example, I know that they tend to, there's certain Arab music and there's certain traditions, whether it's recreational or whether it's more on a functional level. These are things that help to reinforce their collective identity. But once you stop practicing those things, you don't identify with anymore. So yeah, Lebanese people, or Lebanese diaspora are a good example of people that have
Like,
worked
what's
diligently.
interesting? Why is it that these diasporas from Lebanon to Armenia, these small countries, they got more people living outside of their countries, but they rely on remittances, but their populations in some countries are completely assimilated, but deep down they still got that ethnic loyalty. The successful people that live abroad.
So it's a good question you say that. So, with some people, that's what you call transnationalism. Transnationalism is a situation where, let's say, and I've advocated for many Black people, they should at least move to a position of transnationalism. What is transnational? Transnationalism means that because you're accustomed to living in a certain part of the world, which may not be Africa, for example, right? You maintain some kind of foundation there. But then you also look to have a foundation in whichever part of Africa, even if it's not somewhere you necessarily like your parents come from, and even just be another part of Africa that you've managed to say, okay, fine, I'm gonna create something, some kind of interest here, and then you split yourself between the two. You understand? Even if it may not be 6 months here, 6 months there, it might literally be 3 months here and 9 months in England. I'm just using that as an example. And then bit by bit, you at least hedge your bets. So if life looks shit, say in a country in the West, you can now. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? It's almost like you're hedging your bets, basically. And that's what it sounds like. What you said. Those people are what you call transnationalists. You understand? But even with a transnational approach, as eventually you kind of have to pick one. You understand? You always have to pick one, and you can't be transnational forever. Let's just say, you know. China are quite an interesting case because they've tried to offer alternative to that. You've got people outside of China. You've got Jamaican Chinese people. You have Mauritian Chinese people. They didn't really have a loyalty towards China because they've been out from China for like 6 generations, right? But then recently, they've been trying to cultivate a sense of like kind of Han Chinese solidarity or Han Chinese consciousness, where even if you don't speak Chinese, you literally just have Chinese biology. It's enough. So this way you're sending money to China, and you now basically start to look at a way to reintegrate into the wider China. So because people have those long-standing ties, they necessarily have to be transnational because you can't, like I said, you can't have spent six generations in Jamaica. You're Jamaican for all intents and purposes, but you have that Chinese lineage, and so now you're just going to hop from one to another. No, it's not gonna. There's gonna be a bit of a transition. Am I making sense? So ultimately, what comes down
it
to all
makes sense.
countries.
But with Chinese,
Yeah.
Chinese tend to assimilate more than Indians, and also the Chinese dominate. They also got the bamboo network. If you've heard about it, the bamboo network.
Sorry, repeat that. The bamboo network.
The bamboo network in Southeast Asia, like they control the economies of these countries like Singapore, Philippines, Thailand, where the Chinese are. A business network.
Okay, the bamboo are the Chinese, right? The bamboo network. Are you saying they're the Chinese people? Is that what you're saying? Chinese people are quite smart. I think I know what you're referring to. I didn't know it's called bamboo, but what I do know, you are making sense. In Thailand and in other places, China have assimilated into even in Philippines, and to the extent that some of them have taken on Thai names. So I don't know if you know of Thaksin Shinawatra. I think he's a former Thai prime minister and former owner of Manchester City Football Club before he sold them to the UAE people. He's a Chinese Thai person. The guy is it Vishai Srivadana Prabha, the former owner of Leicester City Football Club. He's also a Chinese Thai. So you're right. It's been an interesting one because they have to prove their loyalty to their new country. And And so that's why Vishai Swaradana managed to get a monopoly on duty free selling. That's how he made his money. It's through a monopoly that he received to sell duty free products, and he got that through proving his loyalty to the Thai elite. So again, with Thaksin Shinawatra, he had managed to make inroads again by proving himself to the wider group. But the problem is, he also upset some people, and when you upset certain people, they can now weaponize your ethnicity against you, and that's what happened to him. So I think he had to sell his shares in Manchester City because he was now being indicted for corruption. But given his practices were age old, he could have literally been indicted many years previously. Do you understand? So that's the thing about ethnicity. Even when you try to assimilate, you assimilate for the most part based on your traditions, and even to a degree the new identity, even names changes that you take on. But politics or ethnic politics are such that you can never entirely, unless you're, even if you're like white, if you're saying like a white country, it's hard to fully assimilate. Every so often, depending on who you are, they will remind you where you come from. You understand? Like, so it's a bit tricky. Long story short, you can assimilate to the extent that you don't have any, notionally, you don't have any ties to your homeland, but part of the sort of significance, there's always an inevitability that someone's going to say, "Oh, you're not really from here. You're from there." Doesn't mean they're going to send you back there, but it can be weaponized against you. You know, that kind of like reminds me of like my book title is called Ethnic Escapism and the Black Burden, and I chose the word escapism because it comes from the old French word, old French, 12th, 13th century French, called échapper, which is basically to cloak your origins. And what I'm kind of playing on with that is, no matter what you do, no matter how you may assimilate, invariably you're always going to be reminded that you don't come from the place you've assimilated into. That doesn't mean that you don't come from there, but people are always going to remind you of your older ethnicity. Case in point, with West Indian people, when they came to the UK, they didn't specifically just call them Caribbean, they called them Afro-Caribbean, because they're denoting that you people are fundamentally African, but you're Creole people. Does that make sense? So you can, no matter what you do, no matter how Creolized you become, someone's going to remind you, in this case, you come from Africa. Same with African Americans. I know that there's a heavy emphasis on being considered indigenous. And if you're comparing them with white people, I don't think they're any less indigenous than white people, but they're not necessarily native Indian. Some of them have native Indian admixture, but they're fundamentally black. They're reminded of that practically every day. You understand? If you look at like Europeans that are in America or other settler colonies like Australia, South Africa, every so often someone say, "You're German, man, sharp." So my point is, no matter what people do, there's always going to be reminded of their link to their primordial homeland. You see what I'm saying? So people are messy, man. When it comes down to all this identity and ethnic politics, it's messy. But I just thought that I would kind of just impart a bit of that, because ultimately
But
people are looking for the best chance of survival. So go on.
all I'm going to say is the benefits of having a diaspora is that they can introduce education, they can bring about innovation, change, wealth to back to their country of origin. That's the thing I like about diaspora. They bring back new ideas.
Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, a diaspora in itself, I would say it can serve many purposes. At the best of times, it's almost like the equivalent of having a colony in another country if it's strategically used. It's like what I call a benign colony. So if you had different African groups that were more cohesive in how they were basically executing projects back in the homeland, right? That in itself would be like the equivalent of having an African colony in America, an African colony in the UK. Does that make sense? Like, that's why, for example, when Britain went and set up in certain countries around the world, they called it a British diaspora, because they were nascent colonies. They were not full-blown colonialism, but they were basically doing things to reinforce their British identity whilst basically directing resources back to metropolitan Britain. So yeah, I agree with you. But obviously, like I said, with the diaspora or African diaspora so broad that it has to, in my opinion, has to be split into different communities. But even at that, these communities, what level of cohesiveness is there? Because listen, everybody who's in the diaspora is always going to get accused by people in their homeland of not being properly, almost like you're fake this or you're fake that. I beg, you're British, you're American. So what can be done so that even if people are going to be a bit small-minded and yabbing you, at least there's something to show for it. And so that's why I said the best thing you need is diaspora banks, because diaspora banks can provide funding, as you said, for education. There's no reason why a diaspora that has high earners amongst itself cannot produce a school back in the homeland. They cannot provide one. They cannot build a school, even if it's a school which they subsidize part of the education, part of it they do private fees so it can be used to maintain the school. That's seed capital going into something. You understand? Like I
Mm.
said, with the rental properties, you've got the likes of is it Airbnb? There's no reason why people's money could not go into a diaspora bank. Rental properties happen. So at least if you're sending money, if you're sending money to family, it's not just dead money. It's not dead remittances. You understand? You've managed to diversify the risk of the money you have, and it gives you a sense of purpose. At least if you decide, you know what, yeah, I've saved up this amount of money in this account. I've put some money into this sovereign debt. I've got this amount of interest back. I've got money that's coming off the back of my buy-to-let properties that I bought for my diaspora mortgage. I'm nice. I'm just a regular guy working a 9 to 5, but look at my outcomes. That's why I believe that a diaspora bank for Black Africans is a necessity, and it's critical. I think it's something that needs to be erected within the next decade. Otherwise, the opportunity is missed.
Do you think with a diaspora bank, for me, a bank is all good, but
Mhm.
if a diaspora has got its own money transfer company, if it's a big company, money transfer, that's
Mhm.
all right. And second
It
of
only
all, what's your thoughts on diaspora private investment compared to corporate FDI investment?
Yeah,
Because
I think it.
in my
Yeah.
country, most of the investment is
Mhm.
from the diaspora that invest in major companies. And last of
So
all,
which
do you think
country?
a diaspora tax should be introduced? Because they do it in Cuba and America.
Okay. So this is the thing, right? With a money transfer company, the thing about money transfer company, all it does is it facilitates money across borders. But that's where it doesn't actually make the money go further. It literally just gets it from point A to point B. That's the thing. So that's why I said with a bank can offer money transfer facilities, but it can also do more. It can actually lend money to people so that because you're doing consistent remittances, your remittances are demonstrable of your affordability. Do you understand what I'm saying? So it justifies people being able to actually get mortgages that they can use to actually earn rental income. So it's not just your money going back there, but the bank is making your money work harder for you. You mentioned something interesting about diaspora capital as opposed to like private capital that's
Yes, I think that all
no
African
homeland.
countries
I think
should
it can work.
implement that
I think it can work with
because
this.
in
With
Eritrea, you know Eritrea, right? Yeah, I know some
yeah,
people from Eritrea.
hmm
They own, for example, they have to go to in every country. They have to go to the Eritrean embassy, whether it's in London, Toronto. If you
yeah,
don't pay this tax, your business license will get revoked, or you're not going to get certain benefits and privileges. America does it as well.
yeah, yeah. No, I mean, yeah, I believe I agree with you. How that can work, yeah, with this diaspora bank, because the diaspora bank will not just be literally deposit taking. It will have a mortgage division, for example. It will have what I'll call a fund manager or private equity thing, whereby you have different startups, you have specific projects that is very high, it's very likely they're going to work. Do you understand? It could be like a food eatery, whatever it is. You put, you get enough capital from the diaspora, right? And the people all have a percentage ownership, depending on obviously how much you invest in these entities that are in the homeland. You understand what I'm saying? And because if the businesses run well, some businesses are going to be more successful than others. So your money is not just going to be equity ownership in just one business. It'll be equity ownership across different businesses, right? What it will mean is that eventually another company might say, okay, we want to take over this company, and you now get a return on your investment. So I'll give you a quick example. Let's say you invest in a chain of retail stores, right? You have 1 million people that put together a pound each from Britain that are Africans, right? That basically gives £1 million. And then that £1 million might be enough to basically build up the retail stores across certain locations to the extent that, say, in 10 years' time, that retail store is now worth, the business itself is worth 10 million. So everybody that's put in, for every pound that you basically put in, you're getting 9 million return. I'm just using that as an example, but that's essentially how it would work. So call it private equity. So diaspora private equity, and it can work. But again, it depends on how, do you understand? It depends on the appetite for it. It depends on how much confidence people can have. Some people will think it's too complex. Other people will be like, So yeah, go on.
Over here in Kenya, we call them
sorry, Dr. K, sorry to interrupt. I wanted to add this importantly. What do you think of like money saving clubs that the diasporas invest in? You get in West Africa, and get in East Africa, and get in India, like where a group of people will put their money together.
And then do what with it? Because in Kenya, what they have is things, they call it sacco. I don't know what that word means.
It's called Kameti.
Kameti. Okay. Okay, so here in Kenya, basically what you're talking about is called sacco. So SACCO, which means
in West Africa, it's called Susu. If anyone's heard of that term, Susu.
Right. So this is called Savings and Credit Corporation. So basically, let's say I want to erect like a new mall in Nairobi. I go to the diasporans and I go to them and I basically give them the portfolio. They're going to own a certain percentage based on how much money they put towards the project. And they can basically get dividends whenever, let's say, the mall gets occupied by vendors. And, you know, I've seen a lot of this. And the Somali community over here do the same thing, actually. They put the money together, erect malls or apartment buildings. And then, once everything is built and the initial investment is recovered, everyone starts being paid dividends across time. I think that's a good thing. That's way better than sending money to family, because obviously if they need it and they're gonna suffer, do it. But I definitely think this whole sort of savings corporations thing makes more sense. Put the money together, build physical products or whatever it is, business. You could even invest in like some tech company that way, so that diasporans can still feel connected to the whatever land they're connecting to, and they still make money in the whole process. Oh, that's a funny name. Yeah, I don't know why they call it that. Accidentally got cut off. Afriscope, are you able to add him back on? Or did you fall asleep? Did you hear what I said?
Yeah, sorry, I'm back. I'm back now. Yeah, sorry, I missed part of it, but I think I understood what you said about the Susu method, where a group of people put the money in, right, and then they work from the right. Yeah, that can work. The only thing is, if you have a private equity vehicle, right, the bank itself will add its money in addition to the people who are also adding its money. Does that make sense? So the diaspora bank's funds will also go into it. So it means the money can go further. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? So I'll keep it real. The diaspora will still function. The diaspora, like amalgamation of companies, still function in such a way that it will compete with any other business. Do you understand? And the more financial muscle we have, we can diversify, we can exit. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? So essentially, you're looking at benchmarking a certain return. As it's risk, there's some things that are not going to pay off, but the idea is that more of it will pay off than not. And whatever you'd be able to invest your money in as an alternative, this amalgamation, this diversification project will actually it will out earn any other returns elsewhere. So that's the way that it'd be done. That's the plan. So those go on.
Low hanging fruit as well. Things like, let's say, like Benin City, Nigeria is growing. It's a perfect place to build like mid to high end property. So there are like some low hanging fruits, as long as there's no issues.
Yeah, exactly. And then as long as you have certain, because look, I'm not gonna lie, I'll be honest with you, facilitation fees are okay. You know what I mean, where you have certain people who will make sure that your interests are taken care of. So it's part. I wouldn't even call that corruption necessarily. You know what I mean by facilitation fees? Let's say, for example, you're getting X amount of returns and a small levy is paid to like maybe like a government team who makes sure that nobody breaks into your property,
Right.
nobody tries to cart off any of the assets that are used to generate this return back to diaspora people.
Yep.
So I don't think facilitation fees are bad insofar as the money is
They
expressly
work.
agreed from the out, almost like a security, like a protection pay, which is not, but it's a voluntary protection pay. It's not
Yep.
something which is superimposed or there's a veiled threats of sabotage if for whatever
Right.
reason, or it's something which would be like you have a predetermined levy and then they now try to like shift the goalposts. No, 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 no. So that there's ways. Look, there's loads of businesses around the world, Africa, non-Africa, where successful businesses are successful because of the stability that's achieved through facilitation fees. Like I said, I mean, not to digress, but corruption in itself is more of a moral value as opposed to
Well,
corruption
I
does
was
work in certain countries. I mean, it's a bit of a dicey one. I'm not to look when it comes to looting money from an economy. I ain't down for that because at the end of the day, it literally is going to lead to social ruin. It's inevitable. It's only a matter of when. So no, that's not what I mean by that. But corruption in itself is a relatively new concept in it globally. It's only literally in the last few decades that what we call corruption has basically become a thing. Because before, yes, there are people's behavior that you could consider to be corrupt, and the corruption element was more because of its corrosive social cost.
hmm.
Sometimes you have weird economies, but many people are winning than losing. So it continues because it's a system that seems to work. Do you understand? Like China's got some mad corruption going on, but their corruption is questionable corruption. And as a result, there's more people that are winning than not, which is why it continues to tick along. You know, obviously it has its own economic challenges. They've got a real estate kind of crisis they've been battling with. They've been trying to find ways to mitigate, but they still got a system that kind of works. So it's all about finding a system. I think people have this idealized way that economies are supposed to run,
No,
and it
no,
just
no.
doesn't exist. Do
You
you know
got
how
to
much
grease,
money? Sorry, go on.
you got to grease people's hands. Like I saw this report, right? And I was a bit skeptical. I was a bit critical at first, but then I rethought about it and I said no. So it was talking about Black Lives Matter, saying that one of their leaders in the UK was corrupt. She built her own houses with the money that I thought about it for a second. So this woman bought in how many millions of pounds, and then she used a few thousand to do one thing. Uh, if you look at it strategically, all these business consultants, even on NGOs and all these companies, they get paid hundreds of thousands a year to maintain that company. So the fact that she was able to be the leader and actually have raised all that money, she so-called deserves that 10% or whatever it is that she that kickback, because there is risks that you take for some of these things. And in the UK, you also have that process called expedited services. If you want to go and apply for a normal visa, a normal way, or let's say a British passport, they're going to charge you a fair amount. I say fair, but you can pay a few more thousand. You can get it done in a couple of weeks. So I would say the only issue with African corruption is sometimes they take it too far, and then they
Yeah,
don't give the product that they promised to give. That's when it's an issue.
But Dr.
exactly,
Lazo, but it's a good
exactly.
thing in a way. Corruption.
Because there's a book that I would, if anybody is remotely interested, there's one book called The Moral Economies of Corruption, and it's interesting. It challenged my own views on what is corruption. Do you understand? Because corruption, in quote, is very broad. There are the elements, as you said, which is corrosive. If you are taking money under false pretenses and you're not providing value, you're taking money out of an economy and you expect the economy to continue running. That's the corruption that people complain about. Do you understand? But if you have a system where, let's just say you have a country which is an amalgamation of different ethnic groups, and so there's like obviously ethnicized suspicion. If every group gets their time to be in office and then the money that they use, they each develop their regions, everybody's going to be developed after a few years. There's going to be a certain appreciable rise in living standards. Do you see my point? But when people say one thing and they do another, and then someone else does the same thing, and before you know it, you're literally just presiding over a gradual social decline. It's inevitable. Like I think a lot of people expect voodoo economics. And what I mean by voodoo economics is where you do things that violate nature and expect to have functional outcomes. Do you understand what I'm saying? You can't live in a country, for example, where you don't produce anything, you consume a lot, and then you basically borrow money against other countries' money So then, because there's more money in circulation of yours than there is of theirs, it continues to lose value. And you rinse and repeat and expect that that's something that can truly last forever. It's impossible. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? But certain people seem to think that that is so feasible, and it's not. So that's why I said, yeah, corruption is quite broad. I would say that it's more so corrosive practices as opposed to those that can actually work, even if they're seen as unconventional.
But it depends on, you're right about that, but it depends on what type of corruption it is. I would say some corruption, I don't want to play devil's advocate, but some corruption is good, some corruption is bad.
I agree with you. I agree. And because corruption in itself is, like I said, it's a moral value, certain people don't look at the fine print. I think in life, if many of us are to really just, we want to really benefit and learn things, sometimes we have to go, over and beyond, if that makes sense. Literally just look at the fine print and certain things start to make sense. And because look, we all, depending on where we find ourselves, ideas are important. Sometimes we have to go outside of the box. Sometimes we may even discover things that we thought we would never, we never would think them. But when you look at it logic, like, okay, I see, that makes sense. Okay. So yeah, this world is not black and white, as we know. There's a lot of idealization, there's a lot of idealism. And I think the most important thing for me, I have an adage, yeah. I say, especially when people think, oh, but that won't work or that won't work. And they sometimes don't consider what will work. I call that as perfection is overrated. Do you understand? But the next best thing to perfection is better. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? So sometimes you can hold out for 10 out of 10 outcomes, and in the course of that, you miss getting 7 or 8 out of 10 consistently, which compound into something worthwhile over a period of time. You see my point? And so those that are able to have that foresight and say, look, I'm not going to have perfection, and there's no perfect time to start, but let me work with this. They're the ones that tend to win. The others that just be waiting, sunrise, sunset, years go by, and they're waiting for perfection never comes. That's why I say it's overrated, because what you're waiting for is never going to come. But yet it's kind of held up as the holy grail. If you can't attain the holy grail, then the holy grail doesn't exist and perfection can never be attained. Hence why it's overrated. Anyway, that's just a little thing I came up with, but yeah.
Yeah, I guess the issue is like most people don't know how to read the gray, right? It's either something or something else. They don't know that within that you can draw a line and there's so many different places where you can stand, right? Between 1 and 2, there's 1.1 all the way up to 2, right? Most people just want to be one or the other. And that's the issue. If nothing gets done, people complain about any solution, and then they also don't want to do anything about it, and they want to talk about the issues negatively. And there is no, and if the worst part, if they give a solution, they give you a very high level solution. That's not feasible. Like I think I was talking about some African stuff. You say, okay, develop your country's economy, and then do this, and these guys will say, oh, but the Kakunas have nuclear weapons; they'll just destroy it. There's always something. So then the point that they lead themselves to is basically not to do anything at all, because we're not gonna just magically, get lucky and just something works out at all. You got to do things, and across time, some of those things will work, and you will change some things towards the future. Like, I mean, Africa is develops. Most countries have developed so much compared to where they used to be, due to basically people working hard and trying out stuff. But I would say this whole thing about the diaspora bank is it actually might work if you use it in conjunction with that Susu thing, because now the bank is accruing less risk by actually lending to corporations as opposed to lending to individuals. So actually, it means that it's going to be able to lend more money, and more of these individuals who are part of these corporations are going to be able to actually start and finish projects. And like I said, as long as it works across time and they make more money than they lose, it's successful. And there's always low all over the place.
Mm-hmm. Exactly, and it's about compounding. You understand? So eventually, like I said, if you kind of plan things over a certain horizon, I know the scarcity mindset kind of motivates a lot of people. A lot of people think that shit, if I invest in something and it goes wrong, then whatever. But every day people are buying things and they're buying them at a price which is not the best price, and they have nothing to show for it. And what I mean by that is, let's say someone says, okay, I don't really want to invest in like a diaspora fund, in order to, investment fund, but I want to spend money going to the club and buying champagne. That I take more, I have more utility through doing that, right? The interesting thing is that if they literally suspended their consumption and invested, they probably would have more money to live it up. Do you understand what I'm saying? Just if they're a bit more patient. So a lot of these things that people that motivate scarcity, if we can get into people's minds that sometimes making that sacrifice will be worthwhile, and that you'll get something far better than the champagne. You'll get to get the champagne if you just wait and get far more. Then many people would get their money behind it. And imagine if people across, not just recent migrants from Africa to say the UK, the US, and Canada, Ireland, wherever, got their resources together, but say people from the Caribbean, people from America. I'm not saying obviously everybody, but I'm saying sizable numbers from each. That could go very far. You understand? People from southern, like Zimbabwe, people from Kenya, Uganda, Eritrea, their money can. Do you know how far things could go? And the great thing as well is, depending on coverage, someone say from like Ghana might be able to invest in Kenya and provide not just a social contribution, but get returns that they would not have if they hadn't kind of considered beyond their then like their national boundaries, shall I say. So like I said, this is like the idea is the sum of the whole is greater than its constituent parts. That's the whole, that's like the core of having like a diaspora bank that offers, like I said, those different services. Literally there's so much that a diaspora bank could actually provide, but again, it comes down to how interested people are going to be in it and their level of confidence. Do you understand what I'm saying? What one wants is a diaspora economy. You understand what I'm saying? Something which is so kind of it's so strategic that both the home country and the countries that the remittances are coming from think is a good initiative. You understand what I'm saying? Because the results will speak for themselves. It comes down to people's confidence, though. You know.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I guess the issue with diasporans is, will they be willing to trust each other? Because there's always that thing of you'd rather trust the Kakuna and his systems than trust our own systems.
True.
So, but I guess that's one issue. So if we can overcome that,
Yeah, there's a way to overcome it. I'll tell you. So in the UK, for example, this will be in the US too, and it's in some African countries. They have what you call like a deposit insurance scheme. If the bank that you deposit your money with was to go bankrupt, then it will guarantee a certain amount of your, if not, depending on how much you've invested, it will either guarantee 100% of the money that the bank took with it, or will guarantee a percentage. Do you understand? So this in itself is effectively a government guarantee. So, like for example, when you had the financial crisis, right? Because certain banks literally went to the wall, certain people's deposits went with it. But because the government introduced a insurance deposit scheme, any amount in the UK anyway, any amount below, I think 80,000 and below, you basically, the government will give you back the money. So what people did was they had several bank accounts and they never let the money go above a certain threshold. So they know that if anything goes wrong, the government's going to guarantee your money back. And a lot of countries around the world, they have that deposit guarantee scheme. So that is one of the ways that confidence can be instilled in people. I learned all this stuff from when I started looking into this. I've worked in banking for many years, so I was able to, make sense of these things. So I kept on thinking, how can I potentially support diaspora or Africa? You understand? I've done less speaking back then anyway. I've done more reading, more thinking, more theorizing. So yeah, so I hope that kind of gives some insight, but that's one way of instilling confidence.
Yes, Diego, I've got one question.
Sure. Yeah, sure.
About your experiences in working in the bank. I do not know what area in banking you worked in or what your rank was, but
yeah,
with customers that you dealt with, how much money did they take out of the country? Like how much, by your estimate or knowledge, how much money basically was leaving the UK every day?
That's a good point.
That was coming in.
Okay, so I would honestly say I worked in different parts. I started off in retail banking. I then moved into corporate. Then I moved from corporate into investment banking. And then I moved from that into like projects, which was basically I'd be working operationally on investment
Sorry to interrupt,
banking.
man. I mean
Yeah, go for it,
specifically
go for it.
immigrants.
Okay,
Immigrants,
okay.
like,
Yeah, yeah, yeah. So that
send the
was
money back to India, back to Africa. I want to know, like, how much do they?
yeah, yeah.
Because
So it depends on which country they came from. But I would argue from my range of customers, your average, again, it depended on the people. If you're talking about your Nigerian customers, the Nigerian customers in my portfolio are moving back at least 30,000 every year on average. This is not people that are like wealthy. These are people, well, they're making above average, but they're not like stupendously wealthy. But I'll say on average about 30,000 was being sent back to Nigeria. Um, in the case of Pakistan, I'll say it was probably slightly more. India was also slightly more as well. Keep in mind though that Pakistan, there's obviously less Pakistani people here in the UK than there is or than there are Nigerians. But obviously Asians as a collective are obviously higher than black people. Anyway, so I managed to get like estimates, or average estimates based on what people were sending back, because some of the methods they were using, they obviously use some of the money transfers, but they use our international payment system. So God knows what else they were sending through, like any Western Union or MoneyGram. I can just tell you about what I done in terms of international transfers. And like I said, I'd estimate 30,000 was in the case of Nigerians. In the case of Ghanaians, probably I reckon it would have probably been about 25. It wasn't much. It wasn't much below Nigerians, to be honest. Um, so I'd say if I think about all my African customers, if I was to average it out, you're looking at about 20 odd thousand a year that they'll send them back.
oh, okay.
And certain people were working like 2, 3 jobs, like literally round the clock. So that would also explain why they weren't like, obviously they were still able to live okay, I guess, in the UK while sending back these amounts. The thing is, once you start to go from
You know what's
second
funny about
generation,
banking? I want to add. I
yeah,
work
go
two
for it.
jobs, yeah, and I've never ever in my life used my own bank account to send money back to my country of origin. Even though, even if the money's legit, they ask too many questions.
Yeah,
Banks.
yeah.
But don't you guys have that Hawala system?
Yeah, we got the
Well,
Hawala system, but I want to know, right? Because most Africans, most Nigerians and Ghanaians and Pakistanis, they use Barclays or HSBC to send money back because I think it's cheaper. And plus, they've got like subsidiary banks in their country. But for us Somalis, we just use the Dahab Shield because it dominates 99% of the market in the UK. And it's
right.
very simple to use. It's very
For me, I
simple to
use
use.
SendWave. SendWave, I would say, is the cheapest one that I've used so far. But if I'm sending money to Ethiopia, I use WorldRemit. But because they don't have the SendWave capabilities. But SendWave is really good for the countries like that use it, like Ghana, Nigeria, Kenya. It's quite cheap, honestly. Like, in fact, there's a trick there that I actually don't get. I don't pay any what do you call it when you lose money from the change of currency. So I put the money in shillings until I figure out the absolute maximum one, and I send it that way. You actually end up not paying any of the commission.
But Dr. K and Diego, you know when you send money back, do people have choices in their country whether they want it in the local currency or dollars?
Yeah, they do. They do. So in some cases, yeah, they do. So you've got your standard your standard money transfer. Many of them offer the option to receive it in foreign currency, and then they can in turn, if they think they can get obviously a higher amount through like black market or through other channels, then that's what they would do. Um, the other alternative is that they also obviously you can also transfer money from, say, like I just use Barclays as an example, to someone else's a bank, like a local bank, for example, in whichever country. So, for example, I used to transfer money not until like Nigeria's exchange rate went a bit crazy. I used to transfer money from my Barclays account in the UK to my GT bank account in Nigeria, simply because I got a better rate through Barclays than I could through the money transfer. So sometimes, depending on the state of an economy, you might get better deals beyond beyond your money transfer people. In money transfer people, I'm not sure now, because back then there wasn't as many market options like SendWave and Flutterwave and this people and transfer boss and blah. Those didn't exist back then. This is like 2012 to like 2015. I'm referring to
2006 and 7 period.
I mean, yeah, even further back, there wasn't that many. There was only MoneyGram and Western Union.
Even online banking was non-existent.
Yeah, you're right. So a lot of technology has been moving. Do you understand? Like in the last few years, the technology has. Keep in mind, 2006 wasn't really that long ago in the grand scheme of things. I mean, it don't feel like it was that long ago, but the amount of developments that
Feels
have
like a
happened
long
in that
time.
time. I don't know. To me, I don't know. Maybe it's because I have very vivid memories of that period. Like I guess it was a long time ago. Like, but I don't know. At least it's just on a personal level. It doesn't feel like it was that long ago. That makes sense. Like, obviously, man, back then I was a teenager. Now I'm like early to mid 30s. But I don't know. It just doesn't seem like it was. I don't know. I hope I'm making sense. I
No,
can
but
remember what I was
I'm in my
doing.
early 30s. I feel like when you
Yeah,
look at the numbers and physically,
yeah.
you know how because if you it's been like what 15 years now. It feels like a long time
Hmm.
deep down.
Yeah, I see what you mean. I mean, when I start looking at things that happened in '06 and I
Even the
start seeing
televisions.
footage,
Do you remember the TVs back in the day? The TVs were like what LCD. It
yeah,
was different. I could just remember it back in the day.
hmm yeah, some of them had booty. They don't have that no more. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, I guess, yeah, times, even the flat screens, they become flatter. The technology more, they've become more
Definitely.
streamlined. So yeah, no, I hear that. I hear that.
But what's your view on this? I want to ask you about the security of money transfer because let's compare Western Union and Dahab Shield, which is the largest money transfer company in Africa. With Dahab Shield,
Hmm.
because with Western Union, because I've used both of them. When you're sending overseas, they'll ask for like the MC. They'll ask for your full name, the
Mm.
city you're sending it to, and the
Yeah,
MCTN number that you have to send to the person. But with Dahab Shield, all you need is the full name who you're sending it to,
hmm
the telephone number, and the city.
yeah. So I would say literally it's a technology issue. I'm not. I get what you mean. In the first instance, they required you to send more to disclose more information than in the second case, right? Am
No,
I?
but with the Shield is the reason why Somalis prefer it because it's very easy and simple. But with
Mm,
Western Union, with the
yeah,
security, they ask too many questions.
yeah. So yeah, I see that. I mean, I definitely believe that. I don't think that either one of them is less secure. I just think that the Habshaw, the example you used, is more efficient. It's just literally a reflection of evolution in the technology, you know. And it's quite possible that part of the evolution was simply because would-be users found it was just a bit too like unnecessarily hard, you know, want something more simplified. So that's why I put it down to. But they're both, like I say, they're both secure. They're both.
But with Western Union, the funny thing is, yeah,
Mhm.
you know what I like about African company? You can't do fraud on an African company. Western Union, if fraud happens, they're gonna ask you bare questions. They won't even tell you where the money was picked up. Dab Shield, if that incident like that happened, head office will get involved. They'll find out where it was picked up and they will tell you everything, the exact location, and they will refund your money back or
Yeah,
try to catch the person. But Western Union, that's not the case.
yeah, yeah, yeah. I do know with Western Union, sometimes you have an instance where there might be one detail missing, so the recipient can't access the money, but then the sender doesn't get it back, and it just floats in the ether. That does happen sometimes. Yeah.
That's why I prefer SendWave. I mean, it's perfect. I just send myself money into my mobile account. Goes literally immediately, like I'll say less than 20 seconds. The
Hmm.
money's there. They don't ask you to go and like, because obviously when I send money to Ethiopia, you have to send it using WorldRemit or anything. Either it goes to the bank, which at least now it does, but before you send it to them, and then they have to go to the agent, pick up the money. Sometimes they don't accept the ID because of some missed translation on their name with what's there or the email, and then obviously the money gets lost in the ether, just like that. That's happened several times. So
Yeah.
that's why I'm not repping SendWave. I'm not an employee, but
No, I get you though. Like functionally, I agree with you.
Just works.
100%. Yeah.
You don't have
Yeah.
to wait, like several hours, or it's just literally less than 20 seconds. I would say on average for me is 10 seconds. I receive my notification that the money's in my account.
Yeah.
And yeah, so
Hello, so talking about SendWave or Send whatever, if you want to support the stream, look in the description. Send WorldRemit. Okay, WorldRemit is the one that I used to receive money. It's on my mobile money. I think in Kenya you have something they call M-Pesa, right? Kaizo.
yeah, so actually, if you have mobile money, I'm very sure SendWave works in Ghana then.
Yes,
SendWave
yes.
is much easier.
I used it. I used some. I received money from it, and it's very fast. It's like instant,
Yeah,
instant. Like you get the money. So I have my details in the comment section. If you want to support the stream, just go down and
yeah.
do
If you
that.
have a mobile number and your
Thanks.
name, we can send money on SendWave, and that's much easier for people to download than. I'm not sure if it's in the no, it's in the US. Yeah, it's the US, and I think Britain, France, and I don't know which other country. Is it Portugal? But anyways, Britain, France, definitely, and US can do SendWave. It's much easier than other stuff, and you can support brothers.
What about the
Yeah.
road? Anyway, it's two though. It's two choices: World Remit or SendWave. World Remit or SendWave. I've only used the World Remit, but I think people also talk about the SendWave a lot. Um. So where I yeah. So for our physical internet, yeah, support me. Support me a lot. I need support. Support physical. Audrey, how are you? So, hello guys. I can see descendants of UK chattel slavery. Hey, where are you guys getting all these big names from?
Big names.
Assembly of yeah, Assembly of Afro Descendientes. Hey, sorry for for asking. Sorry for me. I'm having difficulty mentioning the names. Please, I'm not disrespecting. You
No, you
have
did a good
Tish.
job. That sounded like the correct pronunciation. Yeah, you did a good
Yeah.
job there. Yeah.
It's okay.
But
Hello, sis.
Dr.
So all
R,
of you, thanks for being here, and let's the conversation continue.
yes, what's up, Jug? But yeah, Doctor, I've got to respect your people for their very weird way of doing business that like works. I don't know where you guys get the trust from. I mean, I can guess, right? But that level of trust that you can actually trust to borrow money from your friend and that he's going to pay back, because the rest of us, we know unless my friend is like same level as me in the in life, they're not going to pay back. Especially women. African women will never pay back money that you give them. Um,
Sorry.
Never. It's like, just know your sponsor. The moment she says, "Oh, I need to borrow this," I just tell them, "No, just take the money. Um, you know, just take it." But yeah, so Doctor, why is it that in your community you can actually borrow money from people and people actually pay back?
Well, funny enough, as you said, Dab Chill was actually was built on trust. The company.
Right. Interesting. Yeah, because all I can say also is now I don't want to bring tribes into this, but obviously some tribes which are more entrepreneurial. Like for example, Igbos, Somalis, they tend to teach their kids early on. Okay, you need to find money, right? School education is cool, but money is what you actually, fundamentally needing to get, and that's why a lot of these guys, Igbos and them, they do really well when it comes to business, and they don't focus on the whole kind of like, oh, I need to get myself a PhD thing. So all
You
these
know,
other
Dr. K, I was in a cosmetic shop one time, and I was with my sister, and I wanted to get a few things myself. I got a few face cream and some soft drink. My sister was getting a couple of things. I was looking at this brand. I'm just trying to remember the brand again. It's owned by an Igbo man in America.
right. Oh, nice. So they actually, yeah, They're doing a lot of things.
That is a big
Oh,
cosmetic brand, and it sells all over the world.
oh, that's actually pretty dope then. So, but why is it that then these
Yeah, it's called
communities?
Essence. Yeah, I remember now. The company's called Essence.
Wait,
Because
that's
if
owned by
anyone's heard of it,
I know the company.
Essence. Essence.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So yeah, so that's the question. So what are these other like sedentary tribes going to do about things? Because they're the other tribes who just kind of wait more for the government to do things, and some of the entrepreneurial tribes are out there just getting things done. I personally I respect them, right? Because it's a different again, it's a different thing, right? And I think it might relate to that whole nomadism. Like more nomadic tribes are more likely to just go out there and do things, and then the more sort of farming
Settled.
tribes, yeah,
Okay.
exactly, sedentary
Yeah.
settled, yeah, they prefer to kind of build a system. But the issue is when the system is really ineffective, they're
Mhm.
not thinking outside the box now how to fix it. They're just sort of
Yeah.
complaining, the internet no work,
Mm.
electricity, come on guy, no, get no, they get in that system instead of just rising above it and finding alternative ways around that problem.
So a balance is needed then, in a sense. So one part of any type of structure, even if it's sedentary, they need reps that may offer. They're coming. So they're supporting the group, but they're coming from a different angle. So like, I guess like complementarities. You try to cover your weaknesses and you focus on your strengths. Am I? Yeah. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but then
Yeah.
the
Yeah.
issue is when the system is weak,
Hmm.
definitely the nomadic tribes do better. For example, I'll give Kenya as an example. So the Indians over
Yeah.
here,
Hmm.
genetically, these are going to be the Indians that are nomadic because they literally left their country to come here.
Yeah.
Um, the Kikuyu tribe, they're also pretty good at like doing business. Obviously, Somalis are really good at business. So it turns out that you see all these three tribes are the ones that are succeeding the most. Then you go into like, for example, I'll give you an example. So over here, I literally been to like deep, they call it Oshago. I think this means like deep homeland village, whatever. I've been to other people's deep homeland, and I've seen Kikuyus and I've seen Indians and I've seen Somalis in the deepest, as in places where you would not expect to see like different people, and they're the ones building the malls, apartment complexes, and everything. So I don't know because
They occupy quite a unique trading shall I say function, because they've had the presence since colonial times, right?
yeah,
Yeah, yeah. So this is where the legacy of colonialism or colonial legacy is still evident in the sense that like Indians, Lebanese, sort of similar types of ethnic groups, they've been like middlemen deliberately in order to, like I said, between the indigenous or indigenous Africans and sort of the European beneficiaries. And so when times changed, they had that.
right,
Being a market maker is quite a powerful position to occupy.
yeah.
Um, so as
Mm.
things have changed, they're in an advantageous position to take advantage of things.
You know
And whereas
what's
obviously, go on, sorry,
How
yeah.
did how did
no, go
Igbos get their business acumens from? Because the Somalis, for example, got it from the Middle Ages and ancient
Mhm.
times. Like, how did they get it from their civilization, from
Our,
colonialism? How did they?
yeah, so ours goes back. The Igbos are not just one group. Do you understand? So they're an amalgamation of like several different groups. So it depends on how far back you want to go. My Igbo side comes from what's called the Orca axis. There's various different places within that. We had similar traditions that were different to people that were, say, in the southern Igbo land, like the Arrow people. The Arrows were the slave traders. We were more like the pacifists that were raided for slaves. Anyway, we were traders from back then. We would trade yams, we would trade kola nut, okra, among other commodities. So it was just in our nature. And because through like the exchange of information, we would know that there were people in other lands that needed these products. So that was pretty much how it happened. And so some of us would now settle in other places temporarily, mind you, so that we would be able to communicate the information more easily. And so even if you're away for a long time, you're still able. So sometimes some of the trade wasn't just in commodities. Some of it was through like healing. So if some Igbos were like faith healers, they healers. Whether that in present times might be considered like physiotherapists, or it might be just like masseuses, different kind of functions that were all part of like holism and health. And so if you were from a particular, no, if you had a particular skill set, then again, you would now take your services elsewhere. So with time, you understand more how people's needs change and evolve, and you adapt accordingly. So I think that that was just literally a tradition that we had. That was why even something that's been with us for hundreds of years. When Britain wanted to introduce the pound to what we now know as Nigeria, they had to depose. There was a man called King Jaja of Opobo. So he was a Igbo man that was a slave,
Yes,
was
I've heard of him.
enslaved. Yeah, but he was successful and he was quite well respected. So through that, he now managed to get his freedom. And he was a fantastic trader. He knew how to manage people's confidence. He knew his timing was impeccable. So because of his well-known personality and his skills, even when Britain came and were trying to divide and conquer, people still were backing him. And so anytime Britain tried to go behind his back to cut deals, he'd block them. So I'd say there's a certain level of acumen there. The only challenge I would say with many Igbos is that some of us, we just don't know how to, beyond making the money, what do we do with it now? Do you understand? So it's not that, it's that understanding that trade doesn't just get restricted to from point A to point B. The proceeds have to circulate. Doesn't mean you don't take something out of it, but it circulates. And also, I should add this too. Um, when Igbos were now kind of amalgamated into one group from like the earlier part of the 20th century, the Yorubas were like the most advanced ethnic group in what we now know as Nigeria. They were the most educated, the most technologically exposed, blah, 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 blah. Igbos now decided to try to emulate some of the Yoruba progress. And so they now started focusing on education. So both those groups were very successful people. And what happened was when independence happened and then civil war, blah, 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 Igbos stopped going to school as much and started focusing more on the trade. Yeah, so that was what reinforced their, shall I say, the preponderance of trades people and entrepreneurs that they had. Does that make sense? So the focus became far more on business than it did on education. So that would explain why we have that long period of trading. Like myself, for example, I've been selling shit since I was in school. Whenever, whether I've been doing 9 to 5 or not, I've always been selling something. I trust me, I didn't even know that it was something that was in our heritage until later down the line. It was just instinctive to me. I used to sell sweets in school. I used to sell breakfast. I went from that. I started selling phones. I was selling phone chips. I was selling trousers. So I don't know. It just happened. I'm telling you. And I went from there. I started selling tickets for events. And before you know, I was just selling here, selling there, selling everywhere. And it's just something that's normal. Even with like my books, for example, I have a couple of other books coming out after this one that I'm launching now, and I just like the idea. I'm just thinking of trade. And now obviously I'm got something whereby if people want to sell books through one of my sites, I could sell books on their behalf too. So I can't help it. I just trade. But I also try to apply some of my academic skills and knowledge so that my trade is not in vain. And I just think that there could be more exchange of information, and not everything has to be seen as big grammar. People should be willing to, because look, you can simplify complex information, but someone has to have the attention span. Just because it's something they may not be familiar with, they should try to see what they can learn from it. Sometimes it helps to challenge yourself. You actually end up making more money and achieving more by learning new things, even if it's a bit uncomfortable. So yeah.
But one thing I'm gonna say is the Igbo love traveling across the globe.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Yeah, they're everywhere. You find them trading in Pakistan, no joke. You find them trading in all kinds of countries you just wouldn't expect to find them. And that's why I made the joke the other day about they're probably even in the Antarctica, you know, because they just seem to be
Selling
any
ice,
other place,
selling ice to Eskimo.
you know.
Actually, one of my neighbors is Igbo. Actually,
Okay.
yeah. Actually, yeah. I'm trying to do some business stuff with them, like making African traditional prints. So I want to be making some East African ones with a bit of Nigerian. I'm not really liking the Ghanaian ones. Sorry, Afrisco, but those weird green yellow colors that make you look like a leaf. I'm just not for it. Like I prefer Nigerian blue, white, black and red, and all that stuff. But oh man, that leaf-looking thing, I just can't get behind it. Sorry guys, I'm not a fan. Is it Akata? Is that the name of the Ghanaian one? No, it's
Kente.
not. Yeah, Kente, you say, or Kente?
I'm not
No, no,
sure. I think is it
Kente. Yeah,
Kente? Yeah,
Kente. I think it's Kente. I think so.
yeah.
Yeah, I like kaftans. Yeah, they're good. So yeah. I've tried the Ghanaian stuff. I just something about that looking like a leaf it just puts me off. Like, um, yeah. So we're gonna build a website and then try sell some of these stuff, market them probably on Afriscope TV, African Millennial, Mr. Uganda, wherever I can get space, and obviously on my channel as well. Um, yeah, gotta do business. I'm not, but the thing is though, I'm not so sure if the way Indian people do business in East Africa is sustainable. I'll explain what I mean. So initially, people trusted Indian people because they actually did the job that you paid them for or whatever. The contract, if they got a government contract, they'll sort of do their best to get the job done. But what I did notice is, especially from people's experiences, so let's say my friend from Tanzania said the same thing that Indian people see you like you're a piece of crap. They mistreat you and make you work way more than you're supposed to because they know you need a job. In Ethiopia, it's the same thing. People told me, Indians sort of, in a way, look down on them, which is funny. Um, in Kenya, it was something similar a few years ago, but now because there's a few prominent Indian companies, like for example, this company is I think it's called Nakumat or something. No, don't get me. There's two companies. One is Kikuyu, one is like Kikuyu managed and
Didn't
majority.
Nakuma go bankrupt?
Yeah, exactly. He went bankrupt, and not just that, also Airtel. Airtel was like is another competitor of Safaricom for telecommunications. In the beginning, Airtel was a big company, but people slowly just sort of stopped supporting the sort of Indian companies more. Now they're sort of supporting the African companies. So I just think the way they did business here, or they're doing it, is not sustainable. Because if you're making people feel like they don't like you. Of course, if a competitor comes up like Safaricom and they don't have any history of mistreating people, people will probably rather support that because Airtel is actually cheaper, the Indian company, than Safaricom, but everyone more or less uses Safaricom. Even M-Pesa, the mobile money, they have their own version of that. Nobody uses it. Again, it's cheaper. So really think about this. You can send money at a cheaper rate, but people still rather use Safaricom at this point. So I think they've kind of ruined their image and people just sort of forgetting them. So they didn't need the Idi Amin in Kenya.
Idi Amin, do you not have any thoughts on him, or at least his policies, or
He was a
yeah,
tyrant.
Well,
yeah?
he was a tyrant, but he did a good job kicking out the Indians.
But
As
this is the
he's seen
thing.
them as no, but he's seen them as bleachers.
Well, but this is the issue. Look. I'm not defending Indians necessarily, right? The problem is, it may not necessarily be the biggest issue was kicking them out, but it was literally replacing them with a group that understood how to do economics. Because apparently, when he nationalized Indian businesses, the people didn't understand how to run business. And then what happened was there were shortages that led to inflation. Shops basically they ceased to trade because they couldn't trade anymore because they didn't know how to coordinate market activity. And that led to like a crisis. And so apparently to divert from that, they now decided to invade Tanzania. That backfired. That was really what led to Idi Amin being taken over. So obviously Tanzania then actually invaded Uganda and actually, supplanted Idi Amin. So yeah, like I said, and apparently as well, he didn't do what he did out of the goodness of his heart. Idi Amin was not loyal to Ugandans. He was loyal at best to like a certain part of Uganda he came from. So he saw, okay, fine. If I want to get like all Ugandans on my side, I need to do something that will make it look like I'm for them. But one has to question, what did he do that was of a lasting impact or legacy that helped Ugandans or even the people where he comes from? Is there anything that he did? And you can't point to anything.
I mean, they had food. Uganda at that point had a lot of food, and they even used to give the food to the UK. During when the UK didn't have enough food. But I don't know if that's his doing, or they actually just grew food at that time. But okay, well, what I will say is this: is if the Indians remain by large, because in the UK, a lot of Indians, I would say about 40% of the ones I spoke to at least, were from East Africa. Most of them are from Kenya, but through Uganda, as in they were originally in Uganda, then they went to Kenya, through the whole. That's where basically most people in East Africa go if you want to go to America or UK or whatever, because they can process immigration stuff safely.
They gave, I think, because of the Immigration Act, I think of 1972, that allowed them to give Asians passports, UK citizenship, fast track because of being expelled from Uganda and the perceived instability that was going to follow in Kenya and Tanzania because of what happened in Uganda. And I think, the Asians got grants as well. They gave them money.
Diego, but before that, they already had British passports.
What, because of the colonial? Yeah, that's true. That's true. But I don't know if you knew that what Britain did was technically when they started, they announced independence. For many of these countries, they were automatically British citizens, so they didn't want an influx of all of them to metropolitan or mainland Britain. So what they did was they now put in, I think, was it in 1962, they passed the first, I think, Immigration Act that served to limit like the flow of like black or non-white immigration, and so bit by bit they sort of moved to tighten it. So I think you had one in 1962. I think that was one in 1960.
You could just get to go there and stay for as long as you want and work. I mean, that's how a lot of Americans came like that. They didn't even need papers. That's why we had that scandal, the Windrush scandal, for example. Just because these guys, man. But this is why I hate when a system is so sturdy that it doesn't recognize simple issues. These people came here during a time when they were legally allowed to come, but because they don't have the papers of today, you want to stop someone from working. They literally, it makes zero. It's like that's why I hate administrators so much. Like they're a bunch of idiots that just can't think. It's like
it was racist motivations, literally.
Right, but they knew they were gonna get found out though. So why did they bother trying to go through with it?
What you mean when they now decide to destroy the paperwork to prove the people were legal? Is that what you're referring to?
They destroyed they went.
It's terrible, man. In my book, I actually talk about the scandal. Yeah, in the latter part of my diaspora section, I actually talk about, I detail some of the things that happened. So it was terrible. There's no excuse for it. And then you know what's even terrible as well? I've done a follow up on the compensation claims to see how much compensation had actually been paid out, and they've barely paid out anything from the amounts that they set aside.
Serious?
And yeah, they've barely paid anything. And you know what the worst thing as well is? Some people have been waiting for some years now. So let me just say, I'll give you a case in point. Someone waits 8 years, 8 years longer than they should have waited, the money's going to be worth less.
Yeah.
You understand what I'm saying? So it's not fair. There should be at least an adjustment to compensate for the lack of purchasing power or the minimized purchasing power. But yeah, and why it's suspicious is that when Britain wants to move quickly, it moves quickly. Everybody knows this. When it's dragging its feet and it's umming and ahhing and evading and like literally.
Why people to die so that they don't even have to pay it back?
Yeah.
Because that's the thing. Because it's only going to take a few really inquisitive people that might still follow a case afterwards, but a lot of them are just gonna. Or even let's say a lot of them may not even know that their grandma or parents were entitled to it or whatever. They just may have not known. So I actually think dragging their feet, because a lot of them are from an older generation.
Mhm.
So they might be waiting for the mortgage, and for them to die.
Yeah,
Which is
that's basically what they're doing. No, you're right. You're right. That's why some of them actually were deported. Because some people who were illegally deported, right, they're dragging their feet and actually rectifying the issue. So notionally, the people that were deported are actually theoretically allowed to come back, but there's a certain paperwork that has to be processed, and then they have to be given travel documents and then naturalized. Even if they basically circumvent all those issues and they get back, right? The government have not said that they're going to pay for
no.
these people to have their British papers perfected. You know, you got to do that citizenship test and all that
Oh yeah,
naturalization. Yeah,
right.
they've not committed to basically waiving the fee. So that means after screwing them
What?
over,
That's
them
messed
waiting
up.
ages to come back, you're still going to charge them to give them
Oh,
citizenship that they should not have been paying in the first place.
oh my days, that's messed up.
Yeah, terrible. It's messed up. Yeah.
Um,
Yeah,
guys, we have a comment here from MD2V4. He said, can you guys speak about P.T. Patel's no immigration bill clause 9 in particular? How do you think it will pan out in application?
I mean, I mean, I've heard about the clause and notionally, they can revoke your citizenship.
yeah,
They have more discretion, even if it's for me, it's a racist policy. I'll tell you
I
why I say that.
let
Many people that identify as English today actually have Italian roots, Polish roots, Lithuanian roots, German roots, French roots. So they're only literally 2 generations, 3 generations into being English. Their papers aren't going to get revoked because when it comes down to them ticking whatever they box they tick on the census, it doesn't ask them to disclose that you're French British or Polish British. You're just white British. But when it comes down to the African one, it's a bit more granular. So there's more of a focus on your skin color. Do you understand?
yeah,
So even if uh, you've got some people that are like, say, like either West African and they're the third or fourth generation. Because you had, for example, you had Sierra Leoneans that started coming to the UK from like the 1920s, 1930s, etc. Right? You may have
yeah,
not, you may not, like your parents and grandparents may not know Sierra Leone, but let's just say you have done something and they'll deport you there, but you have no ties there, no real substantive ties. But they'll deport you, they'll dump you there. Same thing in the Caribbean. You got people who theoretically can get their thingy revoked. Boom. So I just think that it's a problem because that it's enforce if its enforcement will lead to errors. I am certain of that. They're going to drag their feet in rectifying those errors too.
100%. I mean, currently, even before this bill, what they do is this is what they do currently. So I have a friend who used to be a drug dealer,
Mm.
and this guy's a bit dumb. He got caught. Him and his partner got caught. Um, with drugs in his car, but didn't touch it yet, so there was no fingerprints. He said it's not mine. So the police let them go on remand or whatever. But the idiot, unfortunately, say this goes back to a hotel and starts cooking again. And obviously the electric bill goes up, and also the police is actively seeking this guys out. So they get caught this time, and then the police kind of trick them. He tells them, look, the first time we left you on remand, we didn't have enough evidence. This time we clearly know you're a drug dealer. We have evidence. So you might as well just plead guilty to the first case, and we'll reduce your sentence from like 10 years to 5 years if you accept it. And in the UK, I think half a day. What 1 day is actually half a day in terms of time. It's every 12 hours. So in reality, you'll be serving 2.5 years. But the police were smart because they know the law, right? In the UK, if you commit, like drug offense or violent crime, if you get more than 2.5 years, they can deport you legally. So this guy is literally waiting for him to serve his sentence. Then they had immigration there already serving him a paper of deportation. He tried to fight it. Obviously, he failed. So they sent him back to Italy. And then obviously he doesn't speak Italian, so he went back to Ghana. But that's what was there before. Right now, this law is madness. This law basically means, let's say you got Nigerian citizenship, Is Nigerian dual citizenship or is it one? I'm not sure.
What do you mean? So like, yeah, they allow you to have multiple citizenship. Yeah.
Right. So let's say you got
Yeah.
Nigerian citizenship, but you're born in the UK. They can
Mhm.
actually deport you. This is
Yeah.
madness.
Yeah. And
This is
you could be
Whoa,
third or fourth
Dr. K.
generation. You could be
Are you
third or
talking
fourth
about the ones?
generation in, and they
so
still
what do you say?
deport you. I said you could
Yeah,
be even
carry on,
three or
carry
four.
on.
Sorry, you could even be 3 or 4 generations in. It could be your great grandparents that came. You understand? Remember, I told you that in the 50s you had like Ghanaians and Nigerians and other West Africans that came here to study, and then they just didn't go back. You could be the descendant of one of them, and they
Oh,
still
wow.
basically deport you. So you might know the country to an extent. It's so bad that you might even be a quarter black, but because you're they can deport you still. This is why I said it's racist, because if you're white, you're insulated. They're not going to revoke. Do you understand
Yeah,
what I'm saying?
of course. They're not
But
gonna be
if
coming for you like that.
exactly, but if you're non-white, if you're part black, part Asian, you're fully black, it's easy because it's evident. Like it's this is why I said to you with my book title, Ethnic Escapism.
Are you
It doesn't
serious?
matter how you can disguise by your traditions and your assimilation into a country, right?
Yeah.
At the end of the day, escapism in itself is temporary by its very nature. And like I said, it involves like cloaking your origins. You
Right.
For
understand?
example,
So
can they deport, for example, someone, let's say a man who's from Trinidad, born in Trinidad, he marries a white British woman,
mhm.
Yes.
and he has a
Yeah.
kid with her, mixed race, and
Yeah,
the child commits
Yeah.
crimes. Can he
100%.
be
yeah,
deported?
yeah, literally. Like
Even
to
if
put it into perspective, let me use someone like Ryan Giggs. Ryan Giggs is a quarter Sierra Leonean, right? So it's his great grandparents that came from Sierra Leone to the UK. He could still be deported to Sierra Leone under that term or under that bill.
But how
yeah,
can he be deported? He has no ties to that country.
This is my point. This is why I said it's a problem, because
yeah,
even though he weren't born in Sierra Leone, he still has the distant link. So if they were to
But it's
strip
not
his
even about
citizenship,
that. It's not even about that. For example, my parents
yeah,
do not even hold citizenship in Somalia, even though they got family there, but they don't hold citizenship no longer. So how can you send back people who no longer have ties to that country,
because that's
even though
that's
their
the,
that's
family
now
lives there?
that's now the point. They said if you have the potential to be able to apply for citizenship, they can deport you, even if you became stateless. So
yeah,
basically, let's say even if you can't, you literally don't have a Somali citizenship or residence, whatever, they can deport you on the and make you stateless if there's a possibility that you have links to that country and you could theoretically apply for citizenship. Not even get it, just apply for it. So they can literally make you stateless as well. That,
yeah,
that makes a kid can get deported because they
yeah.
have potential to have access to parental lineage to that other country. I mean, what's that? That woman, the vegan woman. I think that's what kind of started setting it. Well, that's what they used to
Wait,
set.
you're talking about the Bangladeshi chick that got made
Yeah.
stateless?
Wasn't
Yeah,
she
yeah,
born?
yeah, yeah.
Born in
Yeah, she
the
was
UK.
born in UK, but she
Yeah, she
never
was born
even
in the
been to
UK.
Bangladesh. She doesn't even
Yeah,
hold citizenship
she'd
in
never been
Right.
there.
Bangladesh, but they're saying
Yeah,
that she does, but she don't.
See, that whole situation was madness. That girl should have been brought back to the UK, charged, put in whatever, because that's her country, regardless.
hmm
This whole Bangladesh thing is it's irrelevant whether she could potentially, but that's one of the reasons why they're using these things, anti-terror and all this nonsense. But yeah, that was a weird situation, and this, the UK is becoming tyrannical, man.
yeah. Through the back
maybe,
door.
maybe Americans are right. America is the greatest country in the world. You know, I used to think UK was a decent country, but after this,
Nah,
first, it
you,
was
you,
that law that allows them to basically spy on you, right,
hmm
legally now, without getting
yeah,
any judge to actually sign off on anything. Then they
hmm
have now this place is becoming draconian. And now, you know, I used to support leaving Europe, right? Because I thought I had my logic. My logic was we're not leaving Africa, we're leaving Europe. So majority of those people coming from there are going to be cocooners. So it doesn't affect us as much as right. So I thought, fine, let's leave. But one thing I noticed is this: by them leaving Europe, it actually means that we're less protected because Europe is actually quite progressive about certain laws. They actually, you know, don't go around oppressing the people as much. Now UK is free to do whatever it wants
yeah,
because there's a lot of European laws that actually protect, you know, for example, against that that law about where they legally can just go and do whatever you want. So yeah, oh my, this is crazy.
Hmm. No, it is. That's why I said it's racist, because it will not affect
Mm.
anybody of any ethnicity in the country can do the same crime that may be seen as going beyond the pale insofar
Yep.
as the UK interests are concerned, which is quite broad. But it's only people of a certain skin color who have certain residuals that are going to find themselves displaced to countries that may have not even have been full at the time they exist. Okay, so to use that gigs example, Sierra Leone was part of Britain at that time. Do you understand? It wasn't even its own sovereign country; it was still part of Britain. But then you're now deporting them to a country that technically didn't
That's a
exist.
different country at that point. Yeah.
Do you understand? The West Indian people that got deported, not even through this bill, but through what do you call it? The through that whole Windrush scam. Technically, the country they came from didn't exist, because although yes, they started to develop their own character, they were theoretically still part of Britain. This is why I said it's racist as far as I'm concerned. It's heavily flawed, and I hope that it backfires on Britain and it's the government or the people that sponsored that bill, because as far as I'm concerned, there's no excuse for it. And what I find interesting too is, although Priti Patel never made any what's the word I'm looking for here? She never made any expressed kind of commitment to non-black people and told them, I'm not going to do something, and then she's gone ahead and done it. It's a smack in the face that you've got.
Hello, guys.
Yeah.
I wanna say a very big thank you to a brother. He's an African American. Sorry, okay. I call him African American. He call himself Black American. So I'll say Black American. He said he doesn't comment on most of our African issues, but he does listen to our conversation. So thank you very much for your $25. So he sent 25 US dollars. Um, the name is should I mention the name? Okay,
If
I'll
it's his
mention
real
the first
name,
name.
no.
Yeah.
If it's a real sounding name,
So I'll
don't mention
mention
it.
the. But what about the first name?
Yeah, probably like shorten it or something, like a nickname, if you can.
Let me just say, okay, thank you to Ronald for sending your donation. I really appreciate it a lot. Um, okay, so okay, you can continue now.
Yeah. So all I'll just say is I hope it backfires on Britain, because this is beyond the pale. What they've done is it's a complete piss take as far as I'm. Come on, like, I mean, it's completely unjustifiable, and I get it. I understand that every country has to protect its national interest, which is quite broad, as I said. But
This isn't
even
even
this is
this is
one.
like a racial interest at this point.
Yeah, yeah. It's about racial purity. And what I don't understand is they don't need to. Like, listen, even though the UK's population has not grown rapidly because of assimilation, and as I said this, I think on another panel, the migration from Africa to the UK that's happened since World War II is unprecedented. The same. I'm not saying that black people still won't move to the UK, but it's not going to be repeated because there are specific events that occasioned those migration flows that aren't going to happen anymore. Am I making sense? Like, Britain doesn't need people to come and rebuild its economy coming out from a war. That's not needed. There's certain like other what do you call it, loopholes or what have you, where you may have had a grandparent or somebody that was born in the UK, and that was your way to come to the country. Those they're all kind of closing and restricting those paths, limiting it to people that either have done masters and PhD degrees here,
Hmm.
or people that are doing key worker jobs, like sort of rare
Nursing.
skills. So yeah, exactly. Nursing is one. Certain kind of tech is another. So my point is that so the black population. Keep in mind that the black population is not going to grow at the rapid rate it was growing in the
No.
last say couple of decades, because when the African population doubled between 2001 and 2011, right?
Yep.
Nearly 40% of the increase was basically children born, natural increase they call it. That ain't going to be repeated, and many people probably can see it themselves. If you look at a lot of the older millennials, maybe some of the younger Gen Xers, It's common to see people that have 4 siblings, 5 siblings, 3 siblings from African countries. You're not seeing that as much now with the new generations that are now procreating. They're not having the same number of children. And even where they are, in some cases where they are having children, they're not with other black people. So the numbers are going to dwindle anyway. So if their concern is racial purity, they need not worry. The numbers are going to disappear. Listen, every time in the UK, wherever in history they've had a black kind of population, has never been as big as it is now, mind you. The people mostly either assimilate, with white people, and then just produce like progressively lighter descendants, or they move back to Africa / are deported back to Africa, or they die off without ever like procreating. Those are the 3 things that typically tends to be the outcomes of any black communities that ever have existed. You understand? That's what happened in the Roman Empire before they created Sierra Leone. Sierra Leone was even created so that they could get rid of black people in the UK. Had they had their way in 1787, they would have deported every black person, but they couldn't do that. So they were able to cobble together something like 300 and wait, let me get this right. Something like 300 and the total number of people that were shipped was something like 392 black people that weren't from Sierra Leone, mind you, but they deported them there and told them you could create like a new society that infuses British and African culture. And obviously they bought that land from the Temne King. And the funny thing was, what was sad was that those people died off. The first set of people, most of them, bar 60, died due to like not being accustomed to malaria, and all that kind of stuff. So the only reason why Sierra Leone continued was because North Americans who had either escaped plantations and or had fought on the side of the British in the American War of Independence, part of the conditions was that they would be given freedom if they, irrespective of the outcome of the war. And so many of them moved to Nova Scotia in Canada, New Scotland in Canada.
Too hard.
The weather was cold. The land they gave them to basically like cultivate crops to survive was mostly infertile, but they gave adjacent land to the white settlers, which was very fertile. And so it led to conflicts and people dying on both sides of it. And then so they'd send a bunch of them to Sierra Leone. And then the Jamaicans, the Maroonians, like the Maroons, who were engaged in a 200-year fight with Britain that they kept on winning, they got offered the opportunity to migrate. So this was how they managed to replace the British black people that they deported. So my point basically is there's always at one point in time, there's certain policies that were used in order to reduce black populations in this country. You understand? So that's why, so go on.
Yeah, but the funniest part is the economy. For example, the biggest economy of the UK is London, and that's where you have is it 15% black population, or is it 20 there? I don't know.
What's
that's
that?
Migrant population.
What, in the UK?
Yeah, London has the highest migrant population. Spread. And I think, I don't know, is it 20% black population there? But I don't know. But it's quite
in the UK. I think it's somewhere. I'm gonna lie to you. I think it at max probably up to about 15% of London's capital. There's about 8. I think there's about. Hang on, let me get this right. There's 8 million, between 8 and 9 million black people. Sorry, there's 8 or 9 million people in general in London, right? Of that figure, somewhere between I think 11 and 15% is black people.
Okay, they say around 15. Yeah. It's about 15%. Yeah.
London. Yeah.
I mean, that's a huge percent, and London is the highest earning region of. I mean, the UK is basically London, right? When it comes to money and how much.
Yeah.
So you want to start getting rid of the immigrants who are what's actually, contributing to the economy, because the average, Kakuna is out there in the north or in the Midlands, not really doing much.
Yeah.
So I just don't get where these people are coming from, with all these weird racialized stuff, because you're not going to survive without these immigrants.
Oh no, you're not. See, Britain, a lot of people see Britain as a land of milk and honeys, but I've looked at Britain's, I kind of cover a bit of it in my book. I've looked at Britain's economic trajectory from literally Second World War to now, and they've not really had a particularly successful economy from then till now. A lot of people think it has, but literally during Tony Blair's tenure in government from around 1997 to about 2008. That was the most prosperous period, right, in UK economic history since the Second World War. Every other time through that, there was some level of progress coming out of the World War, especially due to the contribution of the Caribbean people that moved here. They played a considerable part of the economic growth. But coming to the end of like the 1950s, the economy started to falter a little bit. Then it picked up a bit during the 60s, and the 70s it was dire, especially due to events like the embargo, the oil embargo that made Nigeria wealthy. And then the 80s was hard. Part of the early 90s was kind of hard as well. And then, like I said, it was that period coming out the 90s into the end of the noughties where Britain was as prosperous as it ever had been. And what's very interesting? Where did the money come that made Britain's economy wealthy during that period? It was inflows. It was inflows of corrupt money coming from the likes of Russia, this country, Malaysia, that country, going into this country, which kind of inflated the property prices. The property prices meant that the banks became so important to the UK's economy. And you got to take into account, if you have a thriving real estate, that's going to have like a multiplier effect on various other economies. People don't really realize that Britain is not a capitalist country. I'll call it's a post-imperial classist society. This is the reason why, if you look at what innovations come out from Britain, I'm not even saying this, I'm being like, looking in the cold light of day. There are very few innovations that come out of Britain. Britain does not have its own answer to Silicon Valley. It does not manufacture. Same way that they deindustrialized in the US, they deindustrialized here when it came down to Rover. Remember Rover plants, various car plants that were basically deindustrialized. They offshored to this place, they offshored to that place. Think about how many jobs they've offshored from UK to other, especially Far East. When you start to look at it, they literally, sometimes they underdevelop their own country. If you go to like Westfields or various other large, large like retail, like basically shopping malls, most of them entities in there, they're not English companies. A lot of them are American, some are from continental Europe. So this is why I ask, what does Britain produce? And it's not surprising that the economy, like I said, has just kind of limped along. The pound itself is, in my opinion, artificially inflated. Because, like I said, it's not like, at least when Nigeria's naira was the highest valued in the world in the 70s for some years, that was because there was more dollars and other foreign currencies in circulation in Nigeria than there was naira. So if anyone's currencies, if there's more of them than there's yours increases automatically. What that means, though, is it's cheaper to import stuff for everybody else, but it's expensive to export. Does that make sense? But Britain doesn't produce, or rather, it doesn't have anything which has led to its currency. To me, it makes no sense. Obviously, I can explain how, but it's like they've done some economic abracadabra, because it doesn't make sense. Every other country seems a lot more logical than theirs. So I'm just saying, America, on the other hand, if people think that that's the land of opportunity, I completely get it if you look at the trajectory. But Britain's doesn't make so much sense. And also, I leave it at this: how many British people, black people have moved to Britain and have become like tycoons? It's rare. I think the most successful person was the guy called Alexander Amosi that done the R&B ringtones, the innovator in the early noughties. He's probably one of the most. I think there's a Zimbabwean billionaire as well. There's a few, but you compare it to America. America has far more self-made people that have come out from Africa. Far more. Ain't even comparable. And it's because it's a neighboring environment. So with Britain, even leaving like the EU for me is like a moot point, because notionally it means that they have more control over their trade agreements. But when you look at it in practice, what leverage does Britain have? Britain has gone to different countries in Africa trying to replace some of the trade benefits that it had with the European Union. That's why they tried to strike up agreements with Nigeria, which is why I don't think they want it to dissolve, because they think it will affect their interests. They've struck up trade agreements with Kenya, Gambia. So that these are all to displace the losses. But this is what's interesting. If they had a plan, even if it was an evolving plan, in order to offset, I'd say fine. But they don't. It's almost like they've got people who are making these decisions that are not qualified to make these decisions. And most people either don't know this or don't care. But the developments that have taken place since 2016, heck, even since what's his face, Boris Johnson won his election a couple of years ago, what's there to show for anything? We have the disputes here with the French fishermen. So you know that dispute on who can fish in whose water. There's just fires going on everywhere. That's what I'm saying. So I don't know what the future of Britain has, but I'm not gonna lie, I don't think it looks particularly bright. The same way I've said that Nigeria has question marks over its productive capacity, Britain does too. I'm just keeping 100.
Yep. No, I see what you're saying. UK is not responding with things that seem like they're looking into the future of, like you said, creating. Because right now they're doing this whole service sector thing like Singapore, but they're not doing it as well, and it's only London that's doing anything. That's the funny thing. In Wales, they've closed down a lot of the factories there, right? Even for steel, it's only really Tata Steel that's still doing something there. Yeah. There's this whole new thing with and you're leaving and trade and goods transporting between countries gonna more taxes. Tata might just decide that they don't want to be wasting their time in UK if they're going to pay so many tariffs just to export their steel. So, yeah, if they don't respond to this whole situation properly, they're going to end up being Greece or something crazy like that.
Yeah. Think about it as well. Do I have an echo before I continue?
Let me close my thing.
Do I have an echo?
I think it's only because I'm not muted when you speak.
Okay, my bad. I was going to say, you said something that's quite interesting. When Brexit took place, a load of companies offshored. I was working in an investment bank. I was working in Nomura. It's a second-tier Japanese investment bank. Because I left just before I changed job just before the whole lockdown thing happened. As I was basically during the time I was there and up until when I left, they were already moving people out of the UK like sharpish. The Japanese don't have any loyalty to the UK. It's whatever business is basically best. You go to where the business is, and they started pushing people towards Frankfurt, Paris, Madrid, and I'm like, wow. And they started changing legal entities. This is just the tip of the iceberg. They said that at least because the UK's economy is made up of 80% services industry and 20% like manufacturing, right? They said that Britain's going to lose at least 20% off the back of Brexit of their services industry. You understand? Where are they replacing that? This is why I said it doesn't help that they should have had in my opinion, there should have been an economic plan coming out from the decolonization era. I mean, fine, they get cheap oil from Nigeria and from other countries. That's obviously part of their colonial legacy. But that in itself is not really enough in order to. Do you see my point? That's why I said that it's a botched post-imperial classist society.
Yeah, and even the economy that they're basing things on is not there's no evolution. So, for example, America is doing a lot of let's say America's doing everything, but they have a Silicon Valley, for example, right? Anyone can basically go into Silicon Valley if they have the skills and work in a company, big to small, or rather the other way around. UK is actually almost impossible. It's not impossible, but they're still really imperial. It's going to be so hard for you to get a job without a degree in tech in the UK, and also you're extremely underpaid. So you're underpaid, and you can't get a job without a degree. So they're still operating on this really weird, outdated notion. And I see your point. They're sort of they're sort of behind.
Yeah. And this is why I say that whenever I speak to certain people, so-called black community, right, and I say certain things, it's almost like I'm speaking Mandarin as far as they're concerned, because it's it doesn't make sense what I'm saying. And I'm like, oh God. And this is not me saying it from a case of I know so much, you know so little. No, but it's you need to look beyond the cocoon you're living in about, the black community, there's a lot more to what's going on in the world than that talk. And the more that people know, the better decisions can be made. That's why when I spoke about the diaspora bank earlier, some people won't see the potential value in it because they're still caught up in like stuff which is making them. You're gone.
This is the problem. Like I tried to explain this concept before. I told them, okay, why do you think that China can go to Ghana, or rather Chinese people, go to Ghana, set up a mall, and then start making money? Because obviously, let's say some middle class people are tired of battering, not knowing the exact price. They just don't want to hustle. You want to go and pay for a product that you want. So a Chinese company comes in, builds this mall. Why do you think the Chinese company can do it? It's because they have a Chinese government funding them. Like if you don't have something big behind you, you can't do anything. Because when you're like individualized satellite economic sort of investments, it's much more difficult than when you have a bank, like a big system that's literally funding your expansion. China has that, and that's actually one reason why China is successful is they move collectively as a unit. Like if you want to go set something up, the government will give you a loan.
Chinese
or the
people,
bank, whatever you call it, right?
the Chinese government were very smart, right? I actually in
Hello
another
guys,
book
this
I
is
have.
an
So gone.
open discussion, so you can click on the link at the top of the chat to come on board. Anyone at all is welcome. Okay, go on.
Yeah. So no, what I was saying about China, China understood very well. They why they're looking like they're deposing America is that everyone, even people that criticize China, they're now dependent on China. China are almost like the chess player in a sense. Is chess player the word? I'll call it like almost like the orchestra or orchestrator of the global economy in the sense that whilst China has its own debt, China has mad debt. But why does it not matter? Because everybody else has debt to China. So it's just so literally like, and so what it is that when it comes down to belief on whose economy is the most viable, most people, no matter what they have to say about China, believe that China basically has the most viable economy moving into the future.
Yep.
That's why it's like America's
And they
situation.
dominate manufacturing. So even if, like, let's say you want to demand debt from them, they can just stop manufacturing all these car parts, whatever it is that electronic parts, and the whole economy falls down. I mean, they have, just as America does, they have a huge play. You literally can't even call them out on that kind of thing.
Yeah, this their reserve currency. America are smart because this literally their reserve currency. And then China, why China have America by the curlies? At the last count, China has basically America's debt, like its sovereign debt as a total. Yeah, China owns a third of America's debt. So that in itself, they've done that strategically as well, so that they can actually consolidate on the strength of the one RMB. And they can also kind of checkmate the dollar and its strategy. If I segue from that into Africa, because I think someone mentioned before about China's policy in Africa. And the thing about Africa that kind of like at times it kind of is a bit heartbreaking is that Africa is still it's very much under the neo-colonial grip, in my opinion. And then it's at an intersection between like European and American neo-colonialism and Chinese debt diplomacy. The question is, do you understand what I'm saying? It's not that China have the worst intentions for Africa, but they've come in from a business perspective. What they're saying is that, okay, we have a big population. We have our needs. These are our competitive and comparative advantages. We're going to employ this in order to give you boom, 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 boom. So all the African countries that have chosen to take funding from China have basically told China, we believe your economy is going to be more viable than ours ever will be. And so each country in itself, every sovereign state is a business. Every sovereign state is a business. So China are literally like, it's literally like a commercial bank where a bank basically gives a business capital and or provides payment in kind in order to, so it could be literally money capital or it could be productive capital. And in return, if you default on the debt, then we will now basically take over your assets. Many cases, a lot of the debt, I would say that some countries are overburdened than others, but many of these countries, China knows that these countries have a history of not using government funds for what they're supposed to.
That's why
do you understand?
doesn't want to give them a lot of funds.
Exactly. So China, like, no problem. Like, we can benefit from making. If you pay us back, we're gonna make money. If you don't pay us back, we're still gonna make money. So that's China's mindset. So at the end of the day, if you're gonna own assets, like someone mentioned the Zambian airport, why that's attractive to China is literally just because it's the equivalent. It's the next best thing to collecting your principal and your interest, because
And then they could reroute flights from there. So
exactly, every airport's going to have a guaranteed stream of cash flow. Every airport.
yes,
So
yes.
China might say, okay, I'm taking over Zambia's airport, but we need Zambia to make more money. What China would now do, whoever is working on behalf of the Chinese government's ownership of that airport, they will now look at seeing, okay, fine, is it feasible to open up other travel routes? What can we do? And the whole
Right.
purpose is basically to get the money
Can
back.
we make it
It's
cheap?
not,
Can we make it
yeah,
cheaper? For example, in Africa, traveling in Africa is so expensive. They could literally make
yeah,
Zambian airlines the cheapest
yeah,
way to travel. Why am I paying? Like from here, Kenya, if I go to Ethiopia, imagine it's going to cost me $600 to go and come back. That's
yeah,
ridiculous, and it's literally the next country over.
mhm,
It's cheaper for me to go to the UK than it is to go to a country that's right next door.
yeah, pretty
This
much.
is right. This is the balance of Africa. So if China's and I know Chinese people, that's one reason why we went to them. They're cheaper. They're gonna do
Yeah,
exactly that if they get control of that
yeah,
area.
yeah. So the thing is, China is a potential good trading partner if you're an African country that means well for your people, and there's enough of you in and around the corridors of government that actually want to execute. China are not there to fee, fi, fo, from, knock out all the black people and take their land. No,
No,
because
no, no.
it's not like all land is valuable. It's not like all the people are a waste of space. In many cases, I'd argue to any outsiders that the people collectively are more valuable than the land in Africa. If
Yeah.
that weren't the case, then you'd have far more agricultural production. You know, I don't know if people heard me on a previous panel, but I said a lot of the desiccation that's taken place in, like, say, like parts of like the Sahel in Africa, that's reversible. The only reason why they're not implementing methods to reverse it is because they can't see how that's the best use of money. They don't see these countries, the countries that could support it, do not see value in reversing the desertification of the land. And the African governments don't care about doing so either. But I can assure you, I've already spoken to experts over the course of writing my book, in the final, like, the section of the diaspora where I'm
I
talking
think
about like what the future looks like. Yeah, it's possible to reverse the
Mr.
desiccation.
Mr. Diego, I think like we really have a problem with sustainability. Like the West is all fight, they are all fighting for sustainable development now, but in Africa we are still living this consumption. Like we are just like consumers,
Yeah,
just
yeah,
living directly on our natural resources, which is totally wrong. Nowadays, considering what development means nowadays, I think it's something. I don't know how we are gonna wake up one day to accept the fact that we also have to protect the environment for the not only for us but for the next generation as well. I
mhm,
think they said something. I think people there's a slogan. I think it's a profit, planet profit and something. It's about three planet. Uh, people, planet, people, and profit. This is the three terms that they are using. The economists are using, even though economists cannot be trusted to kind of promote sustainability. But we have to really, I think people need to, how do you call it, be more political when it comes to this sustainability. We really need it. Yeah, go continue, please.
okay, yeah, sure. So no, I agree with what you're saying. But the only thing is, I don't think Africans, as in the Africans who are in a position, whether you're talking about the stakeholders or the people that are close to the corridors of power, relative power, mind you, I don't think that they have enough of a sense of urgency in these issues. And I said a lot of the Pan African discourse tends to be on entertainment and popular culture, literally. And stuff like this, for many people, they're always saying, look at these people, they're talking like we can do anything. A lot of people have like a defeatist or in just an indifference, like in terms of mindset, to these topics we're talking about. You understand? Until it hits, until they see fire on the mountain, or until the shit really starts to hit the fan. That's when people, it's always like reactionary.
Well, I have a
And
question for you because
yeah,
so okay, okay, I have a few issues with general Africans actually, but one of them is COVID. So I've said this previously on several panels, but it seems like no one ever cares about it, and they never even understand it. So I looked at Nigeria's COVID flu rate in 2018, and I said it's 186,000 people died from flu in Nigeria. It was the highest. This is what WHO, IMF stats. You believe it or not, but anyways,
mm,
that was the highest single country relative to the population, right? Obviously, China maybe had more literal deaths, but relative to the population, Nigeria had the highest. Now,
yeah.
that's 186,000 in 2018. Do you know how many people actually died of COVID in the last 2 years in Nigeria? You can guess.
Boy, nowhere near enough. So
Right.
no, not nowhere
Around
near enough.
3,000.
No,
Right.
yeah, you know what I'm
Around
saying, yeah.
3,000. Right.
Okay,
So
yeah.
literally, now, obviously, me being me, I went and researched all African countries. I say
Hmm.
all, no, not all of them, but majority of them. Now, the only country that actually had more COVID to flu deaths was South Africa. Right, but every other African country, Ethiopia was 66,000 from deaths from flu to 2018, and then COVID is like 5,000. Kenya, I'm never going to trust the numbers there, but because this country's corrupt, they're taking money to, inflate certain stats. But even then, even with the inflated stats, still much less than flu is. The issue, the point here that I'm trying to make is that why are there so many COVID measures in Africa? Like Ghana is now doing some ridiculous thing. I didn't even go to Ghana recently. I was supposed to go there, but because they started making it so difficult to go there, I just refuse not to. Why is Africa responding to something when we have 2 years worth of data
Hmm.
that this thing is not a significant African problem? We have
Do you
flu, that
know?
is a real problem. We have
Yeah.
dysentery, typhoid, malaria. These
Hmm.
things are actually killing brothers and sisters,
Yeah.
but we're out here responding to a non-problem, as in, statistically it's a non-problem.
Hmm.
I just don't get that. That's my issue with, I guess, African mentality is
And you
we're
forget
not
to
responding
mention,
to
you
actual.
forget, you forget to mention what they call typhoid. Typhoid too is
Right.
amongst the medicine. I mean, disturbing a lot here, and the malaria and stuff like that. We also have about dengue, somewhere in the north, right? But people don't really care about that. Everything the West, like the West
Right.
has so much power over us, too much.
Hmm.
Yeah,
Everything.
it's voluntary cultural colonialism.
Yes.
That's where it comes down to. It's not like they're being frog marched to the
Somebody
cliff edge.
they
They're
are basically
willingly,
gatekeepers.
yeah. And see, you mentioned something very interesting about why they introduced the measures. A lot of Africans that are middle class and above think that they're Westerners. They may not be in the
Mm.
West by their body, but they're in the West by their mind. So all these
Right.
politicians, they like to do the whole kind of we can be like the US too. So they now implemented the measures without actually considering the logic in doing so. You understand? Even with the whole like vaccine mandation, they're saying that oh, you have to if you I think it was in Benin City, they were saying that if you don't have a vaccine, you can't access your bank account. But this is what makes it worse. The vaccine,
What, are you serious?
yeah,
What
yeah.
kind
I
of
don't know if
bullshit is that?
I don't think they
Oh,
implemented it entirely or they enforced it, but that was what they announced and they had the intention of doing it. What's interesting with that is most of the vaccines in Nigeria have expired. They expired before they were administered. That's real talk. They had expired. Not only had they not expired, or rather, not only had they expired, but they were meant to be giving them for free, and they were charging people. So that also reduced the amount of take up. So by the time they started either giving them for free or they'd reduce the price to an accessible amount, that's when. So that's part of the reason why certain countries don't trust COVID certificates coming out from certain African countries because of practices like that. I heard something, someone told me this in Ghana. Someone can tell me if this is not true, but I heard that if you have an African passport and you come to Ghana, you automatically will be tested positive for COVID on arrival. You now basically get taken to a hotel and they now make money off the back of you staying in like a designated quarantine hotel. And then when you're leaving Ghana, I think this also happens in Nigeria too. When you're leaving Ghana, even if you might have COVID, everybody has a negative certificate. And so that's what I've been hearing. So this is one of the scams
Oh,
that have been run. I'm not saying that every single airport worker has been doing it, but it's one of the scams that have been running. You understand? So
yeah.
and what's interesting about it, you can take different like views from it. You can take certain kind of like you can make of it what you will. But what I will say is that if COVID had been so critical to African operations, doing that stuff would have had an impact on the COVID rate. But
Mhm.
there's no crisis of COVID in
Nope.
these countries. So yeah, wasn't justified. Wasn't
Yeah.
justified.
And this is literally, this is the madness, that I've seen. I'm gonna see if I can find that website and share, um, the stats there on the cases of different stuff that affect Africa. Nigeria, okay, I'm not sure I trust this number. It's saying 288,000 deaths from influenza. I just want to make sure I understand this one. No, I'd rather use trust 2018 stats. That looks a
Mm.
bit high. But
Yeah,
the
yeah,
point is, yeah. So now, quick question here is: you mentioned that it's cultural, colonization, and it's funny. It's actually the middle class Africans over here that keep talking about all these vaccines and stuff, and these are young 20-year-olds in a region where it's not affecting you, and they're not talking about yellow fever or flu, because there was
yeah,
literally a flu thing that came out the other day. I'm not sure if it was Omicron or just a flu, but a huge flu went across East Africa just last week. A lot of people got it, and it was actually deadly. I mean, that flu felt so bad. Even I got it, but people just don't care. And in fact, one African told me that I'm the kind of problem with people. She asked me, "So you think we should divert more of our resources on flu and typhoid and cholera?" I was like, instead of COVID, I was like, "Yeah, that's what the numbers say." And she said I was a problem with Africa. So I don't
brainwashing.
know.
Brainwashing. Why do you
It is.
think that like a lot of people are only African for popular cultural sake? Like they like the idea of being affiliated with some of the enjoyable elements of the African way of life or African ways of life.
Mm,
But when it comes to substance, when it comes to going over and beyond, when it comes to challenging information that one may know, they don't want to do that. They have their preconceived ideas or narratives and they don't want anything to interrupt that. That's why when you look at some of these NGOs and some of these people that are kind of put into the forefront as this person works with this non-government organization and blah blah blah, I roll my eyes most of the time because a lot of it is just it's pomposity. People prancing around looking as if they have the solutions, acting and sounding like they do, but then they don't. They don't want to hear any critical discourse. If it doesn't fit the narrative, you're an enemy. And that's why, like I said, there's a ton of Africans I've come across. That's why I don't know. I don't know if you know about TED talks
yes.
in London. You know the TED Houston.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if you. I stopped. I used to be affiliated with it, but I stopped with them.
Because you
I do not have
realize
anything. I
it's
saw
only a
that this
certain
was all.
audience.
It was bullshit. It was bullshit.
Right.
You had women that went there that hated black men, right? And basically
Yep.
believed that said, "I want white men. I want white men." Okay, so you might like white men on a personal level, but you can't be pro Africa and anti African man. It doesn't make any sense. You're in an African conference, but you're making it very well known that you don't like. That doesn't make any sense. It's stupid. Even if that was, why does it have to be on that platform at that point in time? Does that have to be vocalized? Then you had people who were. You could tell that when it came down to networking, you network with somebody who had spoken or so, and they weren't there for sincere reasons. They were there to basically. When I say sincere reasons, they didn't give a shit about the project. The idea was completely self promotion. Because I remember I spoke to a handful of people there because I was a sponsor for one of the years,
Right.
and yeah, and I was shocked, like at how should I say unapproachable some of these people were. And I've come across
Wow.
some serious names. I've met some very important people in my relatively short life. Those people, no offense, are not would not be able to stay in the same room as some of the people I've rubbed shoulders with. But yet they
Right.
thought they were all big time. I'm like, where does the progress of Africa fit in with any of this? Do you understand? The same kind of nigatory
Mm.
behavior where they're kind of crabs in a barrel. Like, who's he? Who's she? Look at what they're wearing. I'm like,
Oh
so
my goodness.
yeah. And there were certain people who I brought resources to, and they chose to eschew them. People who I'd arranged meetings with, I went to see them, and then they just walked past me and brushed me aside like I was some nuisance.
Right.
So what I'm saying in saying that is, these are the people that think that they have the solution to Africa. They literally have this kind of, especially because they bought the tickets aren't cheap to go there. So maybe it's them buying the tickets that made them think that they have the solution to African problems. But it was just the level of hubris and arrogance that you see in some of these. I just don't have faith in them. And I hope that people are more practically minded. And if you're going to listen to any of these people, scrutinize them. Where are their credentials? What track record do they have to offer? Forget all the parlance and all of the buzzwords and virtue signaling they do. What substance do they have? If they don't have substance, they have to go away and show it. They have to put up or they have to shut up. But there's just too many people that are in those circles just talking a load of BS. You know?
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's interesting. I mean, in Kenya, they did try to do that whole thing what Ghana is trying to do as well. It's like if you don't have a vaccine, you can't go and access government buildings. But then the High Court, I don't know why, I think they mimic like an American style, or they basically said it was unlawful, so they had to stop it. But
Mm.
so at least the extreme elites, not so bad. It's this middle class elites that I don't think I quite like so
Yeah, because
much.
they try too hard. They try too hard to. They are see a lot of these middle class types we're talking about are more elitist than the elite themselves.
Right, because they're trying to make it up to them, right?
Yeah, so
Because these
they're
are the people that judge
overcompensating.
you,
Yeah,
right?
like okay, this is not to digress too much, but you know the Queen. I'll use an example of the
Mhm.
Queen. The Queen's accent is actually not as posh as people think it is.
Oh yeah.
She's actually quite middle of the road. But you go to certain kind of country clubs in the UK, they actually like the women you'll find there are more eh, than the Queen is. You understand? I'm not. I'm
Oh,
the Queen. Obviously, when she was younger, learned how to speak a certain way. But
right.
if you listen to the Queen now, some people might not be able to detect it. She is not as posh. Apparently, behind closed doors, she speaks a bit Cockney, and to her grandchildren, her great grandchildren, and
Oh.
they laugh. So her accent is somewhere between your oh dearie me from Chelsea. It's somewhere between that and somewhere between Oyo. It's somewhere in the middle. But a lot of the people
Have you
who
had Stoic talk? Is it like
sorry,
his accent? Is it like Stoic one's accent or?
I
Uh,
haven't heard Stoic one's accent, but it's like
okay.
it's yeah, it's a bit middle of the road. Maybe
Right.
if we're talking about a scale of posh to common, yeah, I'm just using this as like a simplistic example. She's probably in the middle, maybe tilted to a 6 out of 10 when it comes to what they call
Mm,
received pronunciation or posh English, so to speak. That's where she kind of fits. But like I said, you got
right.
people that are nowhere near royalty that they do more yeah than the
Right.
Queen
Of
does. Do you understand what I'm
course.
saying?
Of
Yeah.
course. Yeah. No,
Even
I
like
get. I get the logic.
yeah, even like in Nigeria, for example, you have a part of is it Lagos called Ikoyi, which is like the colonial, is the creme de la creme. And so a lot
Mm,
of the old like Brazilian families, the Sierra Leonean families that settled in uh in Lagos, right? In that kind of
okay.
Ikoyi Island area. A lot of them over the top with their Victorian residuals. Like, yes, I go to Lagos, mwah, mwah. And they're more posh than the posh people here. So, like, literally, like Britain had a policy of going to these different countries and basically being more British in these other countries where they had colonies than they were on the mainland. And it's
Mm,
like many of the black people now who live in that area have maintained that British colonial policy of being over excessive in their Britishness. So that's
right.
just the irony. All these people that are overcompensating, and it's smoke and mirrors.
No, it makes sense because even here, like
Yeah.
they call it twanging, when people basically have never left the country, but they have this really weird British accent. Um,
Mm.
yeah, so they call it twanging. Like people try to sort of be as closer to the colonial, whip holder, as
Yeah.
possible. And it's interesting. So if he says something is correct, then it's correct, regardless of what the logic, data, science says. It's just, yeah, I think I've sort of given up on certain things of like a general kind of awakeness of Africans. I think what
Mhm.
will take is just a few things to change across time, and then the culture will change around those events. Like I mentioned, M-Pesa, giving people access to mobile accounts. That's changed. That's now trickled into Ghana. I'm sure Nigeria very soon. All around Africa. So I think the
Mm.
only real solution for us is individuals or corporations setting up things that work, and then the culture basically changes around it. But the idea that somehow, this Pan African idea that somehow we just change people's mindsets just like that, that just doesn't make
It's
sense.
unrealistic. It's unrealistic. And you know where I think it comes from? In my opinion, yeah. I think once like the civil rights law was passed in the US, yeah, once the likes of like Nkrumah and other people like Sekou Toure, once they like were supplanted from their positions as like heads of state or presidents, right? I think a vacuum, like a cultural vacuum opened up. Do you understand what I
Hmm.
mean by that? Because obviously by
Right.
this point, Sekou Toure was out of the picture. Kwame Nkrumah was out of the picture. Um, MLK was dead. Malcolm X was dead. Black Panthers had disbanded. So I'm talking about all across the black world, all these different developments. And so from the 70s onward, there's been what I call a cultural vacuum. Any of these self-declared or self-styled Pan-Africanists, what have they done in this time? Other than talk and have like mini celebrity or be village champions, what have they done? There's no substance, nothing. Zilch,
Yeah.
fuck all, nada,
Guys,
nothing.
you remind me of a topic that I've been thinking about. Like, everyone, we all believe that unity is development, but I have a topic like, we, the topic is unity is development, but what is still dividing Africa, or what is still dividing us? Um, I know of the divide and conquer uh, mechanisms that was formulated by the whites through the colonization and their imperial influence. Also, the cultural differences and some of the tools they use, like guns and drugs. And also, we know already we have tribalism and we have religion. So, but modern day, what are the things dividing us? Is it media? Is it group differences? Is it socio-economic differences, class segregation, truth and history from class that are being taken from truth and history being taken from the class? So these are things that I think we'll be discussing very soon. I just want you just remind me of that. I've been thinking
Okay.
of things. Yeah.
Hmm.
Interesting. I mean, in Kenya, I'll give you an example. One issue that happens in the education system. If you go, let's say, study in some schools, I want to say some because obviously I'm sure there's a couple schools that don't teach madness. They will say, let's say, in education, they'll say education started in ancient Sumer. Okay, fair enough. You could say that, fine. But then somehow it went to the Greek, the Grecian Empire. So I'm thinking, so education starts in Sumer. That's like the Levantine sort of region. Um, Somehow it skips Africa, even though you have to go through Africa, more or less. That's the easiest path into Greece. They just skipped all Africa, and then education basically popped back up in Greece. Now, this is the madness that they teach in some schools, because this is a girl that was studying a master's degree in education, and that's basically what they're teaching her. Obviously, it didn't. Let's say it started in ancient Sumer. It would have gone to Egypt, then it would have gone and trickled down through parts of Ethiopia, Mali, um, again, Greece, etc. He wouldn't have just skipped that whole region. And again, evidence, science, history tells us that it didn't. But yeah, that's the kind of stuff that you see, some weird stuff. Oh, like when I was young, right? I'm in a class, and then the class is saying, who discovered, I forgot which lake it was. Um, yeah. But then the guy it was Stephen Livingston. I forgot the lake. I think it was Lake Victoria, but I don't wanna say it's that lake necessarily. Now, these people said that some Kakuna from the UK discovered this lake when there were a bunch of Nilots and Kikuyus living in that region. So, just this is the kind of stuff that just doesn't make sense. Now, I asked this teacher, I was like, okay, so what happened to all the native people that lived there? Did they not discover it themselves? obviously he didn't have an answer or response. So an issue is this whole post-colonial, I guess, post-colonial colonialism, post-colonial cultural colonialism. Um, it's deep and it's embedded in a lot of these people, and they're not critical about what they're learning at all. It's just they assume, and again, it makes sense, right? Their conqueror was white, Jesus, right? A lot of them believe in God, and this Jesus character was introduced to them as white, even though they were taught that he had no color. And then this white guy over here means that whenever they see white guys, psychologically there is that understanding that this is Jesus. So anything that's white is right, and anything that's black is, I
It's
guess, weak.
whack.
Yeah, it's whack, exactly. And right, so it's quite interesting. But that whole mindset,
I
like I
don't
remember
think that
one.
to Kaiser, I don't think that when they see white guys they see Jesus, and that's not
Are
what
you
they see.
sure?
No, they don't see Jesus. Let's be
Are you
real.
sure?
I mean, what they see is that like they see somebody who is like from the family of Jesus. It's like that, because they are. they see-
Right, but it's the same thing. It's the same. It's
no,
right.
they are not
Yeah.
exactly the
Near
same.
enough the same. Yeah.
Okay.
When
In
they see
Kenya,
you,
there
it's
was this
like,
white
these
guy.
are the family of Jesus. Or hey, they are like these are they have this. I
Right,
I
but
I
that's
didn't
that's the
have.
same thing. It's the
Okay,
same thing, Marcus. Though.
I will not.
Literally.
I will
You
not debate with you.
Afroscopic. I think he said something about the part of the discord among Africans, and something came to mind. I think the cultural colonialism stuff was really as a result of the cultural vacuum, and I think with the cultural vacuum I mentioned, it's what I call like several I call identity crises. Many identity crises people are experiencing, if you get what I mean. Which is why, like I said, popular culture is something
Right.
that many black people identify with on a global level. So consuming black issues and also consuming mainstream issues is what gives people a sense of purpose now. So
Mm.
when you look at many of the countries that came out from the colonial era, none of them really deliberately came with like a policy, like a cultural policy. Do you understand? For example, one of the good ideas may have been to set up cultural centers that reflected some of the experiences of other black people in the diaspora. They could have set up like museums, for example, in their curriculums. There's different things they could have done in order to develop more of a distinct identity and by extension distinct loyalties. But they never did that. It became a free for all. Whoever basically had sufficient influence that was basically valorized across the world, then Africans would like it. If it's popular with other people, Africans will like it.
Mm.
And that's pretty much what happened. And because everything ultimately comes down to consumption, all kinds of relationships are kind of affected by commerce in one way or another, whether that's
Right.
buying gifts, whether it's trying to appeal to women, whether it's whatever it is, there's always a business element, there's always a commercial element to it. So what
Yeah.
I'm saying all that to say this: a lot of black people see other black people and they don't know what to do with them. They don't know is like what to make of it. Like, do you understand what I'm trying to say? If at best, it's like
Yeah.
if I'm disrespectful to this black person, it'll make me feel better in the moment because I know that no one's gonna really challenge
Yeah.
me for being
Right.
disrespectful to another black person. Like it's almost like I'm sure you've seen people say like, "Well, I'm black, you're black. Who gives a fuck? No one cares about us anyway. Like they mistreat you." So they think that they can get away with it. That's how when people talk about black community, I I always kind of I'm like, because if there was a black community, people would challenge or hold other people accountable for that
Yeah.
behavior where you're disrespectful to another black person, literally on site because they're black. If there was a
Yeah. That's
community. If there was a community, people would have to make a contribution. You won't tell someone they're a coon because they don't listen to such and such music, or they don't know about this particular artist, or they haven't watched this film,
Oh
or
yeah,
they
that's a
don't know
really
about
strange
something.
one.
Do you
The
understand?
cultural thing, yeah, because
Do you understand?
that's a really big one. They'll
Yeah,
say, in fact, we're not a monolith, right? And then go towards literally demonizing anyone that's different and in the same
yeah.
sentence.
And so it defeats the purpose. It defeats the purpose. It's
Right.
very intellectually dishonest because on one hand you're saying to black people that yeah we're black in it and a black, but then when you're speaking to somebody and you have the opportunity to actually build a rapport with them, you literally take a wrecking ball to any, you burn bridges, like you literally just kill it dead in its tracks. And so now you've got people walking around with a chip on their shoulder. So let's say someone experiences something toxic for one black people, and they experience they have a toxic experience with one black person. They now think, oh yeah, so it becomes like a multiplier effect. You understand, where you think like another person thinks it's okay because they had it, and before you know it, more black people are toxic to each other than not. Do you understand? Most black people only see other black people as something to use. They see them as a resource. Do you understand what I'm saying? That's why when I was like, okay, put it like this: I was born in 1988, right? When I was coming up in the early 90s, in London, there were more West Indian people than there were Africans, right? The Caribbean people were so communal, like their friendliness and hospitality was off the Richter scale. Even when I had arguments with a handful of them, it almost felt like it was like a family member, because you make up. There was never any grudges. There's always like some kind of barbecue, always some kind of something or another. They're just really nice people. Do you understand?
Right.
And I wouldn't say I took it for granted, but I didn't realize just their value system.
Kwesi said the opposite.
No, I'm not done. I'm explaining where I'm getting to somewhere with it. What I'm saying is that when their numbers started to dwindle, as I noticed that in my teen years, heading up to like my 20s, there was more Africans, but the Africans were less friendly. Do you understand what I'm saying? And I've got a theory as to why that is. With the Caribbean people, right? Whereas obviously Jamaicans were the bulk of the Caribbean people here, they kind of creolized amongst themselves. So it wasn't the Jamaican community, it became the Caribbean community. Many of them married amongst each other. That's why most of the friends I had, very few of them who were Jamaican were fully Jamaican, and very few of them that were non-Jamaican. Still, they all had like they all mixed up amongst themselves, and they had similar enough value system. With the Africans, on the other hand, they are more of a diverse group. If you take Nigerians, some Nigerians took their grandparents or their parents' ethnic rivalries or ethnic suspicion from Nigeria to this country. Nigeria is not the only country. I know there's others. I've heard certain people that are like, is it fancy speaking shit about Gar people? So I've heard all of it. Do you understand? I've heard, for example, I've heard Somalian friends or let's talk shit about like Somaliland people. Like, and then there's loads of different people from different places. They have their local rivalries, and then they have their between different countries. Oh, Nigerians think they're so great. Ghanaians this, and it was far more toxic in literally in amalgam than it was in the Caribbean case. Caribbean people seem to be, when I was younger, they seem to be more receptive of the fact that black people are not all one monolith. I never got no one ever said I sounded like a white man when I spoke, when it was with them. But then as I started to encounter more black people, more African people, and especially, I wouldn't even say it was Nigerians in particular. Funnily enough, the most toxic experiences have been with Nigerians. The Ghanaians actually were more friendly, in my opinion. I'm just being real. This is not me. I'm just giving you my anecdotal experiences, yeah? The Ghanaian people are far more friendly. I would say they'll probably be closer to the Caribbean people in that sense, right? But the Nigerians, it's only been Nigerians that have called me coon. And I'm like, hang on a second. Because I'm not basically conforming to some of your weird beliefs or your weird, and it wasn't even based on being Nigerian. It was their form of understanding the black experience. So when I started to interrogate it, I'm like, wait, but you got more coon credentials. I ain't got none. You've got the coon credentials. A lot of them it was using it like a euphemism to be toxic. It wasn't like they literally meant that I was a turncoat, but they saw it as an opportunity to be toxic, and they grabbed it with both hands. Do you understand what I'm saying? Caribbean people, since when they first came in the earlier 20th century, right, they put effort into establishing communal elements. This is why you had your Caribbean churches, you had your Caribbean they set up the Voice newspaper, which was the first Caribbean paper in Britain. They went out of their way to establish community structures. And this is not me yabbing Africans. Africans came and saw the work that the West Indians had done. They took it for granted. They just saw black in it. You look at much of the enduring black cultural contributions, they've mostly come from Caribbean people. Again, this is not like a condemnation. If you look at the multicultural London English, like, what you saying, bro? What's going on? That comes from the Caribbean people. There's no African equivalent. There's no trace of it. But as soon as African people were here, they started taking on that same lingo, that Creole that I speak about. They started to take that on. So what I'm getting at is, if I'm speaking it from a UK context, it's almost like it became just a noisy herd of people who may look a bit similar, but obviously different kind of situation going on. So that's my theory. Do you understand? Like, I'm not trying to I think too Nigeria thought I was trying to portray Nigerians as being bad. That's not my goal. But I don't want to lie. I don't want to insult my intelligence or anybody else's intelligence for that matter. And if I'm being honest, whilst there's some lovely Nigerian people, many, few of them, quite a few of them that are nice people, the ones that I met tended to be older. They tended to be people that were like born like, say, in the 60s, 50s, 60s, maybe early 70s. And what's the common denominator? They grew up among Caribbean people. I'm sorry, but that was my experience. I'm just keeping it real. So I'm saying that certain people in Nigeria, do they value life in Nigeria? Do they value the life of man? Don't value anybody. Like, jungle justice happens, this happens, that happens. It's not uncommon. You know how many dead bodies I've seen on the roadside? Like, and I don't even live there like that. Do you understand what I'm saying? So when you look at the there's not a value. They say life is about people, and many Nigerians don't necessarily believe that. Yeah, fine. There's certain people that when someone's sick, they will raise money. That stuff is all lovely, but I'm not talking about tokenistic gestures. I'm talking about as a consistency. Some of us, or some people, even are the result of refugees. Like, their country was civil war and they came over here. There's trauma that comes with that, and it's more recent trauma too. So you've got a whole number of different things going on at the same time. So that's why, from a UK, particularly from a London perspective, that's why I think those things are the case. And then keep in mind as well, in this current day and age, you have the whole feminist nonsense where, you've got black females in London, for example, who are not affected by the white patriarchy in the US that affected white women, but yet they're trying to weaponize it against people like myself who I don't know them from Adam. We didn't grow up together. Had it not been for colonial blah blah blah, I would never have crossed their paths. I wouldn't have crossed their paths, but somehow I'm their problem for my very existence.
But you know what's mad with the whole feminist thing, with especially black women, right? In the UK especially, but I can't speak for America, but it's this, right? And it's a little revelation that came to me, but it goes like this. So these black girls, a lot of them will say the same story, right? In my house, I had to do most of the cleaning, the cooking. My brother got to play out more and all that stuff and this and that, complaining about all that stuff, right? So I asked this girl once, I said, okay, so in an African context, who pays for every single day? It's a man. Who pays for basically 100% of the financial responsibilities in the house? It's the man. All of it adds up to the same situation. Now you ask her again, okay, how would you rather it be? Now, obviously, some of them will tell you 50-50. It's a lie because you don't. Here's the thing, right? Whenever you don't ask a acid and the base how they react to each other, they're going to think, oh, yeah, we're best friends. No, you mix them together and you see the reaction, right? So these are the same girls who then, if you ask them other things that they're willing to lose in this whole 50-50 thing, they're obviously going to tell you that they don't want to lose it, right? So what I notice is it's just a lot of them are full of shit. Literally just full of shit. There's nothing more than that, right? Just exactly. And they know that they're just ruining that whole relationship thing, which then makes the whole black community just not a community.
They're too busy having fun. And you know how toxic they are, right? Do you know how many of them basically make an exception for their brothers and they make an exception for some of their male family members? If there's a load of them making an exception, but you're all saying black men ain't shit, but my male family members are okay. What you're saying, in other words, is that everyone is shit, because do you understand? And no one is shit at the same time. It's complete, it's collective double-mindedness. But that has been corrosive. There's a lot of them that are hopelessly single, and there's a reason why for that. I'm not saying this to be mean, but that ultimately what it comes. That's one of the key.
Would you marry one? What woman from the
UK? For the most part.
No.
Sorry, just a quick one. I'm gonna have to switch my headphones. I'll answer that question. I need to switch my headphones, so I'm gonna come out, switch on my phone. I'll literally dial back in a few seconds because my battery's done.
Right.
So I'll answer this question. I'm coming, yeah?
Right, okay.
Okay, cool.
What about you, Afriscope? Would you date a woman from Ghana? Clearly, you're not married yet, and there must be a reason why. You don't like Ghanaian women, right? You don't like them and their little round heads
You
and
said, can
their
I
dark
date?
skin.
What's the question again?
Can you marry a Ghanaian woman, or do you hate the
I'm
little
open
round
to
heads?
look. I don't have. I'm open to any, whether American, UK, Caribbean, whatsoever, African, and I'm open.
Right. Okay. Interesting.
What do you say?
But why are you not married yet, Afriscope? You're a bachelor, right? You should be married
Ah,
by now. You should have 5 kids. And you should be, in poverty and having 5 kids that you're trying to feed
you will,
like
will you take
other
care of the
Ghanaians.
kids for me? Will you take care of the kids for me?
Unfortunately, but I'm not a cuck, so it's
Alright.
unlikely
If
that
you
I'll
don't have
take care
money,
of.
you don't have to. You don't have to
I'm
approach. No.
yeah, I'm back now. Yeah.
Okay.
So to answer your question, yeah. So
Yeah.
this is really controversial, right? And I have to generalize. Obviously, you never know. First things first. Marriage to me in this day and age, whereas I grew up thinking, yeah, it's not like I don't want to get married, but I'm very
Right.
reticent on the idea of doing it because I think the culture we live in now,
Yeah.
more so than not, is not really worth my while. I would have to believe one, I genuinely, okay, so for case in point, whilst obviously I've been in the UK most of my life and obviously have certain interests here economically, I don't want to be stuck here my whole life. So I don't know. So that's why I tried to set stuff up in Nigeria. I'm trying to establish some kind of place. And then that's why I've now gone to Ghana to see what I can do there. Because I just want to have a base in somewhere, some black or African country. I want something
Right.
so that I feel more stable. So before I can even get married, I want to be able to provide some kind of stability for any family
Right.
that I would have. And I do, whilst it's a work in progress, I will own it. I don't believe, as in, I'm not there yet. Just me being real.
So why not
Go
think
on.
about somewhere like Kenya? Because over here, obviously, okay. So if you come in as a foreigner, you're not legally allowed to own land. You probably can
Yeah.
only lease anything, but
Hmm.
the constitution allows you to actually own land, get land, government land, actually own the land itself. So
Okay.
that means you could divert that,
Yeah.
that
It's
lease
something to
lease ship into
consider.
your kid, right?
It's something to
Because
consider. I mean, yeah, go on. Sorry, let me to cut you. Go on.
the reason I say that is just because over here, like relationships are not broken the way that they are in
Mm,
the West, as in literally, and it's like I said in a panel before, African women, the guy basically decides everything, right? He's
yeah.
the one that pursues her. It's
Hmm.
he's the one that basically makes effort, and he's the one who has all the rights whether he marries her or not. Meaning, if a woman accepts you for more than 3 weeks, you can decide whether that woman's going to get married or not to you.
Yeah.
As in, it literally works like that. So
Okay.
and people still actually value family, relationship, all
Mm,
that kind of stuff. It's not quite broken yet, like the West is. So
okay.
if you wanted to have like a base, you could find
Yeah.
a
I'll be.
African
I'll be.
country that has good internet, good
Yeah.
electricity, and try to diversify your investments there. Because in the
Okay.
West, unfortunately,
Hmm.
majority of Western Black British women are just
Yeah.
weird. I
Oof.
mean, they
Oh,
complain
guy,
about things that just don't make sense. They're not
guy,
logical. And they're
guy.
loud. That's
Listen.
the thing. They just like
Yeah.
to
Super
talk.
loud. Super loud. Like, see, I'll be honest with you, right? The women that have been the most polite and accessible have most. I'm just gonna keep it real, yeah. Have mostly been West Indian women. I'm just being honest with you. With
Right.
African girls, especially Nigerian women, they tend to look down on me. Now, I could talk about my credentials, but they think that
Right.
because they've taken their social cues from America, where many of the black females, and this is
Oh
not saying all black
no.
females, but many of them look down on their
Copy
black
each
men.
other.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So they now assume. So a lot of these women will lie and tell you that they want men that are have made it, they've reached a certain point, they're a high value man, yada 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 yada. I've more or less hit most of those metrics in one way or another, but they
Right.
don't want that. A lot of them are double minded. They'll look at that and think, "How
Mhm.
dare you? I've spent how many years thinking that you men ain't up to this, and now you come along and show me this." And then I'll start acting like my. They take that zero sum mindset from Africa, where they will now think that because I'm doing better than them. And it's not me saying this, is what they think. I'm doing better than them, so therefore I've stolen an opportunity from them. So I've had girls I've dated when I was more naive, try to sabotage me. Nigerian British girl, try to
Oh my
sabotage me.
days.
you understand? And
You
it's not just been
serious?
them. It happened with a Ghanaian girl. It's happened with a Ugandan chick. Yeah, and try to sabotage me because they basically are like they like the idea of black men being lowly. Unless who? But then this is where it gets interesting. If it's a white guy or if it's a fresh Nigerian man, then
Hmm.
they give those men the utmost respect. But me, I ain't shit
Right.
apparently. I'm like, why would I go near them? So why this may not be all of them, it's
Of course,
far
yeah.
too reliable. And then keep in mind, you might see one that's a chameleon. I've had chameleons too. You might see one
Oh
who may
wow.
be cool, but they say that birds of a feather flock together. She may have a
Hmm.
friend that now starts to put shit in her head. Do you understand? Because like it
Right.
or
Of
not,
course.
if you're dating one of them, in fact, in many cases, if you're dating a woman, you're not just dating her, you're dating her friends too.
No, no,
You're
they're
just not,
friends.
you're
Yeah.
not just not getting sexual access to her
They
friends.
listen. They
But
listen to their friends say some
exactly,
stupid stuff. Right.
it's like the committee of girlfriends that basically are having some impact on your relationship. So I
Hmm.
jokingly said years ago that if your friends are going to tell you or have an input in the relationship, I need access to them. Let's do this properly. Like I set up
Right.
like a rota. This one, you can come and see me next week. That one, so this way I'm cool. At least we all have a stake
Yeah.
in it. So if you're not going to say that I'm no good, at least up until that point, I've got the
Right.
goods. You've got the goods. I don't. Do you understand? It's inequitable otherwise. You
Hmm.
understand what I'm saying? But yeah,
Right.
so I don't think we're compatible. I don't believe we are
Questies
because
here. Afiscope.
oh, I
Yeah.
see.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, I just don't think that like I have much compatibility with them. I don't wish them bad as people, but I almost feel like that's a dead set. If I want to die young or die before my time, that's the path that I'll take. So
Okay.
to answer your
Yeah. You
question,
know.
it's
Mhm.
unlikely. It's very unlikely.
I
Yeah.
see. You know, it's funny because I was there was this is a while back, but there was this Fulani girl that basically I tried to date. She's from near London, a town called Reading, and you know she's one of those girls who had guys run through her, right?
Mm,
Kwame, Ahmed, all sorts of guys, right? Run through her
mm,
for all her 20s. And now she's, trying to find a good guy, all that stuff, all that stuff. What actually happened in the end, why it didn't work out? Several reasons, some on my part, some on her part. But in the end, I don't think she was attracted to me. Not in the way that you might be thinking, as in, she wanted that sort of thug like ain't no shit kind of
mm,
black man. That's what turned her on. All these
yeah.
Tyrones, Ahmeds who basically do
Mm,
all these things and inconsistent, give her the attention, remove it, go out there cheating on her. That's what actually turned her on. So in
yeah.
the end it was incompatible because I was actually there consistent. That's just not
Hmm.
what was her mindset was at. And of course
Yeah.
her brain kept telling her this is what I want, but something else just couldn't click to it. And of course, now she's gonna keep saying, "Oh, a lot of black men ain't shit," this, that, and some other story narrative. But at the end of the day, I think a lot of them are sort of broken with what they prefer. Because I've heard this as well. Like some of them will prefer some of these corner boys
Yep.
over, let's say, an aspiring doctor, because the corner boy is gonna make more money, right?
Yeah.
And the corner boy has that status,
Hmm.
and it's crazy. And then
Yeah.
they bring up their kids in these situations. Ah man, it's just these people. Yeah, yeah.
No,
These
bro,
people.
you spitting some serious knowledge, man. You said something about them preferring a D boy on the corner, and you know what's interesting about that? These are the same ones that'll say the black community, yeah, the black. But what are you? What you're rewarding the wrong people. You
Right.
think that you're doing well for the community simply because you're a woman that has XX chromosome, right? But you're
Mm.
doing what you're encouraging the men. See, most guys, there's a load of see. When I was coming up, yeah, most guys were not roadmen. There were roadmen, but roadmen were
Right.
proper roadmen. They didn't go around
Yes.
showing
Yes.
it because they
No.
were,
No.
when it comes down to it, they're about that life, rightly or wrongly.
Yeah. Yep. Yep.
Nowadays, it's proliferated. It's like more
Yeah.
people are
Road
road. Do
culture.
you understand what I'm trying to say? And so a lot of
Yeah.
the guys that have done that is because they've observed that this is how they get the women. Do you understand?
Mm. Yep.
And you see, a lot of women claim that men have all the power. In some ways, yes, that's true. But women have far more power than they actually realize. If they want to have
Yes.
men that are prosperous and do better, they could easily just give access to the better
Yep.
men. And that, when I say better men, I ain't talking about men that have bastard money that can slap you with, backhand and slap you
No.
with money.
No.
But I'm talking about a guy who demonstrably is about his business, demonstrably
Yes.
about progress. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yep.
but they don't want that. They want to get the tingle. They want to get the tingles. Um, they want to get the tingles, and they
Yeah,
also,
why is it
you know,
also in our culture? Why is it that in the black community, that's where females, I want to call them females now,
yeah,
uh, females are turned on by that sort of thuggery. But because, like I said, when I was younger, I could date white girls easier, a
mm-hmm.
lot easier. I had more access to white girls than I did black girls when I was young.
Yeah,
That was, and that's during more of that racist sort of
yeah, yeah.
era. So that's, I always found that strange, or unless maybe in the white girl's eyes, she just thought anything black was dangerous. So even a nerdy guy, out there reading anime, I don't know, but I don't think white girls are that dumb because they've now acclimated into that sort of black culture, anyways, in
Mm-hmm.
places like London. Yeah, but black girls, I think a lot of times, there was this one black girl. She's a friend. Her name is Ruth, right? I'm not
Okay.
doxing her. No, it's a second name.
Yeah, yeah,
But it's interesting. So we used to talk a lot about relationships and the current modern times in the West, and what she said was interesting, right? I tried to get her to see there's a contradiction in what she's saying relative to what she's complaining about, and seeing that it's a parallel. So I told her, look, you have all these guys out here, these average black men out here earning average money, who look average, and a lot of these black girls don't want them. They want the top black man, and they don't want the top black man from dating the white guy. So I told her, you do realize you're in the same position. You want that top black man who's apparently dating the white girl, but you won't give access to the average black man to you. So he wants the same thing that you're seeking. You're literally in the same boat. But she was like, no, it's not the same thing. It's just not fair. Why do white girls get to choose? White girls can have a... I was like, what the?
Hello, welcome, Quincy. Quincy, are you still there?
And that's it. They love to say, it's not the same thing.
Hello,
That one, man.
Quincy.
I've heard it so much.
see, for many of
Yeah.
them, like I think a lot of
Quincy, you
these
can talk,
women,
right?
they
Let's give
want.
Quincy a few minutes to
Here, I'm
chime
here.
in.
I'm muting
Okay.
my mic. I'm here.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
I mean, you can chime in. I'm not regulating, so
Aquaba.
Yeah, I just wanted to say something on what Diego was talking in regards to, say, black community in the UK and black girls, and he's being a Nigerian woman and blah. That's what I wanted to obviously talk about, innit, if you guys don't mind.
Cool.
Yeah, I think in the UK, black men are spoilt for choice, really. It's not like living in an African country like Nigeria or Ghana or even Kenya, where you're just with women of your race, predominantly, like mainly. In the UK, black men are spoilt for choice in terms of the majority of women, like 95% of women in the UK are obviously white, and then you have Eastern European women, you have Asian women, you have mixed race women, you have black girls, and it's a bit more of a, what was it called? Black men are spoiled for choice in terms of what type of woman they can go for. Whom the options are endless. It's not like Ghana where it's like, okay, the only lady you can get is basically a black woman. In the UK, this diversity of variety, chocolate, vanilla, whatever you want to go for, you can
Pick and
get that.
mix.
Come again?
Pick and mix.
Yeah. So black men are
Yeah.
spoiled in terms of the options they've got, and I think that in the UK, in terms of when he said black girls are looking down on black men in the UK, I can see it being possible because one thing I've noticed about Africans in the UK are Ghanaian parents. Like, Ghanaian parents are heavy on education, or going to university, getting your degree, working as a lawyer, doctor, or just being productive. Being a productive person is valued amongst Ghanaian. I remember when I went to my cousin's house in my car. I had a car at the time, it was a Toyota. And my uncle saw me driving that car, and then he was asking my father, what work does he do? For me, at the time, I was working with the restaurant, so I was doing delivery driving. So that's how I was obviously earning my money. And the Ghanaian parents are very heavy on that sort of big time job, big earning, blah blah blah. in terms of black women, I'll come back to why I said, the driving stuff. But in terms of African women, let's say African British woman or black British woman of African descent in the UK, looking down on black men, it's kind of hard to tell because when I was in university, the African men in university were just as numerous as the African women. So it's not as if African men or African boys are failing and black women are far doing much better than them in terms of education. Black African men or African men, boys, whatever, were just as numerous in university as African. And I usually do inter-university competitions like football matches, music events between different universities. I also used to go to other universities. I went to one university, but we used to do inter-universities with other universities, and those universities where African men were just as numerous as the women. So it's very hard to tell why on what basis Diego was saying black African women were looking down, or let's say black African women were looking down on, I don't know, black boys in the UK.
Yeah,
Because
I can.
what
Yeah, I
I
hear
would-
you. Go on, sorry. Go on, continue. Yeah, go on.
Diego needs to be a bit more precise when he talks about the black community. He needs to be a bit more. Is he
I
talking
no. See,
talking about
I don't.
Let me finish.
Okay, go on.
I think that African men are in schools, in secondary school, because I've got two younger brothers, in it. They're in year 10 and year 11. Both of them, one is in year 10, one's in year 11. And they're doing just as good as any black girl in the class, really. So with the Africans, it's a bit more complex than that.
I'm not. Sorry. Let me just clarify. When I'm speaking about the stuff I said about dating and women looking down on, this is not me saying this for every instance. It's anecdotal. That part is anecdotal. Do you understand? Even when I spoke before about the differences between my experience with West Indian people and then later on with African people, again, that was anecdotal. I was just basically saying, okay, fine. I'm looking at the stats. I'm looking at these developments. I'm looking at the experiences, and this is my theory. I cannot say something that is an absolute fact. Do you understand what I'm saying in this context? So when I spoke about black women looking down on me, it's not all black women. No. It is predominantly, unfortunately, British Nigerian girls. Predominantly. To a certain extent, the Ghanaian, Congolese, Ugandan, etc., Somalian girls as well, who hang around with those women, pick up the same kind of value system. Just because a certain woman looks down on the men, it doesn't mean that the men are doing badly. Because I've not come across any woman who really was doing better than me, that basically looked down on me. It's just as far as they're
No.
concerned, this is my experience, my G. They do not believe that let me tell you this. Most of these girls, their brothers, almost every single one of them, their brothers weren't doing well in their lives. Either their brother has been in and out of prison, their brother was delinquent, he had limited education, he was a recluse and never left the house. So, and then keep in mind, they're consuming a lot of Black American media, the ones that's about black men being ain't shit. So they've got that going on. So I'm just saying that those influences were projecting onto me.
I wanted to jump in. If you're saying that they had African brothers or whatever, their brothers weren't doing well, a lot of black men got caught up in the street life, innit? This is an undeniable fact, innit? Women do not get caught in the street life, because men are hardwired differently. We've got the masculinity and the what's it called? What's that word called?
Bad word
that is that. No, that thing. Testosterone. Yeah, men have that testosterone. Obviously, living in a white society where African men had their masculinity or testosterone tested. You feel me? All those years of bad image of Africa and comic relief, that was having an effect on a lot of African men. So how else to show your masculinity than being on the streets? There's nothing, at least between the 90s to 2010, there was nothing more masculinity for black men than being on the street. Because remember, we were dealing with racism. There was the National Front. There was white skinheads. Then the EDO came afterwards. The EDO took the attention away from black people to Muslims. The EDO's beef is primarily with Muslims, but before the EDO, the white skinheads and the National Front, their beef was primarily with black
Yeah.
people. So Africans, the only way to get freedom or let the white boys know they can't be messed with was the street life. The street life wasn't really that much of a choice to the extent that a lot of
The
people think.
question, this
Now,
is the thing though. I agree with you on that, to a degree. But what I will also say as well is I don't think it should be negated the family setup, the homes that these black boys came from. Like, for example, their parenting methods. A lot of the African, because obviously a lot of the African kids, like they came from single parent household, typically because if I use the Nigerian case, many of them, their dads didn't want to move to Nigeria. Sorry, didn't want to move to the UK. So I know more people than not
Right.
whose dads stayed in Nigeria and sometimes at best alternated. So they might spend a few months in the UK, go to Nigeria, not come back for another couple of years, and bish back, like moving like between the two like that. The other thing too with these women, I noticed every one of them without fail, their mum was not the only mum in question. Do you understand what I'm saying?
but I
Their
want to
mum was like one of like
examples.
many women. So what I'm saying is that all those influences, you got to remember a lot of black guys, look at their fellow black male or boy or whatever as an
By the
enemy
way,
because they've been hearing negative stuff constantly, bombarded with negativity about black men. Do you understand? And so they literally forget that they
Yeah.
themselves are a black male and they come and they
so
take it out. Because let me be clear about something, yeah?
hmm,
There's not like there's a battle on the streets for supremacy over like food, like drugs or some
right.
kind of like, it's not
No.
that. It's literally about bad man, yeah, what, over
Right.
nothing,
It's
nothing,
stupid.
no
Yeah. It's
substance. Do you
useless.
understand? Back in the day, if you speak to the elders that are in their 40s, 50s, 60s, they'll tell you that the beef back then was a bit more logical. It literally
Right.
was turf wars. It was this, it was that, it was something of substance, which it's not ideal. But
But yeah,
nowadays, these lot aren't fighting over anything, or it's just literally because of like,
it's just
what,
ego.
pap, pap. Yeah,
No, but
literally. And that
but don't
ego comes from being emasculated or not having
Mm.
the right outlets. This is why I say
Overcompensating, right?
a lot of people that forget to realize, they don't realize that there's many black women, mothers in this case, who have resent towards their dads
So
and they
what
project that
happened with
onto the
the
son.
what happened with black community? Because I don't get it, right? Nigerians, Nigeria in Africa is the country with the highest, sorry, the lowest divorce rate. Like it's less than 0. Is it less than 1%? If I believe so, but let's just say less than 5%. But I do believe it's actually less than 1%. As
Is
in,
that
like
Nigerians in Nigeria or the ones here?
the one in Nigeria is like less than
Okay.
1% divorce rate. Like that's mad. I
Hmm.
think it's 0.5. Yeah, no, I'm convinced it is. So how did that translate to the black community in the UK basically having the highest single mother rate out of all the major races? I'm not including
No, you're right. You're right.
right
And
the other small races.
yeah,
I think
because
it comes down to two
I
things.
have to answer that.
I think it comes down to two things. I think on one side, if you're talking about the Caribbean segment, right? For whatever reason, especially with the boomers, the younger boomers and the earlier
Right,
millennials, they just didn't have a strong. Their parents, the ones that first came, had more of a kind of very conservative mindset where marriage was
right.
important. But the next generation is not so much so. Do you understand? So it was common for
Mm,
guys who, to basically impregnate women. I'm just keeping it real. Do you understand? Many guys had multiple baby moms. It just was what it was. Do you understand? So there
but
was
why is
that
it that
element.
these are the same guys who are getting to impregnate women? Because that's why I just don't get it. Why are women opening up their precious stone for the
Mhm.
same guys? Like I swear, Tyrone has two baby mamas over here,
It's
while Kwame out there is
yeah.
doing his job. He's in his tech apprenticeship. He's actually going to make
Hmm.
enough living. He can't even tech statistically get
Yeah.
a woman consistently in a statistical
Hmm.
ratio. But
Yeah. There's a reason
these,
why.
yeah, that's
Vitamin,
There's a couple of
interesting.
factors. There could be okay. The one
vitamin
of
D.
them. Yeah. There's that. But some of those guys are not even blessed down there anyway, like that. I would say, when if women think a man is in demand, yeah, they automatically, not all women, but many of them,
Oh yeah, 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 yeah,
many of
hundred
them
percent.
decide. So that guy may not be particularly good looking. He may not really have much
Mm.
going for him, but because there's always one or two women that are feeling his flow for God knows whatever reason, it might be even they have daddy issues and that the guy is giving them
Yeah.
some kind of he's meeting that need that wasn't there in
Like
their formative years.
attention.
Do
Yeah.
you understand? And all the other women go, oh, what is it that he has that these women want? With
Yogo,
the other guy,
don't answer the question though. Don't you think the benefit system is the reason why so many single motherhood is happening? For example,
100%.
if a woman has kids in the UK, they get a council flat. They get like
Right.
a
Yeah.
property given to them by the council. It could be a house, it could
Yeah.
be a flat, whatever. Don't you think the benefit system, like getting the council flat, the benefit system the government gives them, if a woman has like 2 kids with 2 different fathers and she out of wedlock, she can earn as much as 800. If she has 3, she can get as much as 1,000 to 300 pounds.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
the benefit system is what's fueling this single
And then these
mom.
kids are in poverty, but the mom
exactly.
is able
No, I
to
agree.
get her free
And
lifestyle.
there's meant to be a quid pro quo as well, because most of those women do not actually use the money that they're getting to actually produce children that will actually give a return on investment to the state. Most of these children they produce, they raise them or don't raise them in such a way that these guys become a social menace. Do you understand? So
Right.
I don't come from the best of backgrounds. I mean, not it's a bit of a long story, but I will tell you this much: from a young age, even though I had many adversities, I pushed hard to not basically be weighed down by the things that I could easily have been. Right?
Right.
It's not fair that I can go about my business because there's other black guys that don't have much going on
Hmm.
and they don't like other
So,
black men. They
um,
might try to get at me, like just randomly, someone unprovoked. Because
what
I've had
about the birth
experiences.
rate? What about the
Sorry?
birth rate in the UK? Because I just can't imagine how giving people such things for free will help. Like seriously, in Africa, this but
No, birth rate
how
in
is it?
UK is low. Birth
The
rate for
birth
white
rate.
people is like 1.8 or something.
The
So people are
Children
not
collective
born.
really
birth rate
benefiting.
is zero point 0.4, about 0.4%.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, but the
That's
birth rate amongst Africans is higher though because
Not
all the
anymore. Not
no,
anymore.
let me
Not
finish.
anymore. Go,
Let
go.
me the Africans that are known in the UK in terms of like people from church, just stuff. They have 5 family, 5
That was
kids.
back then.
Not
I
even
get
now.
you, bro. We're saying the same thing, guy. We're saying the same thing. I'm telling you that
These
most of
people
the
that I know,
millennials,
these kids,
the old
these people that I know of kids, the kids are 5, 7, 8, 9 years old. They have 4, 5 kids within that same age group.
guy, that's a small sample size. That's a small sample size. I'm not saying that your observations are wrong, but on a broader level, right? Black people are not having as many kids as they were a decade, 2, 3, 4 decades ago. The stats bear that. They're just not having the same amount of kids on a collective level. Do you understand what I'm saying? If there's a place in London that you might, let's say, that has quite a lot of black people, that might look like, yeah, there's quite a lot. But if you look at a lot of the British people, British Africans, like second generation, all that, they're not having children like that. This it is what it is. They're just not having children like that. Why do you think there's so many single? Yeah, there's single moms, but why do you think there's so many single women? Many of them have got degrees, of basically making okay money. There's no man in sight. There's more of them than there are women who have a man. The marriage rate, from what I checked, among there's only 23. I think there's about 23%, no more than 23% of Black UK households is married.
wow.
Black married couples, if that makes sense. Only less than a quarter. Do you understand what I'm saying? So there's these factors that come into play as well. People are just not having kids as much. There are more people that are living the alternative lifestyles. There's all of that that affects this. Do you understand?
You would have to wait for the 2022 census because apparently in the 2021 census, because of the COVID, they didn't do the 2021 census. But I
But
think
they did. They did. They
no, they
did.
didn't.
But they're
No, no,
releasing
no,
the
no,
data.
no. Oh my
They're releasing
God.
the data in March.
A lot of people didn't fill out the census. A lot of people I know didn't fill out because they didn't bring the thing for the post in a lot of areas because of the COVID. So basically what they try to do is they try to use like people occupying properties up and down the UK. You tend to have their names, details, the ethnicity or race of the people. But that's how they try to then do the census. So they try to then encourage people to do the census on like computer. So you go on the census website, you fill
Yeah,
in
I
your
did that.
address, name, details, and that's how a lot of people they got a lot of people to do the census. You feel me? Because of the COVID. So in fact, they're actually thinking of doing the census properly this time in 2022, where they're gonna be bringing the post.
They're
the
releasing
application
data.
form.
When I checked, they said they're releasing data in 2022 of what they have sampled already. So
Yeah,
yeah, I did hear about problems.
again, you're
I
not
heard about
listening.
the same problems you're talking about. I'm listening to you. You spoke about problems. I heard about those problems too. But what I will say is this: whenever any census is done, they don't literally count just every population. They also make adjustments for those that aren't captured. Do you understand? So these are estimates. None of these figures are 100% unequivocally perfect.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, they always will take something as crucial as a census. They always have to plan for certain outcomes if there's some type of one issue or another which may impact getting out the forms and collating data. They always have to. If you look at how many uh, research papers or what have you that are done, they have to use estimations, whether it's statistics or econometrics, whatever metrics they have to use. They have to use take sample sizes. It's just that the census obviously is a larger sample pool. But yeah,
Yeah, I think Kwesi's internet is trying to disagree with him again.
is he in Ghana?
I believe so.
He's not in. Okay, I thought he was in London.
He was definitely in Ghana recently in the last couple of months, so he might still be
Okay.
there.
Oh, fair enough. Fair
Yeah.
enough.
So
Yeah.
no, the UK is an interesting place, but honestly, the issue there with when I was there and I was trying to date there, it was just it
So
was,
well,
it
you're
was
not in
literally
the
just
UK too.
mad. No, not at the moment. I'm in Africa.
Okay, fine, fair enough.
Yeah, I decided to basically work from home,
Mm,
build my businesses, and then start trying to work out here in Africa. So
yeah.
some of the countries, Nigeria, Kenya, Ethiopia, is where I'm
Okay.
focusing on.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, because the UK was cool, but UK is a bank account. It's that's where you go to get cash. But to actually live life, I will say that I prefer living in Africa.
Yeah,
Let's say I
which is
spend
understandable.
$1,000 a month only,
Mm,
and in terms of how much I enjoy life, it's
yeah.
exponential.
Mm,
Just with that small amount of money, I'm s-
yeah.
I'm way, way, way enjoying life. When I was living in London, man, I spent a lot more money, a
You
lot
said
less
how
happy.
much? $1,000 a month
Yeah.
in Africa, and I know it's expensive. Bro.
Right. I think that's enough to live a decent life over here. But as I said,
Okay, okay. I mean, I
by yourself.
understand. Like from the UK, so you need to keep up with the life.
Oh wait, so how much do you spend a month?
I spend like $50.
What the hell? That's the,
No,
that's
I'm
the,
a
that's the price of
minimalist.
my toothbrush.
Oh, sorry.
Fifty
Sorry for.
dollars. How do you do it? I need to learn because
I'm a
if that's the case, I could
minimalist.
be saving.
I cook a
What
lot,
the?
and I don't
Yeah.
pay
See,
much bills.
these days I'm having to cook not because I'm trying to save money, but because I can't
Oh,
stand Kenyan food
don't lie.
because it
You're not
sucks.
cooking.
No, I
You are
cooked
not
today. I cooked
cooking.
jollof rice.
You have somebody cooking for you, so don't come and
I
lie on the
had someone
internet.
cooking for me. Yeah, so no, I don't like Kenyan food. That's now the issue. Like, no, I should be clear. I don't like Christian Kenyan food. The
Mm.
Muslim Kenyan food tastes good. But yeah,
What's happening to their
interest.
network? Their network
So,
connection.
really, how much money do you spend a month? Only $50, and you can survive on that.
Okay, okay. That's $50 just
What
for
about
food.
rent?
I'm telling you.
Okay, what about
I
rent?
don't pay rent.
You live
I'm
with your parents.
yeah. Yeah. So I
See,
don't pay bills.
there's no way I can go live with my family. My aunt lives like in a nice estate over here. There's no way I'm gonna live with her. My uncle tried calling me today. No way I'm gonna live with him. Now I could go live with
Okay.
my at my grandfather's house. He's not alive anymore. But the issue there is that it's a small town, and you don't get inspired to work when you're living in like a village setting. You know what I mean?
That's
Like when
true.
you're in a town,
That's true.
yeah. Yeah, when you're in a big
True.
city, you see everything. You're like, oh, okay, that's interesting. That looks nice. I want to.
Mm,
You also engage with people a little bit like-minded. Maybe you meet a few business people. You meet like Microsoft engineers. You start a company with them, and you start building an app to solve certain problems. And that's what happens in a big city. But when I was there in the nice little, my mom's village, it looked nice. It's beautiful. There's nice waterfalls. There's just the scenery, the trees, the color of the red soil, everything looks so good, but then you don't get
But why
that
not calling me on
inspiration.
any of your projects?
Sorry, why?
Why not calling me on any of your projects?
Ah, right, right. No, no, no. First, I need to. Okay, that's a very, very good question. There's a timeline to some of these projects.
Look, even if you
This
don't want me on any of your massive projects, no. If you don't want
okay,
me on any of your massive projects, maybe you just want me to help you with the content moderation or the curation. Like you want me to help you with the content that you put on the site or the apps or whatever you do.
okay. First one you
You
can
can help
do
me out.
is you can find me a cheap Ghanaian recording studio. That's not going to charge me more than $40 to record one song. My own beats. Uh, that would be good.
Yes, but you mentioned that I I messaged you back. I messaged you back. I replied back that they said they use Cubase.
Okay, Cubase. Okay, Cubase is. I'd rather Cubase is fine. Logic or Ableton is better, but Cubase is fine as long as they can record it and then give
Yes,
me
yes.
the bounce the track back to me in MP3 or WAV format. Then that's okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
So I have a
and there needs to be
cousin.
in Accra, right?
Yes, in Accra. So let me just check back again. Let me go back and check the message that I received. Um, actually from my cousin.
And it needs to have a good microphone. I don't care about the rest of the system. Just the microphone needs to be nice
Mm,
because it's gonna
okay,
be for a song that's we're hopefully gonna release very soon. But yeah,
okay,
if you can do that and it's successful, then I can bring you on to more things. 100%.
okay. Yes, he said he uses Cubase. That's it. Um, it's late now, so I can't call him on the online. So
Yeah, just give him my number. Tell him to text me.
I know you're never gonna respond. So
No, no,
let's
no.
be.
This time, no, no. This time I will respond. I've just
I
been
I don't
busy.
want. This is a problem with me. I'm a very direct kind of person, so if I communicate with people like that, and then
Right,
it's like I don't reach back, and then it make me feel like I don't know. I
right.
feel like I'm trustworthy person, and you know, like
Okay.
next time when I
Then
call
tell
on,
them there's an opportunity here. You guys figure it out between each other and communicate. That way you're
how
not
do you want to do
you're
that?
not
You want to come back? You want to come to Ghana and then you record, or you want to? What do
don't
you
worry
want?
about me. Don't worry about me. But I preferably this should be recorded in the next 1 week. So yeah, don't worry about me. I can't really say if I'm gonna come Ghana. If I reach out, I'll reach out. But the point is,
Mhm.
yeah, let me know what he says, and that would be good because I do need to record a few songs um, quickly.
Okay, so I'm gonna keep him updated, and
Yeah,
please how do I can don't embarrass me. I'm not gonna be talking with these guys, and then they will like, last time he contacted me and whatsoever, and then yeah, Jack season, what's up?
yeah. Oh, jug. Is it jug season or is it pan jugism?
Yeah, all of them.
Oh man, he's many. You know those operations that Jesus tried to get rid of. They're like we're many, we're legion.
What?
There were some demons that Jesus was trying to cast out of some guy, and they're like we're many, we're legion.
There were
So
many
there's a lot of
religions.
different jugs. No, no, legion. Legion means like a whole platoon or troops of
Mm-hmm.
soldiers.
Yeah, the legions. Okay.
Yeah, Jog, let me send you my cash up. Yeah.
Okay, Jack. So this is what you use. You go on Let me show you a very fast way. You went to the SendWave app. Um, it's an app. You can get it on App Store or yeah, App Store. So this is my details. This is my details. Okay, you enter my name, my my region is Volta, the city is Ho, the mobile money wallet is 5498400038, and these are my details. Okay. If it's not clear, you can look in the description of the video of this on YouTube.
So, what does your mobile money wallet? What do you guys have a mobile money wallet code and a mobile number when
You
you want?
think, Jan, it's not a scammer app. So if you have a problem with SendWave, oh, I just received money recently from a few minutes from me. So it's legit. It's not a scammer app. Also, the distance WorldRemit. WorldRemit is very legit. Don't fear scams like that. Alright.
They're trying to scam him. You know, Africans are scammers. That's one thing I've noticed living in Africa.
Mm-hmm. WorldRemit too is another. Um, WorldRemit is another. You log in and um, it's very legit. You have to fill in some of the forms like you need to create your account and fill in the forms. And these are my personal details. Without that, it can't even go through. So that's it. Yeah. You were talking about what's that? What were you talking about?
Don't forget to send me my cash up. What is it? Yeah.
So what do you think about this coming something? Like a lot of people fear a lot. Like people fear when it comes to dealing with Africans and this thing a lot.
What you mean?
You mean trusting Africans? Is that what you're referring to?
Yeah. Like seriously, I've dealt with people that you know they are just so reserved when it comes to dealing with cash with you, like because of the Nigeria Ghana scam situation. I myself, to some degree, it affected me.
Because they've scammed you as well.
No. Nobody scammed me in such a way.
Oh,
But
you became a scammer.
yeah,
Yeah, so you're the scammer in Ghana.
no. But I'm not. No. How?
You have
These
scammers
are
in your
my details.
family.
These are my legitimate details over here. I don't know of any scammer.
Okay. Because I sent someone some money using a different a different name to the name that they're accustomed to hearing from me, and they thought I was a scammer because I use a different money account. Because I don't use my main. I don't use when I pay for products over here. I don't use my real. No, never mind. I'm speaking too much.
Yeah.
Mhm. These guys, they said you are rich, so you don't need money.
No, that's why I'm rich because I take all the money I can get. If that was the case, you get rich by taking more money
I
and not
wonder,
spending money.
Diego, do you think there is a rich man in this world now? Because all of them, they still want more money. Bill Gates is working 24/7.
But
But
what
you
is it
know,
to be rich is the question. That's
Oh,
the issue. I mean, no, because it's not as black and white an answer. What I will say is this: the reason why there's a fine line between being proactive and being scarcity minded. And what I mean by that is, see, money keeps on circulating. It keeps on
yeah,
circulating, whether that's cryptocurrency, whether it's your usual fiat currency, it keeps on circulating. So what's made wealthy people wealthy is they've basically made money from equity. That's really where their wealth is coming from. Whether that's equity or whether that is, shall I say, access to natural resources, it literally is within that realm. So they themselves cannot sit on their laurels because one thing can happen and they no longer have access to liquid cash. Do you understand? If you
Mm.
are if you have like an oil block or you have co-ownership of oil fields, for example, if the demand for oil drops and you can't shift oil, then you're in a bit of trouble, especially if you haven't diversified. So they always have to be continually proactive. Do you understand? This is even when it comes down to like rich people making endowments to universities, certain people don't understand why they do that. But one of the benefits of doing that is you can leverage off their intellect. A lot of the innovations that we take for granted are basically incubated in university settings. It's either they're incubated or they're advanced and developed. So if you have university ties, you can get people to come and do work for you and basically become wealthier. So they use their money strategically. And if you stop using your money strategically, then it's like the beginning of the end, or at least you kind of cap your potential. The world is very competitive. So no wealthy person basically wants to be what do you call it, wants to be left behind. And then keep in
Yep.
mind as well that they have family members too, who the more people you can put on, who will, as a kind of quid pro quo, will now look out for you because you're looking out for them. It's always going to be competitive. There's that whole thing about establishing a network, and the more resources you use, you can build a bigger network, and you basically be able to reinforce it, and then you building a network, the people within your network will other build networks. So it's almost like networks leveraging off other networks. So it's all strategic. At the end of the day, people are looking to make sure that they have a good tomorrow. They're looking to exercise the greatest amount of control they can. Do you understand over their
Diego,
future? So
Diego, you have a question here. How you coming through looking Habibiti? What's that? Oh, I've been hearing this word Habibiti. What is
Habibti. That
Habibi?
means darling. It means darling or honey.
Ah, okay, okay, okay. I'm so spoiled. If you know what I'm thinking about.
Habibiti.
Okay. No, it means honey. It's like
Is,
darling.
is, oh, is that?
It's Arabic.
Oh, I thought, okay.
Arabic. Yeah.
I thought it was Ghanaian.
No, no, no.
Okay.
It's a Arabic. Kiarabu. In Swahili, we say Kiarabu.
Oh, you speak Swahili?
Yeah, I speak Swahili. Yeah.
Okay. You know
Um,
that's also like a kind of Creole language between Bantu and Arabic, right?
yeah, yeah. It's a
Yeah,
lot of
yeah,
borrowed words. A
yeah.
lot of borrowed words. Unfortunately, we got some Arab in our
Hmm.
yeah
Yeah,
in
yeah. I
our
know, I
language.
know. Yeah,
So sucks. Yeah, these
yeah.
dirty sand dwellers. I was gonna use N word,
Um,
then I thought,
in that region of Africa, there's a lot of cheeks. No, there's a lot of cheeks I've seen.
cheeks. Did you say? Or what do you
Yeah,
mean?
yeah. As
Yeah,
in,
oh, yeah, yeah, yeah.
endowed females.
Yeah, 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 yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
yeah. You go to like, let's say my mom's tribe, the Gandas. They have the biggest, you know, bam
Yeah.
bams in the world,
Ah,
actually.
like
Yeah,
you playing drums. Even in Ghana, they have
literally.
plenty there as well. Ah, oh boy. Hmm.
Yup. Like
Yeah.
honestly, like look, I just look, this is why I'm trying to say, bro. I don't know why brothers just don't go to Uganda or these parts of Africa. And
Hmm.
again, no, no, not for tourism. I'm talking about for
Yeah.
the ones who are looking for genuine, interaction with people
Yeah.
that
Yeah.
will lead to fruitful procreation, and all that
Hmm.
stuff. They can go to this part of the world. I mean, look, in America, a girl who has a certain kind of ass that size and that body type is going to be a slay queen, thought whatever you want to call it,
That's
and
true.
she's not going to be
True.
accessible to majority of
That's true.
brothers. Over
Yeah.
here, you as a foreigner with your funny accent, you're gonna get the best collection of any woman you want.
Hmm.
So as long as you have the right heart, you brothers can stop complaining about what you're suffering in America and get yourself a passport, travel the world. Like the same thing
Yeah.
with the UK. Like if you're struggling with UK, people of the opposite. I've seen a lot of
Hmm.
Nigerian women go back to Nigeria to get married for whatever reason. Maybe because they feel they can respect a Nigerian man more than, like you said,
Yeah,
a Western
but
Nigerian man.
they've got bad reputations now, and I'm not. This is not me saying this to be mean, but
Okay,
they've got terrible reputations now. They're seen as like the
interesting.
chief, because in the UK, yeah, Nigerian British girls are the most vociferous, what do you call it, feminists.
Right, yeah,
Not
yeah,
only are they the most vociferous, they're also the biggest swirlers. Not only that, they're the most entitled. I do not take any joy in saying this. You understand? Because I'm not like on a physical
right.
level. I'm not attracted to many of them. I am, but all of the traits that basically men aren't into or don't really appreciate, and a lot of guys before felt that they had to just take shit from these kind of women, but now in this day and age where things are being exposed, they realize they don't have to. So the situation I have now is that even African men in Africa, Nigerian men
Oh,
amongst them, they have
mhm,
more options now. Do you understand? Because of this whole kind of red
mhm,
pill, alternative kind of mindset kind of thing. So it's
mhm.
a lot more competitive for these women now. The whole
Oh,
kind of ethnic escapist type of transition to white guys. White guys don't want black women like that. And they never have, they never will. Do you understand? So they know that that's a shut door. The African men are not as into these women anymore. They have to be top tier to really get a chance of a decent African man.
right.
Otherwise, it's not happening. So they're kind of like in a no man's land. Do you understand? And a
Mm.
lot of them, they brought it upon themselves, in my opinion. Why? I said this already. Most of the Nigerian British girls I've come across, their mums were not the only women. Their mums were like maybe the second wife, a third wife, a side chick, um, the woman that was the dad's
Right.
true love, but the family didn't approve. So she had a baby
Mm.
on the side, and the man married, and like a
Another
different
woman,
woman.
yeah. Right.
So I had no idea, and I started one day. I sat down, I started thinking about all my experiences. And I'm like, oh my, and it all made sense. So I'm like, them saying them being the the loudest feminists out of all the black girls are simply because it's literally their way
Right.
of, it's their hurt, it's their pain that
Right.
they're living out. And so if we were part of the same community, they would go and get counseling, even if me and them didn't have any sexual or procreative involvement, just on a human to human level, they'd have more compassion. Do you understand?
Mm.
But because they didn't build the community in the UK, they take it for granted. So, from their perspective, I am only a resource. I'm either a verbal punching bag, right? Or I'm someone that can spend my money on them. Do you see what I'm saying? So,
Mm.
they almost like dehumanized someone like myself. And that's fine. I get it. Believe me. Many of them, even if they, you see, sometimes in life, you can be sorry for choices you make, but not everybody gets redemption. Sometimes the opportunity is missed. And for a lot of them, and I don't say this to be mean, and I do not wish bad on them, if they turn around, change their mind, and become better, then by all means, I wish them well. But sometimes your opportunities are gone. You've had your
Yeah.
opportunities and they're gone. And especially because women, the older they get, the harder it is for them to have children. Many of them
Mm.
have frittered away their best years doing nonsense. Do you understand? I even know of a number of women who are now living as like lesbians. Do you understand? They
Yeah.
chose to date women because they felt that men, the kind of men they want, have like hurt them. But those
Wow.
women are given their best years to being lesbians. Apparently, because of biology, seeing as they are like, I don't know if they call it lipstick lesbians, but because they only spent a short part of their life being lesbians, when they now start getting that biological urge and they start thinking of reinventing themselves back into being straight women, the opportunity is gone. So
What about the West and the men as well? The who are also into the open. They also is that called open sexual life? Is that called open life? Or,
Uh, Free sexual marketplace, I guess. Oh, do you mean
maybe
open as in open relationship, or what do you mean? Where you can date
no.
other people?
Yes, I've been hearing that one. Maybe I just use it wrongly. Yeah, I think
Yeah.
like they don't really care. Like you see on the internet, right? People kind of talk like, "Oh, I don't
Mm.
care so long as you are cute and I like you, and that's all."
So you see, for men, that's normal behavior. Like, like marriage actually kind of forces men into into submission. Basically, he's now serving a family, which is good for society actually. But the natural way for a man is biologically he's built to go and spread a seed, and the
Yeah,
woman biologically she's bred to contain and germinate that one seed,
yeah,
cultivate it, bring it into fruition into a adult life that's going to be. In fact, the woman's supposed to teach the child, the man's supposed to maintain the child. Obviously,
yeah.
teach, you know, here and there.
hmm
But the issue now
I
is
I
women
know
are
you can't
behaving
even
like
talk to.
men.
The
So
women
yeah,
are modern. They feel they're entitled to traditional men. So a lot of these feminists believe it's their birthright to tell a man that he's less than them because she's a woman and women are superior. But then they want the man to literally underwrite all of their risks, their living costs, their luxuries, all of it. And that's a disequilibrium. Most things in life can never, anything unnatural can never be sustained indefinitely.
nope.
Do you understand? They
Uh,
always have a finite period and then bloop,
See,
reality basically starts to resurface. So that's one of the undoings of many modern women. Doesn't mean they're bad people necessarily, but they have this very interesting take on what they think marriage is for them. The man and the children are like the supporting acts, and they are the main deal. I'd even go as far as to say in the Western world that they put the mother first before the children.
yeah,
And
I
then
think so.
when a lot of the children end up being maladjusted or having their trauma and being a bit pathological, then they are seen as the bad one. But there's little attention that's paid to, like, see, when I was a kid, I can't see the amount of times I've heard them say how, oh, it's so hard for single mothers and blah blah blah, right? They don't talk about the children. They just talk about the mums. The children don't get the empathy or sympathy. The mum does. And then ironically, when you look at the mums, a lot of the mums aren't actually parenting. They're actually neglecting the kids. They're
Oh
taking
yeah.
where they might be getting welfare provisions. They're taking the welfare provisions and they're living their best life. And because it's quite prevalent, no one is actually really challenging the other women, saying, "Wait, this ain't right." They heap it on the children. The children are the ones that are made responsible for their own upbringing. It makes no sense. It's all backwards.
That's true. Actually, I always hear how hard it is for single mothers, but I never hear how hard it is for kids. That is actually a very good point.
Okay.
Yeah, they almost never talk about the kids.
And there's a social cost that comes from that. I don't think people understand that life. One of my books coming out is basically called Settling Times Tab. Ultimately, all of these things is like I call it like a karma credit card, where you commit certain actions, you do certain things that are really like messed up. You think you're gonna get away with them, and then eventually a time hits where it's almost like you now have to settle up. All the consequences have to be realized at that point in time. So it's almost like a lot of people don't realize that karma is, and I'm using this euphemistically because some people will
Yeah,
say
yeah, of course. An
karma is a Hindu
abstraction.
concept.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Exactly, yeah. But it's
But I'm
almost
getting.
like you get a 0% finance for a certain for a certain term. But then after that term is over, you now need to pay the consequences of your actions.
Yep.
You understand? And so
Compounding interest.
basically, yeah, that's basically what I look at it. Because there's a lot you'll see when you start seeing more women, and this is going to sound a bit, it's not very nice. I'm not happy about this. But when you start seeing older women who have had children, right? But their children don't want to fuck with them anymore. And there's loads of literally like older women who their family aren't around them. The chances are this is the reason why. They didn't raise the children. They took all the accolades for being a single mum. They took all the provisions, the emoluments, the benefits, the welfare, and then they basically just literally presided over like this destructive, like
Yeah.
I call it. I can't even call it parenting if you don't parent, but you get my point, right?
Mhm.
Um, a lot of the social costs we're seeing even like in the UK, probably Americans will probably kind of relate to this to a certain extent, but a lot of it, especially like in London and stuff, all of this is because the people that are receiving or being what you call it, empowered, I say in quote, given resources, they're not using it for the purposes intended. You
Right.
understand? I've seen this so many times. Don't get me wrong. It's not just working class. There's middle class and upper middle class people who neglect their kids, but they tend to have more resources. So that tends to almost like cover up. They can get help, so to speak. There's ways because they have the resources. But when you're not at that, when you're maybe lower middle class, working class, it's difficult to cover that up.
Yeah. I want
Yeah.
to respond to Juju. So Juju believes that from the chat that basically that actually white men do like black women. Juju, it's not about whether one white man or even 1,000 white men are going to be into black women. It's about statistical relationship. It means that white men prefer Asian women if they can get one, white women, and then they least prefer on a statistical ratio black women.
The
That's what
figures
it means.
bear it out. Yeah. So I'm not saying it to be mean to black women. Any black woman that wants a white guy, I wish her well. I'm not like gonna say she's
Yeah.
a bed wench or anything like that. I really don't care. If she thinks that the come up is to talk shit about black men, for example, more
Mm.
power to her. Do you understand? Whatever happens, happens. We're all trying to find our way of surviving in this world.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
But
think they're
what
delusional.
they're all trying to basically, that's what they're trying to do. But what I will say is, for years, used to hear swirlers or swirler aspirants say, white men love us so much. White men love us so much. I was even told by one of them that the whole black girl magic stuff, yeah, was more
Mm.
like a PR campaign to make
For
black
white men.
women's image look so, yes, to
Oh
make
my
them
god.
to almost facilitate a sort of ethnic escapism, right? Um, but at the end of it, really, it was literally just a recreational
Good.
encounters as opposed to something more substantive. What they failed to realize is this: if they actually respected black men or were a bit more respectful in that regard, many of them might actually be more, put it like this, if they aspire to be the best version of themselves, right, they probably would
Mhm.
actually get these white men that they want. But many of them want these guys on their own terms. Do you understand? And that's simply
Yeah.
just not going to happen. Me personally, like I said, I could not care less. If all white men say, I would encourage all white men, if they want the women, just take them. It's better that they're basically respectful to white men than they're
Right.
disrespectful to black men.
That's
And
that's true.
I'm just keeping it real. A lot of
Yeah,
them
but
seem to
they
think,
haven't been socially engineered to be respectful to any men, period.
yeah, that's true. That's true.
So that's
Yeah.
not good.
No, no, no. Even on their periods, they still don't respect men.
Yeah. So, so
Yeah,
I
I
think
just feel
someone,
like even the black men that they talk about that say they like them, those are usually fetishes. Um, and the white men that they go after usually, uh, it's very rare that they're gonna be the top class of their community. They're usually like middle income, but not like the top echelon of the brads anyway. So, what would be
there's
the
not enough
point?
men to go around. It's
Yeah.
when you look at it on the stats, the numbers just don't bear. They
Yeah.
don't show
That's
that
what.
this is feasible. Any man, literally, well, it doesn't matter the ethnicity. There's only so many men that make a certain amount of money. So same way that a lot of these women have basically had much recreational fun with other black men who have had many sexual options, yeah, as part of a limited pool. They should know that it's even more limited when the men are literally above a certain kind of economic threshold. So for me, they can do what the hell they want, but as far as I'm concerned, they shouldn't look at. They can do what they want, but if they are disrespectful to black men as a way of a come up to get white men, and the black men puts them in their place by saying, "Look, I don't know you, I ain't seen you, do you? You're not my sister. I don't wish bad on you, but keep it over there." They can't blame themselves. They can't blame these men because at the end of the day, I think there's this kind of like delusional mindset where black men are supposed to be some type of underwriter for all of the black females decision making, and if it doesn't work out, then there should be black men available to basically be like a secondary market if their swirling doesn't pan out. And I can't talk for all black men, but if there was a time where black men felt a sense of obligation to do that, that time has come to an end. And I'll also say this much too, because of assimilation along racial lines, this whole thing about dating out, blah, 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 it's not going to mean much very soon. Give it a couple of
That's,
decades. It'll literally just be like, okay, do you want a black person? Fine. Do you want this person? Fine. It won't really
yeah.
matter anymore. And I'm from a Western world perspective. The assimilation, the stats are already kind of consistent with
Yeah.
that. So I just
I've
think
seen
it's
so
pointless.
many.
The women, many of the women want the men to not basically explore their options, so to speak, but they want to explore theirs. They see the men as community property. They see themselves as independent free agents. It is what it is.
Yep. Yeah, I think Juju said, well, I can't speak for Africa and UK, but the American black men and the females, they're both equally wrong on many parts. Okay, so Juju, at least from logic that I've seen, all these things exist, right? Now, yeah, you are right. Both black men and women are responsible in playing the part. But here's the thing: it's the 20% of this black man that black women like that are doing all that nonsense, and then the women are blaming it on the 80% of men who don't even have access to women, which is what I find funny. So it's this is the thing, right? Black women will say black men cheat, right? It's not black men cheat. It's the fact that you're all dating the same black man. The same 20% of black men share between
Basically,
80% of women.
that's the
So
karma credit card. That's the karma credit card right there, where they basically think that they can shit or basically say, "Oh, all these men, they're not fun. I'm gonna go for the guy that has so many options." Then when it don't work out with the guys they've
yep,
chosen, then all men are bad. Do they think that men are going to be stupid for generations on end and take that shit? Nope. Basically, things that say women are paying up the consequence or the compound interest for the bullshit they've done, and they should enjoy it because if they think this is bad, shit ain't started yet. Like I will say that. Mark my words. If this is like literally child's play compared to what's coming. I think someone said in the chat that there's not that many Dangotes out there. That goes without saying. Dangote
yep.
was given a monopoly, a state-sanctioned monopoly, from about 1999. So there's only you can't have infinite monopolists. It goes without saying. So I don't really think I need to basically
Yeah, and then
spend too
Gote
much
was
time on
cheating
that.
on his wife
Uh, Junk
He's
season,
not
like I
married.
told
That
you.
plenty
Dangote
times.
is not married.
Oh,
He
he's
ain't
not
married.
married? Never
He
mind.
was married
No, it's
years
not
ago
right.
briefly. He has
Yeah,
three daughters. He ain't married.
yeah,
That guy is a bachelor. He's doing it. He's getting it in.
right.
Oh,
He's
so
doing his
now
thing.
he's just having fun. Okay.
But you know
He's been
Because
what?
I'm
having
like,
fun
One
he's
for
thing
like
with
I
a
over two
different chick
decades.
every day.
No, he got married back in like the 90s. He weren't married for long. Oh no. He weren't married for long. He's a bachelor. He's bit. Let's say you get my point. He's a
Okay,
father,
well,
but he's been living a bachelor lifestyle.
Otedola is the one that is cheating all the time, and
Uh,
he's married.
I'm sure that he has an arrangement. He's exercising options.
yeah, yeah.
Do
I
you
mean,
understand?
obviously he's got women, he's
Yeah,
got concubines all over the place. He's got.
yeah.
I mean, the
I'd
guy's
be
probably got.
reticent.
Mhm.
Yeah, he has. He has. I mean, I'd be reticent in poking my nose in other people's specific relationships simply because I don't know the dynamic. If him and his wife have agreed to their arrangement, so be it. But
Yeah,
Otedola is not representative of all other black men, all other Nigerian men, all other. Do you understand? It's like literally comparing like is it oil and water? Do you understand? Like they're not the same. They just it's a pointless comparison. Do you understand? The reality is like, listen, most of the guys who are somewhere in the middle, middling average, even if they're good looking, if they're focusing on black women,
yep,
most black women aren't going to give them time of day because we're in this hyper consumerist age. Social media has
mhm,
got a lot of women uh, in a what's the word I'm looking for here? Like, it's done a number on them. Let me just say that it's done a serious
yeah,
number on them, and
yeah.
a lot
All
of
men
them
playing
equate.
egos. That's
Do you understand?
mhm,
You got women, no offense, there was a time, maybe a decade or a bit ago, you had good looking women. They might have not been like a 10 out of 10, but they were good looking. They were more down to earth, right? Nowadays, and I don't mean this to be disrespectful, you got women that aren't even up to average, that be talking like they're 10s. This is what social media and the zeitgeist of first, the photocracy, you can call it, has basically produced.
No, I
but
But
you know,
again,
completely
like,
agree.
yeah,
A
yeah.
lot of
yeah.
these
Go
women are
ahead.
not trying to compete nowadays. A lot of them
Mm.
have become complicit with this whole Tinder lifestyle, Instagram lifestyle. Yes, a lot of these women are very delusional, to be honest. Like,
What
and
made them?
I'm speaking from a perspective of someone in my generation. I want people to really understand, like my generation and younger. So people might think, oh, why are you so hopeless? Why are you so hard on them? Because I talk to them. These women are talking to me about going on dates, scamming guys. This is all they care about. They some of them are like 27, 25. You would think that they would be dating with intention, but they're not even doing that. They're just trying to be the next Megan the Stallion, the next hot girl summer, the next whatever. They don't care. And then
Yeah.
guess what? They're going to be 33, 35, and then they're going to be like, where are all the good guys at? Life is not
Mhm.
fair. I'm
Yeah.
struggling. Some of them already have kids.
Oh boy.
Where did these kids come from? You know, it's crazy.
Yeah. And that's the thing. They've been chasing everything and they're gonna receive nothing. Like that's the reality of it. Like it's never been this messy in any time. Obviously, I've only lived a few years, but I know that this phenomenon, what you refer to is a very recent thing. And like everything has a cost. I mean, I think Kevin Samuels, I'm not being a Kevin Samuels mouthpiece necessarily, but even with Kevin Samuels, he said that there's trade-offs in life. And I mean, that's not obviously something he came out with, it's just a fact of life.
Yeah.
Where you basically choose to do one thing or you elect for one option, you're gonna have to forego the other benefits or the other, shall I say, consequences from other decisions. So a lot of the women don't really want to embrace that. Do you understand? And they're gonna have to. If you don't, like, you can either avoid it, but you won't only be able to avoid it for so long, and life will show you.
Yeah, that's true.
It will basically it will reveal what has always been the case.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
for me personally, as long as I don't have any crazy women telling me that I'm the problem, I am not serious. A lot of these women are not. They're not raised to be wives. Not only are they not raised to be wives, they've not said, okay, fine. I clearly have some areas I can improve on. I'm going to go to a wifey school or a finishing school or go on a course. They don't want to do any of that. They understand. They don't
Guys,
want to take any.
I want that to address this comment. Like, no one is properly training these ladies. I feel like a lot of us haven't even been trained. Even some of our, I don't think that our parents, some of them have been even trained. For what I see, for what I've seen for so far, So, what do you think about it?
I
So
still
let me
think
ask
that's
you
a
guys.
cop out.
Yeah, go ahead.
That's an excuse. That's how I feel because, yeah, you can sit here and say that you haven't been trained, but eventually you have to understand that there's a problem and you have to go and seek counsel. That's the whole point of you growing up or becoming an adult. So
Yeah,
I don't buy the whole they haven't been trained things. Like, it doesn't take that long to learn some of these things. Granted, yes, some of us are trained since birth, but really you could understand how to be a wife in like 1 year if you really want to. It doesn't take that long. So
Yeah, it's a thing. It's a question of desire or the lack of it, right?
yeah.
mm,
Yeah,
no,
yeah, yeah. And
it's interesting though.
most of them don't have that
Because,
desire. So go on.
yeah, but that's the
Yeah,
thing which I've
Juju.
always found interesting. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, Juju said anyone who just bring sex to the table need to get their life together. Let me tell you the fact. A lot of men want sex. Okay, a lot of men, especially young guys, like people in their even from their late teens to 20s, 30s, they want sex. So if you give them sex, if you bring sex to the table, they're gonna be like, "Oh, this is what I want." Okay, they're gonna love it, but it's all on you if that is what you want. If you don't want that person to only see you for sex reason or for sex, then you have to think about what to bring on the table. Okay. Thanks for that.
Yeah, for me, what I always think about is because this is what really annoys me about feminist, especially UK black women is
Oh boy.
they it's just it fathoms me, right? What they tell you that okay, they want everything to be equal. And you say, okay, who do you want to pay for the date? Oh, it's you. Or whoever invites the other one. Okay, what's the culture say? Who invites who? Okay, fine. That's a cop out answer. That's the first thing. Then when it comes to marriage and responsibility, they still want you to take like 80% of it. So for me, is this right? If you want me to be a husband and a man, there's a certain responsibility of what a husband is. A husband isn't just someone you live with, right? That's your friend. That's your, shared cohabitation partner. If that's what you're seeking, fair enough. But I know that's not what you're seeking. You want a husband, you want a man, someone to go out there and take care of shit for you that you're not interested in. If that's the case, then you need to learn how to be a wife. You can't have it where you're just you know, more or less like a useless table that you think, because they say that the table these days. So it's a useless table that can't even support a TV screen out here, and then it's wanting out someone who's a whole house. Doesn't make sense. If you're gonna seek a husband, learn how to become a wife And same thing with the guys. If you have some useless guys out here complaining and not wanting to do anything, same thing to you guys. Go out there, become the useful guy first. Then, if you can't find those UK black women, go to Africa.
Well,
Go to
they don't
Africa.
want to be wives in the first place. Like, if you ask the average woman who's 22 to 29 over here what their views are on marriage, they'll say, "Oh, well, that's nice, but I could worry about that later." Like, they don't. That's not even on their mind right now. They have everything that they need. They have daddy government giving them money. Um, some of them again have children. They got their degrees, so they think that they're all that, but they don't want to be wives. They don't actually care about that. I don't think some of you guys understand. Like, they don't care about any of that until they get to the age of 35 onwards. That's when they start looking at, okay, let me actually start talking to good men. Let me settle down. Let me go to church. Let me do all of this stuff. That's when they have like a complete um like born again spirit that they want to start all over after they
You
finish
know
having
that
all their fun and doing whatever they wanted to do. Because to be honest, if you ask the average, at least over here, like the average 22 to 29-year-old, they don't want the nerdy guy that's in their class. They don't want the guy that's in university having fun. They want the bad boy. They want the roadman. They want the guy that has like $2,000, $3,000 a day by doing illegal activity. They want the guy that looks like the most sexually appealing to them. They don't actually want to talk to good guys that are just normal. They're not interested in that.
Yeah, it's a bit sad. It's a bit broken. Do you know that woman called Brini?
Kaizo, this is not part of the discussion, but is African woman also obsessed with big banana?
Yes. So basically, let's say my mom's tribe is the Buganda or the Wanga, whatever you want to call them. Uh, in Kenya, they're also part of this tribe called Luya, like a larger tribe called Luya. So the men from that tribe, that's basically the men with King Kong male chickens, basically. Uh, They are King Kong ding dongs in that tribe. So
Mm.
women actually, again, the guys are not the most beautiful in that tribe. The Kikuyu guys would be the most beautiful, not attractive, beautiful. But a lot of the guys from that tribe are seen as the most attractive because, let's just say, size matters in East Africa.
Oh, that's good.
So
that's
I
why
was
they
told
love.
that,
That's why they love West Africans.
um,
yeah, no, it's probably because of the money that's why they like West Africans.
Oh, but it
Because
comes
question to
two things.
so
Oh,
go on.
two things. Yeah, go ahead.
Question to is it AM? Miss Gem, AM Gem, Miss Gem Jewel.
A freaking millennial.
Okay, wait, are you Miss Gem Jewel as well?
No.
no,
Okay, I got confused. Okay, my bad. Okay, yeah. What was I saying? Yeah, AM. Are you in Canada?
Yep.
Okay, so these women are actually in Canada then, the ones that you're talking about who
Yeah, I
are
would say
finessing men.
mostly the South, so Toronto area.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Toronto.
mostly around there. But yeah, I'm
Oh
obviously
yeah,
talking about the black girls, so the girls
yeah,
that are of African and Caribbean descent.
yeah. Word, because they've been
You'd be
they've been
shocked.
funny.
they've been affected by American women, haven't they? That's
But
a certain type of American woman who's been
but you
feeding
know
them
what's
all of
funny?
this stuff, right?
Why is it? Why is it that it's actually you see the white feminists will talk all this shit, then you'll go and
Hmm.
marry a white man before it's a time
Yep.
majority of the times. It's actually the black women who don't because if you again just look at the stats, the white
Yeah.
feminists will talk all this shit, but for example, I'll give you an example. What's her name? Chimamanda Ngozi, right? She's a white
Yeah.
feminist type.
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
She's
Yeah.
playing the
Yeah.
system, right? She's doing it for the money and
Hmm.
selling her books and all that stuff. So women like Chimamanda Ngozi will go out there, talk all these feminist crap, and then go around having a child with a married man and having a married happy life. And then it's these other black women falling for it, hating their men, creating chaos and distrust, and then creating children that are, economically and psychologically deprived.
Yeah,
That's the thing which a lot of these black women don't get. So white women are playing them. White women
they
are the ones who voted for Donald Trump more
they,
than men did.
yeah, yeah, it's true. 9 to 5. See, white feminists, yeah, and the women that play the game, they're 9 to 5 feminists. They clock on for their feminism, and then they clock off. They clock.
That's a
They
good
That
clock
point.
is
off
Right?
on the
so
Right.
feminism,
true
and they
because
come off.
even
The
when I
black
went
women,
to like
the black women,
again, I wanted to take this course, right? Because I wanted
yeah,
like a course that I could just sleep in. So I took this gender and women's studies course. Listen, I thought I would just have to read the books and be fine. I went in there, I was so disgusted. You know what I saw? I saw so many women that were not originally born women, men that were, it's disgusting. And then half of the class was literally like white women. But then like these white women had boyfriends. So I was just kind of like, but
yeah.
you were just here writing a thesis on how the
Mhm.
world has not been fair for women for the last 100 years, and you have a boyfriend? I was just so confused, man. I was so
It's
confused.
somewhat, it's somewhere for
95.
them. For some, exactly for them, it's somewhere between, right, a hustle, right, and a guilty pleasure. Do you understand? You know, certain people who like will say they'll chat shit behind, closed doors, and then they'll go out and they will live. You understand what I'm trying to say? Almost a bit like that. With the black females who proper buy into it, they're like that person that works around the clock. They breathe, eat, and sleep and shit. What they think is feminism. But at the end of the day, I think people, those that are in the know, are playing the system. Those that are thinking that they can use it for selfish reasons are typically, I'll call it, it's almost like creative self destruction. You know what I mean? So
Uh,
they're having fun, but they know if they're honest with themselves that this is not really going to go anywhere.
right.
That's worthy
Oh
and long
goodness.
lasting. So I don't really feel sorry for many black feminists, the ones that we're talking about who are like, I don't know, they're like intermittent feminists, they're convenient feminists, because a lot of them were playing a survival strategy. They were very dogged and determined. No one could really get through to them who would offer them an alternative perspective. They ran with it, and then now they're having to pick up the pieces. And I don't advise people to feel sorry for them. If they say verbally that I want to turn over, and you say, wish them well, but do not feel their burden because they made that choice. When they were living their best feminist life, they weren't thinking about you. They couldn't have given it. Probably
Nope.
wouldn't have even pissed off. Probably wouldn't have even pissed on you if you were on fire. But now all of a sudden you're supposed to be some kind of support network, like a prayer group for them. Like
You know,
no,
Yeah. They look at you guys all and they say, "Oh, you know what? Black women are so strong." No, they're looking at you and they're like, "Yeah, yeah, don't worry. We're happy out here with our men." You know.
yeah, like
um,
they're like a joke in a sense. They're literally like a running joke. And for many of them, they're like the deceived and the deceiver simultaneously because several of them will now influence the younger ones. But they
Mm.
themselves are being deceived and they're deceiving. So that's another reason why no one should feel sorry for them. They're not children. Do you understand? They're not kids. In fact, in some cases, some of these women actually age. When it comes to maturity, they age. They do like a Benjamin Button kind of aging, where if you spoke to them when they were teenagers, they were more mature than they are as grown adults. Like I'm not joking. Like I've seen certain females. Someone said that when women start to get sexual attention, they stop maturing. I don't agree with that. I think that when that happens, they start going backwards. They start aging backwards. That's what I
That's
think.
how it works.
Immaturity. Yeah, in maturity terms, they do. Because like there's just some things that are beyond the pale that I hear from women that should know better, should do. But this is a compound result of delusion. Even though you can never entirely delude yourself, you can't be delusional forever. There's only a period of time, but the effects of practicing delusion don't just wear off overnight. So
Yeah. Man, it's madness. So African millennial. I mean, there's that woman called Chantel. She's in the manosphere and the woman's sphere.
oh
She
yeah,
gives
yeah.
women some advice, how to sort of change, start learning. Because I do believe that some of these sorority women, actually, like the white ones, they actually get advice from, the older women and everything at some point. Because I know they tend to be feminists when they're young, but when they reach like 25, 26, they stop that stuff. So I don't know what's happening with black women, but black women need some kind of sisterhood that's actually going to teach them to just be natural, normal. Again, you can be successful, you can have your degrees, you can have your great job, but if it's a man you want, and if it's a man who you want to look up to, if that's the you can go find a man that you can look down on if they're willing to be partaking in that. If that's what you want, fair enough. Do you? But most women say they want a certain caliber of man, an actual man. So if that's the case, sisters got to be educated on how to become a woman, because some of these sisters be arguing with you, and then
Yeah.
and the thing is, men don't play fair when they fight. When a man fights, there's an understand threat of violence between each other, right? We know that we can't just talk shit, because it's gonna be something that's gonna reciprocate. But these women go around acting like men, but still hoping that we treat them like women. That's not how reality works.
How are they acting like? How are they acting like men?
By talking, literally talking like fight talk, up in your face fight talk, kind of like aggression,
okay.
like men.
Like the other, like on Mr. Uganda.
Like they could fight you.
Like
Yeah,
I've had certain women talk to me in such a way that, listen, if there was a guy talking to me, I'll knock his block off one time. Make no mistake about it. I'll take his head off. Especially if I knew that it ain't going to impact on me getting arrested or anything. I'm going to town on that motherfucker. I'm pummeling him.
Hey,
Like the women who call in on Mr. Uganda's panel. That's your answer. That's how they talk.
If a guy speaks like that, it's existential for that guy. By God, I swear down, it's existential for him. So these women are basically,
there was this crackhead that called in on someone's platform. I won't say which one. And then she started. What was she doing, African millennial? She started talking some shit to me, right? That crackhead. Do you remember her? And then this other woman on the chat, Mamize, is around supporting her. And basically, this is what happens, right?
Yeah, she got angry at you, and then she called you a member of the LGBTQ community.
Yeah, so she started abusing me, and then she didn't let me finish my thoughts. So I called her crackhead. Now, I called her crackhead because I actually think she's she cannot control her preclusion to certain recreational activities that involve snow-colored powder.
I mean, they get so toxic sometimes. Like exploded emotions.
And these are whole mothers, so I don't understand how you're a mom and you're supposed to be like an example to your children, but you're on panels cussing people out, telling grown men that they're losers, that they should STFU, like all of this nasty stuff. Like I don't understand.
Moms are human. Moms are human as well. They get angry too.
Right. And what was worse is
people
held me
I don't remember
responsible.
my mom ever going in public and disrespecting people. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No way. So the issue here is most of the women on the chat were supporting this woman. As in, basically, they wanted me to apologize for calling her a snow lover, and then, but for me, she didn't need to apologize to me. You see, this is the madness that was going on. She was rude to me, and when I was rude back to her, I was the one held responsible. This is a sad life of modern black men. That was funny.
Yeah, because we live in a society where, so long as you make a woman cry, it's your fault, even if she instigated the argument. It's your fault.
This is the Benjamin Button maturity thingy that I mentioned. This is it. Understand? This is it. Like as I told you, they're not snowflakes, but when it sees them, like you understand, like.
Yeah, when the shit comes, suddenly they're allergic to germs. They'll be rolling in it beforehand. It's like,
and that's why a lot of them look ridiculous, because it's like they try to be everything, man and woman, and they end up being nothing. They don't end up being good at either, being a man or a woman. And a lot of them, they prop up each other with their nonsense, so it doesn't seem as bad as it actually is. But someone said about the sisterhood of failure, or I call it the satanic sister, or the sisterhood of Satan. Again, bit by bit, it will just be a case of save yourself. And so this sisterhood, at least the facade of it, will eventually slip, and it will just be like a free fall. I don't know. See, I wouldn't necessarily say that I'm a Bible bashing, but that chapter is that Isaiah 4:1 passage about seven women cleaving to
Oh
one
yeah,
man.
yeah.
Yeah, we're
That's
in
gonna
that
happen.
time. We're in
Yeah.
that time, and we're at the beginning of it. So it's not particularly obvious.
And they're gonna
But
beg you just to have your name, because yeah,
yeah,
100%. Like, it's but you know what? What I did notice, have you seen that movie Precious? Did you see the when the mother basically starts getting jealous of the daughter when the daughter's getting attention from her boyfriend? What I think, unfortunately, with a lot of these women is they're going to be raising these daughters, and they're not going to teach them how to get to be better than them. They're going to try to bring them down and be jealous of them when they start looking good. So they're giving them the right advice. I don't think, because obviously hurt people create hurt people. So
mm,
I doubt they're going to give their daughters the keys to escape that cycle. That's a sad thing.
yeah. No, it's true. They're not going to, because a lot of them see even their daughters as competition. Because the whole dating market's a hot mess now. Like
Mhm.
women, literally, like their daughters are competition, and whether it's their daughters or a stranger, nothing's gonna get in their way when it comes down to getting what they want, or at least what they think they're entitled to. So, Babylon.
Oh, man.
This is Babylon, man. Like,
Yeah.
yeah.
But what the issue here is, unfortunately, the black community is what's going to suffer, because, the Indians, look, no matter how toxic their community is in the UK, right,
Hmm.
with the whole marriage thing and forcing people to like not marrying who they love. Yeah, yeah, that's true. They've got some weird toxic,
Yeah.
family stuff. But leaving that aside for now, they've got really strong community principles. They actually have a
Hmm.
community. That's the thing, and that if we don't get on board, we're going to be
It's too
left
late.
economically.
That is too late. It's already too late.
So
No, I'm an eternal optimist. Yeah, I don't like to unless I'm an eternal optimist, but there's times where you have to be pragmatic. Yeah, why I say that it's already over. The only community that set up anything that was remotely or institutional was the Caribbean community. Going back to like the 90s, the 80s, they were the ones that were able to get grants to have like youth centers where they had programs. Those grants, granted, didn't long last for an indefinite period, but they were a bit more structured in how they went about things. That's the reason how, for example, when you had Bernie Grant, who I think was one of the first black MPs in the UK when he won, is it the 1987? He won the 1987 election, general election. He he came off, he was able to reach that position because there was a black community. Do you understand? We don't have one anymore. There isn't one. What you have is a mass of black people. Because of that whole kind of question mark, who are we? What are we? How should we be spending our time? America has influenced a lot of the choices and the way of life that we have it here in the UK. You understand? But the reality is we're not America. So it's almost like an escapist type of thing. But when it comes down to it, the reality sets in. Once, obviously, I
Right.
told you already, once the African population doubled, right? Okay, like I said,
Mm.
it doubled. It doubled
Yeah.
between. It basically doubled between '01 and 2011. Since that, there's no institution. Someone said, "Oh, there's churches." Churches do not basically the money that goes to black churches ends up basically being supporting like the pastor and the office of the pastor's lifestyle or lifestyles. It doesn't go towards creating any educational institutes, or
Right.
any kind of business equity where the church obviously doesn't have to pay tax. If it invested in
Mm.
certain viable entities of its congregants,
Right.
then the money can go back into the church.
Man,
But they don't want to
you,
do that. Do you understand? They don't offer
you're the
anything substantive.
mhm. See, you're
Yeah.
the first person I've actually had this conversation with, and hasn't actually, in fact, added on several layers to it. Because I spoke when I was in the manosphere. In fact, at one point they kind of kicked me out. They let me back into it. They kicked me out because they thought I was a male feminist. I don't know how that happened. I did troll them a little bit. I trolled Kevin Samuels as well a little bit. But anyways, the point is, I told them, look, if you want to fix your communities, fix your churches. Your churches have been infested with women as leaders, and doing this whole emotional sort of prayer. stuff and spiritualism that's got nothing to do with actual real thing. If you look at some of the richest people in the UK, it's the Anglican Church. Why? They own prime line properties in London. They actually
Yeah.
invest in real viable businesses. But you look at these African churches, they're not buying things or investing in actual property or things that have viable, these churches, if they were smart, for example, let's say this whole Sacco or Susu thing, they could have done a lot more. I know some of them have tried, to do a couple of things. I know some, but in general, they don't, and that's part
Yeah.
of the issue. Even the mosque,
Yeah.
even the black mosques, right? They don't do anything significant. A lot of them
No.
support Palestine and sending money to charities, but they don't build their own investment portfolios. It's
Yeah, that's
that's
that.
yeah.
Yeah,
Oh
there
no, I
isn't.
was just
So
gonna say that,
there's no.
like,
Sorry,
for
go on.
example, the church that I go to, if you look
Mhm.
at their books, they spend a lot of money actually flying people from Ghana to Canada. So they have
See?
these pastors to come over and speak to us, but they pay for these pastors plane tickets, and then they also obviously sponsor the pastors. So it's like you're spending so much money literally flying these pastors out. Are you serious? Like these people are crazy, man.
Right.
Those are missed opportunities to incubate anything that it really is a community. A community is supposed to have a credo. There's supposed to be certain
They need to
principles.
fly me
Fine,
out.
some can be implied, but there's meant to be something which is expressed, which is clearly documented, which people, if in doubt, they can refer to. Say, okay, fine, these are my responsibilities. But you don't have that. What you have here is a free for all. Someone will tell you like, yeah, you need to patronize because black community in it. Yeah, yeah, yeah. You basically hand over the money and buy whatever it is that person is selling. But that person's showing you that they are also patronizing other black businesses. Nope, they're just using that to basically hustle you. And if you want to basically do that, hold tight. But you should be looking at the chain of things. Okay, you're gonna back him. Who is he backing? Because there's someone on Instagram. I don't want to mention his name here, but this guy basically built up a following by posting stuff that was to do with like Black Power, Pan Africanism. You take quotes from the likes of Dr. Francis Cress Welton or Dr. Amos Wilson, or other Pan Africanist scholars, psychiatrists, so on and so forth, and he will basically put them there. He won't give them the credit for what he was doing. And he was telling people, yeah, man, you need to support black business. But meanwhile, this guy was selling hats, yeah, that had like a Pan African logo on it. The fabrics were coming from Asia,
Yeah.
right? The logistical companies were not owned by black people. Um,
Okay.
the packaging, literally, there's about 5 or 6 rungs of that, what do you call it? What's the word I'm looking for here? Supply chain. None of it was basically black. You give him the money, and he inflates the cost as well, so he makes it more expensive than it should be. Do you understand? But then when
Right.
he comes down to auditing his own spending, he doesn't practice what he's supposedly preaching. He also, you know what white labeling is? You know, if you buy something from a provider and then you brand it by yourself and you sell it on. Do you know what I mean by that? White labeling.
White
Does
labeling.
anyone know?
No.
Okay,
Oh,
what
you
is
mean
it?
like? Oh no, I know what you mean. You mean
Yeah,
like when
yeah,
you purchase a product, you put that thing and then you put your own brand on it or something.
Yes, I
exactly.
don't believe in
So
this whole
again,
smashing thing.
yeah, so this guy was getting vitamin D products, which again was not manufactured by black people. None of it. The vitamin
Right.
tablets, the supplements themselves, the packaging, the delivery, the transportation, nothing.
So it's
You'll
not
put
black
his logo
business,
on
is
it. Exactly. You'll put a Pan African sticker on it and be like, "Yay,
it?
support me." No one's questioning him, and not telling people, "If you don't support me, you're a dickhead. You're a this. You're a that." Da 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 da. And I'm like, hang on a second. This guy's got some cheek. You're not even ADOS. You're trying to tell ADOS people that they should be patronizing you. Some of these people out in goodwill are doing this, and you're there really hustling them. You're trying to tap on their sensibilities. You know that they are looking for certain answers. They want to empower themselves. They want to be part of something, and you're fooling them. So I'm saying when it comes down to the so-called black community, it's those kinds of fuckeries that you see time and again.
Oh my days. Yeah, that's messed up.
Afriscope Alpha. Afriscope High Value Man Alpha. That's my new name.
Now, I don't think you're an alpha Afriscope. You're more of a beta guy.
you don't have to you don't have the response, how do I call it, you don't have the right to name me. I name myself. Okay, so I am Alpha,
No.
and you can't change it. It's written in my soul. So
Okay. You're definitely
thanks,
not
thank
alpha.
all of you for being here. I see all of you. I see Juju. I see Mr. Uganda. Um I see
All
more
right, so
of you.
Day's
Okay,
here.
so let's
She wants
welcome
to.
DEI. DEI, can you go ahead and
So, some people wanted me to put in my 2 cents about submission. Um, some Muslims will not be agreeable to what I say because I happen to be from a Muslim background, but I don't believe in submission. I believe in compromise. Also, this whole thing with high value men, high value women, this is something I heard in the internet. I don't know what that means. But I don't believe in, as a woman, to submit to anybody. That's
Wow, so you
just,
don't believe in the Quran and the Hadith? Or are you selectively choosing like Christians? You know, that's how
I,
Christians became corrupt.
Astaghfirullah.
Go
I'm,
ahead, go ahead.
I am not a practicing Muslim, so
Oh, I see.
I'm the last person to
I
be
see.
judging anybody's choices. But in terms of,
Wallahi.
yeah,
It's
astaghfirullah.
wallah. But yeah,
But yeah, so for me, it's just as a person, as a human being, just authentically, I cannot see myself submitting to
interesting. Anyone.
anybody or anything, to be
But then
honest.
that means you're not submitting to Allah because the whole point of woman submitting to man is man's supposed to submit to Allah, so he's only supposed to do the will that is leading the family towards betterness, and then the woman submits herself to the man. But so everyone's got someone they're submitting to. So
Hmm.
you don't really believe. Okay,
Well,
I get your point, right?
yeah.
Philosophically, I
But
agree with
it
you.
depends,
Philosophically,
even whether submission or not. First of all, submissiveness has nuances to it. But in any case,
of
this
course.
all comes down to negotiation. So, and I mean this in the nicest way. If there are no takers, then it's inconsequential whether you're a compromiser or submissive or not, because it literally is of non effect. I mean, there's no man. So it really
Hmm.
depends. If there's a man that's going to agree to that, fine, but it has to come down to value, not blue pilled nonsense about men owing
Exactly.
Right.
women marriage because of nothing. There has to be
Interesting.
a compelling reason.
But
Has to be.
let me give an let me give an even different perspective. I believe that women in general don't like to submit because they have they're rebellious. Because you see, every man is submissive. Because when I go, let's say if I was employed, I'm submitting to my boss. I'm literally
Correct.
submitting to
Yeah.
my boss. Like I go to work. He or she gives instructions,
Hmm.
and I have to comply to them. And men have
Right.
no issue submitting to other men. I think it's just women have an issue submitting to men
I I
because
I will
that's
I
exactly
will
what
s-
I would do if I was to
yeah.
work. Go ahead.
I'll submit in terms of work because I'm getting paid. It's an incentive.
Hmm.
So in terms of work, yeah, but in my personal life, I can't see myself submit. I'm hard-headed. I'm stubborn. I can't see myself doing that.
But how will
We
you
can
get
work.
married then?
I'm not a married woman, so you know, that should
How old are
tell
you?
you.
Do,
I'm in my
do you,
30s.
hmm.
Okay, so do you want to
Hmm.
be married?
At the moment, no.
Okay. Do you have kids?
Nope.
What's your weight?
That's my weight.
Hey,
A
hey,
lady never
no, no, no,
tells,
no, no, no,
okay?
no, 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 no,
No,
no.
I was doing a Kevin Samuels.
See,
That's the
yes.
whole the
You
questions
could just ask
that he asks.
a
Here you
better
go.
question would be, are you in normal weight or overweight? But don't ask for the number. That's too personal.
A lady never tells.
Because that's, come
Okay,
on, that's
interesting.
no.
So, but okay, so go ahead.
Hmm. No, I don't weigh the average American woman's weight, so that should
Okay,
tell you. Hmm.
interesting. So I guess
Are
the
you
question. No, you go ahead.
Hmm.
okay? That's gonna ask. What's your ethnic background?
I am a Somali.
Okay, mashallah.
Hmm.
This guy is out here trying to hit on
No,
Nigerian women. Yeah. So you asked me if I'm Somali, sister. No, I'm not Somali.
Wait,
But
that's you? K Polymath was you?
yeah, that's me.
Oh, okay. All right.
I'm the other one, the better tribe.
Right, which is
Yeah,
Borana. Is that what you're trying to say? Okay.
the better one. Yeah,
My mother's
but
neighbors.
only right. Yeah, but only partially. I'm mixed with some other tribes. Like
Okay.
I found out I had some Nilotic blood in me as well. I thought it was just Bantu, but nope.
Well, it's Kenya, so
Yeah, but it's just disappointing. That's a
Are you
tribe.
Somali? Are you Somali Bantu or Somali?
no, my mother is Somali Kenyan. She's from Garissa, and my dad is from Somalia.
Can you say Garifa one more time?
Garissa?
Oh, baby. I'm joking. By the way. I'm just
Oh, baby. Well, she hasn't got. I mean, I'm assuming you haven't got one yet, right?
Me,
Or have
no.
you?
No.
Yeah. So yeah. Oh, baby. Yeah, that's accurate. Yeah. So go ahead. So, anyways, interesting. But do you okay? Do you? Because here's the thing, right? When a man and woman gets older, we feel this sense of loneliness. Do you ever have those like frequent nights where you feel like it would be nicer if you had someone who you could rely on and sort of feel is your person and feel protected somehow?
I have my family. I
Okay,
feel, yeah.
loved by them.
Yeah.
Okay, interesting. And
Hmm.
what? Okay, so are you fully straight, half straight, asexual, or?
I'm a heterosexual female.
Oh, okay. So you're a
Mm.
normal girl, basically. Okay,
Hmm.
interesting.
Is it a matchmaking show?
Seems like that.
Jack season is coming for you, Dr. Casey.
No, no, it's
is it
not for me.
DEI?
It's coming.
Yeah.
Is it DEI or day? How do you? Would you?
DEI. It's just an acronym.
Okay, got you. I'll
Hmm.
ask you this: for women who probably have a similar mindset when it comes down to compromising or compromiser, right?
Hmm.
Does that extend to the bedroom? As in, do you think that such women should be also compromisers in the bedroom, or they are submissive? What's your take on that? Is it inconsistent to be submissive in the bedroom but compromise outside of the bedroom?
I guess it would
'Cause-
depend on the female, right? So,
Mm,
like, if the female in the corporate world, I guess at her workplace, she's very dominant, but like doesn't want to be in her personal life, then it would depend on. I've seen, like, heard of multiple females wanting to be more submissive in their personal lives and more dominant at work.
Yeah.
So,
In fact, I've seen research papers saying that that's actually the issue with some of the modern women is that they've been sold the idea that they want equality in all aspects, but obviously genes play an important role, especially in sexual attraction. That in the bedroom they prefer if this beta cuck would just treat her a bit more, with a bit more kind of finesse in the
yeah.
bedroom, but then respect her in a more like a colleague sort of energy in other
Hmm.
areas. So yeah,
Yeah.
so
that's interesting.
DEI, are
Since
you a
this is pretty
compromiser
hard,
in
let me
every
just ask
regard?
the question: what can you deliver in the bedroom?
For me,
Mm-hmm.
I can deliver whatever is required of me. Like,
No,
just think of me as a yeah. Go ahead.
Bedmatics, right?
Yeah, exactly. It's like
Strong bedmatics.
no, no. Okay, look, I'm not a what you call what's that person who goes around having monkey double backflips with people. But from the times where I have maybe tasted the forbidden fish, let's just say I have devoured the bones. Well,
Mm, yeah, the
I
cheeks,
think
yeah.
that's a default answer that every man would say.
What's that?
correct, which is why you can't ask. Like I said, you don't ask a base and acids how they're gonna if they're best friends. You
Mm,
put them together, you react them, and then you see what
yeah,
happens.
it's true.
You're right.
so DEI, and this is a
Hmm.
question from you from Jack season. Ask her, would she date a Ghanaian?
I'm open, I guess.
Oh,
Oh,
really?
Yeah.
Mm,
Um, yeah, it's the thing is, it's more so my family as a Somali, it would be more of a family issue. But personally, that's, yeah, I wouldn't mind.
Even
Okay.
if he was like he had that round, small dark head.
The what happened?
Ghanaians have this small round black head,
Mm.
like a really round head, and it's like really black. You don't mind like a what am I head? You don't mind that?
As long as he doesn't mind this big globe,
What big globe?
Oh,
my
the head,
forehead.
the forehead.
Oh, right. I see.
Mm.
Okay.
Is that the most prominent thing?
For Somalis, yeah.
Mo-
No, for
actually,
you.
most
Um, the head. What do you mean? I don't. What do you mean?
Your most prominent feature.
My most prominent feature would probably, yeah. It's yeah.
Go
I
on.
guess you could say it. Yeah,
Really?
because I have like a small nose, but my forehead
Okay.
is like a typical Somali forehead.
Okay.
Mhm.
Do you have like the hourglass or more?
Hey, guys,
Talk to me.
she might have the more Coca-Cola one.
from her
I'm a
voice,
tall,
you should tell.
Don't be shy. Don't be shy.
I'm a tall, slim Somali.
A tall, slim.
Yeah, Somali.
Okay,
Yes,
you're his
Daddy,
type.
daddy, long legs. Yeah.
I guess you could say that.
Okay. I hear that.
Mhm.
Interesting.
Interesting. In Kenya, a lot of Somali girls become fat because they think that they're gonna get curvy that way, and then they don't realize just the girls
IG,
who are curvy
leave your IG
have
in the comment section.
What happened?
Um,
Let me see what's going on.
yeah. So actually, a lot of Somali girls in Kenya, at least in the northern parts, I don't think it's the same in Italy because I don't even think those are Kenyan Somalis. But anyways, um, a lot of
Oh,
them
Eastleigh or
get fat.
Somali. Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
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 So a lot of the Kenyan Somalis, though, like in let's say in Wajir, last time I was there,
Mhm.
my friend she was telling me that. So my friend is very curvy, and
Mhm.
she was
Oh,
telling me
really?
that
Who is
some of
she?
the other. Her name is Nasra. I can introduce you if you want. She's looking for a husband.
Mashallah,
You just have
mashallah.
to be a
Oh,
Muslim man.
husband. Let's. No,
Yeah,
it's
no,
not
she's
quite
looking for.
husband time yet. Okay,
No, she's
well,
gonna be coming to UK soon, actually, in the next 2 months. So
but not
I can
for
introduce you if you want.
that one's for social bedmatics, you know.
No.
Not.
She's not that kind of girl. No, she's
What
she's a bit
what is
more.
the kind of girl? I mean, at the end of the day, it's quite relative, right?
No. In this
This is a
case,
matter.
there's defined
This is a matter of copulative relativity. You know? Yeah.
copulative relativity.
Yes.
No. The kind of girl is like the kind of girl who's open to monkey double backflips is different from what she is. She's looking for like a husband. She's not like such a prude or anything, but
Okay.
she's at that point of life where she probably wants a guy. Um, anyways, so yeah, she was telling me basically that some other Somali girls were trying to become as curvy as she is. So they thought by eating more, they'll get to actually become curvy, but they just ended up getting, just bigger.
Mhm.
Um, because she also said that they didn't want to go to the gym, because if you eat more and you go to the gym, sure you can do certain exercises to build on certain body parts, but unfortunately, some of them just didn't understand it, and it's kind of sad. She said some of her friends got really big, and you know, got a bit sad.
Mhm.
Big booty, overrated. Although it looks good.
Speak
What the
for
hell does
yourself,
that mean? This
Quasi.
guy says like,
Maybe
Quincy,
it's
how can
because
it be?
maybe it's because he's in Ghana, so he's now he's like
Oh,
desensitized to it.
he's
You
seeing it like
understand?
it's just jollof, right?
But
Every day.
he should speak for himself. No. Put some respect on the cheeks, man. Shit.
This guy. Quest. Interesting. So yeah, so D, I see your point. You don't really want to submit. And I
No.
think philosophically, I see
guys,
your
I
point.
think my blood is running low, and so you have to support me. I need to get something, some vegetables, some fruits, some proteins to kind of boost my immune system. So go ahead, you can use uh, SendWave or World Remit. Oh, this word, WorldRemit.com or SendWave app.
What does it
So
say? Whole
these are my
mobile money.
details on the screen. Eh?
Wait, are you a hoe? What does it say? Whole mobile money. Like, are you the hoe? It
I've
says on
not
the
seen it.
thing
I said
That's
on
the
the
World
name.
Remit.
city.
It says Ho Mobile Money. Are you the
That's
Ho?
the city.
Oh, you live in a city called. You literally live in a city of hoes. I knew
No,
AfriScope used to be a
H
professional.
H O H O.
Yeah, that's a hoe.
No.
Literally, you just say it. Oh,
haven't you
I can literally
haven't
see
you
it.
learned your pronunciations? Haven't you learned your pronunciations?
I knew you're a hoe this time. I mean, it literally says hoe on your mobile money wallet. That's how you make money. It
Quincy, I'm
makes sense.
expecting from you.
So DEI. Okay, so have you
Mm-hmm.
ever had suitors? Have you had people like who are interested in like taking the relationship further before?
I've had, I could say like people who, or men who made it seem like they wanted to be friends, but they would switch up on me. And then at that point, I would have to ghost them because I'm not looking for that.
Right, Casper, yeah.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
The unfriendly ghost.
But you know, because you know, you said you have a prominent dome. Is it on Casper's kind of level?
Oh, no. I have a big
Yeah, that was a
forehead.
good one.
I have a big forehead, but it's not like Captain Phillips type of, thing.
But you can do someone damage if they get on your wrong side, yeah. If they can't compromise you, give them
I
one
can
line.
I can give you a chin check.
Not a headbutt check, no.
Maybe a headbutt check too.
Okay, so that's a lethal weapon you've got there.
Yep.
Okay, even for like S&M and that possibilities are ended.
Listen, I don't know what kinky stuff you're talking about. I have no idea.
I'm teasing you. I'm pulling your leg.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
No, my forehead is
Mm-hmm.
it's pretty yeah.
It's an East African forehead. That's what
Yeah,
it
it's
is.
pretty global.
Right.
Like I remember the Ghanaians, they had nice
Nice. What?
Yeah,
Is
I
he
didn't
still
hear
there?
you. Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. Is he still with us? Is he?
I don't hear him.
Mm. Hopefully he'll come back.
Right.
Yeah, what's happening to his internet connection though? He's about to give a compliment to to Ghanaians for the first time, and then the internet went out. Anyways, African millennial, you there?
Yeah.
Okay. So what's going on?
There's someone interfering with the network connection.
Mhm.
Huh?
Maybe maybe StreamYard is playing a game with us. Who knows?
Mm. Mm.
Is there a question or a comment? Or are you just gonna wait?
Okay, yeah, I
Yeah.
guess we can keep this going. Yeah, so someone's gonna say something.
Um, I have
I
nothing
think
to say.
I think someone asked if Ugandan women have big butts. I think it was Gigi. And I think Mr. Uganda might be well placed to answer that. I
Yeah.
mean, in my experience, I ain't got no complaints. But I mean, Mr. Uganda, like I said, I'm more like a tourist in that realm. He's closer to the
That
what
word
action.
is forbidden on here. It has a
What's
bad
that?
what
reputation.
Oh,
wait, what was the question? What was the question?
Well, she asked if the Ugandan women have big butts, and I said, listen, man,
Yeah, yeah, they do.
Of course.
yeah, shock absorbing all the way. You know what I'm saying?
Yup.
Yeah,
That whole country, like every woman has a big ass. Like I remember when I went to like one of
bare
my
drums and that.
my grandfather's funeral, and I saw this girl. She was wearing red. Man, this ass was massive. She was super slim. Turned out it was my cousin.
Turns out your cousin, you said?
Yeah.
Whoa.
Turns out it was my cousin. So
Gee.
that had someone
Wow.
was like, "Oh yeah, that's one of your." Yeah.
Juju said, what country known for biggest butts? South Africa, I think, would be.
You know what? That's hard. You know, I thought it was South Africa. I've been there. I've had my experiences, but I don't know. I feel like Uganda. I don't know, man. It's a hard one. I think like like if you have like a competition where there's like equal winners and they just rotate the trophy amongst themselves. So South Africa, Uganda, Tanzania. I think maybe Kenya, but of those three, like I just said, yeah, I think they're all joint winners. In that
Yeah.
respect.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
some tribes have big butts, like Luyas, and also some Somali women have big butts. And in Ethiopia, unfortunately, women in Ethiopia don't have. I don't want to speak bad, but facially they look great, but body wise it looks like a flat iron, and that's the issue.
What
It's
is
what it is.
what are you
Um,
saying?
but Somali women do generally, if they put on a bit of weight, and they do get an ass actually. Even the guys get an ass. Like a lot of abdis have ass. So
Yeah.
Yeah,
Because
I think I've been watching this. You realize that some men also have eyes, and I wonder. I thought they were black. Anyways, you're not gonna go into that. And maybe they are women. Do women also like men with big ass?
repeat what you said? Women like big asses on men? Is that
Yeah,
what you
yeah,
said?
yeah, yeah.
Oh, really? Okay.
Do they like the question?
Oh, do they like it depends on
Mm-hmm.
the woman, I guess. But I haven't heard of that.
interesting.
Yeah. I mean, like when it comes to women, um, and obviously they're big butts and appealing to men. I don't know. I don't see what would a woman need a big nyash for. I mean, like a big butt. I don't know
They
what the
like big
utility
arms.
of that would be. Yeah, arms. Like obviously arms. If
Yeah.
you're doing bedmatics and you need to flip the woman over, grips and all that kind of stuff,
Mhm.
then arms come in
Yeah.
use. If you need to carry heavy stuff, if she's a good woman, you want to help her out. Again, the arms come in use. You understand? But a big butt on a man for a woman, I can't see the utility. Like the logic escapes me. But like
That's
I
why
said,
I
Right.
maybe
think
On
I'm
a
still
woman, it
they
makes
learning.
might
sense. She
they
can hold
Yeah,
the
might be
exactly.
baby on her
spanking it
back
or
and
what?
everything. Yeah.
Maybe
Yeah.
they might be spanking it.
This guy,
Because
it's
with
funny.
women, it's like I said, it's like there's so
It
many
makes sense.
possibilities, so many
Yeah.
possibilities.
She, a
You
baby can sit
understand?
there with a
Playing
little lasso.
drums,
Hmm.
um, shock absorption, you name
Yep.
it. Like there's just so many possibilities.
Yep. So there's a lot of you can actually use anyways. But I'll say though, like the best body type that I would say is one of these women because they have a big enough ass and they're cute as well.
Did you say Middle Eastern women?
Mm-mm, no, 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 no,
Oh,
no,
so I
no.
was about to say,
Actually,
who did you say?
I'm not attracted to North Africans or Middle Easterns at all. Actually, that's the interesting thing.
Yeah,
Like if I'm
they're not packing like that.
no. Even just in general, even facially, I'm not really attracted to Middle East
Yeah,
or North
yeah,
Africa. Like, I'd rather go all the way to like Siberia in like White Russia than North
fair enough.
Africa. I
So
That's just me.
you said somewhere I mistakenly heard Middle Eastern. What was it that you said?
Oh, Rwandese women have, I would say, the most beautiful sort of thing. They have a
What
nice face and a nice body.
one niece? Who?
Tutsis
So I
from
didn't
Rwandese.
hear.
Rwanda.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You got taste, man. You got taste. I gotta give it to you.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh, Burundi. Uh,
yeah.
hey,
It's
Burundi sounds like booty.
it's like a Nyash connoisseur.
Yes, goodness. Oh,
Yeah,
wow. But, but honestly, the most attractive thing is on a woman, though, is her personality to me.
yeah.
We have a comment. They have it. building industries and things of that nature.
Okay.
People are not really liking the conversation at this point. It's too
Just one person there, that Ghanaian who's not going to give you the money. So focus on the other guys enjoying
the
the show.
Mansa. We've been here for 6 hours, 33 minutes now, and it's like we are tired. We are just discussing anything at all. It's not like we have a specific show or something like that. We've discussed whatever we wanted to.
Yeah, we already
So
discussed coding industries.
if you
They're
wanna
saying we
discuss,
like the conversation.
come on board. If you, I think we have a space here. We have one spot available. You
We'll
can
put
come and
drug
talk
season
about
instead.
No, I think
money
Scott
making.
said Ghanaians have a small round head. He got offended. And I call it the word in my head. Anyways, why am I laughing? This guy is richer than me. And he also married a Kenyan,
Um,
so he's winning.
I would like to have you near Niani. I think that's the name, Niani Mansa, so that you discuss about the money making or
Mm.
ideas. I would like to have you.
Mr.
Yeah,
Uganda thinks
yeah, you
stick
should
around.
come up. Let's talk. Let's chat money. You know,
Wait,
Yeah,
Wesley's
everybody like
asking,
me.
do we lick out white
money,
ladies?
big bucks, wherever, man. I'm flexible. You know.
Yeah. Okay,
Yeah,
so
we like the
uh,
conversation.
do I lick out white ladies?
Huh?
No.
Where did that come from?
I don't. Let's see, man. No, why would we do that? Like, come on, like white
Yeah,
ladies.
is it meant to be like ice cream? Is it like some kind of ice cream flavor that we haven't
Nah,
discovered? Like,
see,
I don't know.
no, forget ice cream. Ice cream is okay. It's like raw chicken. It's not right. Imagine looking at raw chicken and then trying to lick it. It's like,
Unless
what
you
the
want
hell?
salmonella.
You know,
Exactly right. That's what we
salmonella.
should. Right,
Yeah.
that's what you should call your kids. Some form of Ella. So no.
I'm a
Quincy,
Chuckmeister. You know,
we don't do that. That's
chocolate, yo, chocolate. Yeah,
So,
I
hey,
stuck
do you
to you
believe?
there.
Since obviously you're not like a strict following Muslim, so you're obviously okay with
Actually,
monkey double backflips before marriage, right?
What happened? Repeat what you said.
Since you're not a strict Muslim, you're okay with monkey double backflips before marriage, right?
Is that like a euphemism for something? What are you trying to say?
Yeah, just imagine two
To knock
monkeys,
the boots. You know what I'm saying? Knock
Knocking the
those
two
boots.
boots.
monkeys, yeah,
Yeah.
two monkeys staring at each other
Mm,
having fun.
talk to me.
To each their own.
Oh, okay, but what
Why
about for
you being a
you? I guess the
politician?
question was,
Well, don't you need to be a politician? I mean, you know, speak freely.
If you don't follow it, then do what you want to
did the
do.
internet go?
Mm, okay, yeah, okay,
yeah,
I see you.
we have to respect our women. So, nearly African men and big. You know what? Actually, I'm not like it's not something I look up for. Like, I'm looking for a big butt. No. Because sometimes we carry such people. I know I have a lot in my house, and then when they grow a little bit, like they have waist problems. Like seriously, they have waist problems.
Gao,
They can't
karabala
even walk
salamala
properly. That's why
gao,
I don't. To
kedema
me, it's not
salamala
like
gao.
something I focus on. Yeah,
Yeah,
South African
because
man, South
he
African.
says, go ahead. Yeah, because he says he
Yeah,
prefers
Ugandan
super.
people. Yeah, you want to say something?
Yeah, so I was telling Quincy, you know that song, I can't speak Congolese, Lingala, but it's called Gao. It's a nice sort of suku style. I don't know the name officially of that type of music, but it's an old
Mm,
African man song that they play at
there is
parties.
that song. Yeah, they used to play it at every
That's from
wedding
Ivory
or
Coast.
party.
Oh, it's Ivory Coast, okay, but it sounds like Congolese music to me, the genre. Yeah, I like that song. What this new
Everyone.
one? Hey, you want to chill with the big boy? You want to bam bam? That one is quite nice. Do you guys know it?
No, I don't.
You don't? Oh, okay. Let me send
I,
it to
I
you.
only heard it. I only heard it on. I only heard it on. What do you call it?
Nah,
What is
it's called I'm a
this
Piano.
thing? This name of the
Did you
app?
lose connection?
TikTok.
Oh,
TikTok, right? I only heard that on TikTok.
sorry. Did
Ugh,
someone hear?
I
Did
hate
anyone hear what
TikTok.
I said? Because I think I was muted. I was asking a question. I think I was muted.
No, we
Um,
didn't hear.
I said,
You
have any of you lot heard of Awila Lungomba?
That one.
Awilo Lungomba, the Congolese
Uh,
guy.
oh, okay. No, I think.
Hey, my God is good, oh. That guy.
Yeah, yeah. My God,
Yes.
is good.
Mm,
Yeah, I know.
yeah. What of Salif Keita?
Oh yeah.
You know who I'm talking about?
I have a
Hmm.
South African song in my head, but I don't know the artist name. It
Yeah.
goes like this. Can I even remember? I have this song. Like mostly, I don't know why I even heard that song once and then it's stuck. Um.
Hmm.
Oh, I'm going to speak something. Get ready to laugh. Guys,
Kwesi, just
continue.
Kwesi, just promise us Ghanaian ladies you'll take them to the UK. You don't need money if you promise that. Like literally, they'll date you just for the UK prospects. You got a land game, Kwesi. You know,
Yeah,
just don't
his
let them know.
accent alone, he can finesse a lot of people just with his
Exactly.
accent.
Literally,
Who?
Kwesi, I'd
Gracie.
be going down to like haircut places, and people are trying to get my number. Obviously, they don't get it, but everyone, the men, the women, no,
Oh,
no,
for
no,
real?
no, no homo.
Mm,
Yeah, I don't go that, I don't go
yeah.
that way. That's
It's,
not my preference.
it's not quite like that in Nigeria, I don't think. Not
In
quite.
South Africa, it is. There's a lot
Yeah.
of those guys everywhere with their
Yeah.
rainbow flags.
I don't know. Sometimes, like, I don't know. Okay, fair enough. Yeah. Hmm,
Mana, hey,
hmm.
Denga.
So,
Mm.
DEI, do you ever visit Somalia?
I haven't been back since I was a toddler.
Oh, for real?
Hmm.
So
We've been there actually.
wait, you're on the US, you're not in Canada, are you?
No, I'm American.
Okay, so
Wait, have you
you're
been
like
to
proper like
Somalia?
you're proper like word, no more Somalia now. Okay.
I am
Wait,
American. I'm
have you been
American.
to Somalia?
I was born there.
Oh, okay. So you're actually Somali. Oh, interesting.
Hmm.
Yeah.
I am
Um,
Somali.
mashallah,
Interesting.
mashallah.
Hmm.
What
Yeah, I
about
thought you just
in
Somali
the word
American.
country?
In the what?
In the word country, in the US, where about?
I'm in New England.
Oh, okay, you're a New Englander.
Hmm.
Okay. So no, because you have more of like the newscaster accent rather than the regional accent traces.
Right. I don't say pocket car and hoppity yard.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, no. I pronounce my R's.
Yeah. So you got the Russic speech. Yeah.
Hmm.
Instead of saying word, you don't say word, y'all. Word. Know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
Yeah.
Hmm. Yep.
Nah, man. Yeah, yeah. I can be
Yep.
American as well, and I can be American too. Yeah,
Yeah. It's just
yeah.
the stuff that you guys say is a little different from
Hmm.
us that we can tell that you're not from here.
How do you mean?
Like, for example, you guys say maths. We say mathematics.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you
Yeah.
guys say
If,
bin
if
and
we
Yeah.
say
they say
Yeah,
trash,
if we say
Yeah.
you say
but we say garbage.
Hmm.
you know,
um.
black
You lot
black
sing as
women
You,
well
used to
when you
say that.
speak.
Hmm.
we do what?
You sing when you speak.
What is
Like
how?
You
you
have
lot sing.
intonations like,
Like
yeah.
this is the reason why it's easier for British people to
What are you
put on
talking
American
about?
accents.
Okay.
Like
Yeah,
for example, like nah, I mean that's literally
Yeah.
singing. You know what I'm saying?
yeah.
But then with like
Oh
British,
yeah.
with like most London people, they kind of drag their words. That's why in Nigeria they say that London people sound as if they're trying to swallow hot potato when they speak. So yeah,
Oh, Ghanaians
well,
sound like that. Like, my
how
father, the language, to language sounds like that to me. It sounds like hot potatoes trying to be swallowed. No offense to my Ghanaians, I'm not coming for you. It's just
Uh,
my sister
DI,
married one of you guys.
Yeah.
You know.
have you seen any English architecture in New England? Like, you know, like how Americans like building houses of wood. Have you seen any brick houses in New England?
The older houses,
Yeah.
I've seen older houses. Like, if you want to see, like, if you go to Massachusetts, for example, if you go to Beacon
Mm,
Hill, that's
yeah.
where it's like the old 16th, 17th century architecture that you'll
Okay.
see. Or
Yeah, no, I
Common,
find that.
Boston Common.
Got you. I find all that stuff kind of fascinating. Like I've seen certain images of New England, and I'm like, yo, this is dope, yo. Yeah.
Yeah,
I don't know. I
it's
like I like old architecture. I'm a bit funny like that, but yeah.
You should come Mombasa
Um,
then. There's a lot of old architecture here.
where?
where.
Mombasa. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Okay.
Mombasa resembles Mogadishu. Like if you look at my Abbey, that looks like
Hmm.
Mombasa, but that's Mogadishu.
Ah,
Hmm.
nice.
Quick one.
I should go there too.
DI. Do people ever mistake you for anything else than being Somali? You know, you said your mum's from the Kenyan, Somalian type of area.
I I get I get Indian, I
Okay.
get Afro Latina, like Dominican, Puerto Rican, I get Brazilian, I get North African, but more like Tuareg, I would say. I get
Okay.
Sudanese, I get
Mm.
Habasha, I get Southern Yemeni. I also got mistaken for like our minority Red Hamar.
Say
And
that
I
one more
get
time.
Red Hamar.
Oh yeah, that's good. Yeah.
Oh, really?
Continue.
Okay. But do you wear your
So
hijab?
no.
So,
Oh, okay.
do you guys listen to South African house music? I don't know
Oh
the
yeah, yeah. Woo.
musician. Okay. Angina Omalenge,
Do you know
Angina
who
Omalenge.
what's this woman's name? Do you know who Shasha is?
I don't know the
Who?
name.
Shasha, the South African, I think, house singer. Oh, no, she's Zimbabwean, but she sings like for South Africans. She's good. She's good. Yeah.
Once again.
Your
I don't know
pussy
the
was
song.
complaining that the women in the UK are money hustlers. They like too much money, and I'm just like, why are you complaining about hypergamy?
No,
It's
Kwesi
not.
is
It's not.
what Kevin Summers would call Kwesi. What do you call it?
But there's no real hypergamy because there's not really
Harmony.
the kind of taste they have is not really. There's not that many men that
Yes,
can really.
that's
The
true.
UK, see, the UK's got a small economy. You understand? Even though
Yeah,
London is obviously like the core of economic activity.
still
London
number
hasn't
one.
got a big economy. You understand?
Nope.
It's only a tenth the size of the US economy.
Yep.
Yeah, there and thereabouts.
I mean,
Like
but
even
So,
a
the women
doctor.
that he was speaking to, for the most part, came from two-parent household and like traditional households. So of course, no woman is gonna talk to you because she has to introduce you to her father if she's like a normal good woman or whatever. So why would she
mm.
introduce you to her father if you're broke? Like that's just irresponsible.
Oh, you mean in the case of Kwesi?
Not particularly.
Oh, just
What Kwesi
broadly speaking.
prefers.
Yeah, just
Are you talking
generally
about black
speaking.
women or just women in general?
The woman he was going for, the
Okay,
Ghanaian community, he said.
okay. I mean, I can't talk for him entirely. I wouldn't want to do that, but there's not that many two-parent household, women coming from that. Whether that's in his community, I mean, I'm saying that they do exist. I'm not saying they don't, but you're far more likely to find, you know,
Yeah.
not that basically.
Yep.
It's
Actually, I
far more
dated a
likely
Ghanaian
to.
woman once.
Oh, a gynecologist.
Yeah. Actually, yeah. She was. This is ages ago. Yeah. She was pretending to be religious. I think her family just sort of forced her into it. I thought I was actually dating someone whose belief in the religious whatever stuff is good, but nope, she was secretly not into it.
Oh,
Yeah,
was she?
do you know the musician's name? Komanini. I think that's the
You
chorus. I don't
say,
know.
"Come on me, me." No, no, I don't know any guys like that.
Komanini.
No thanks. I feel spoiled.
Angina Omalenge. Angina Omalenge.
Yeah, Mr. Uganda made a point about
Wangu
the UK
seke.
people.
Mm.
Yeah,
Fumao,
I agree with him.
I need a musician name. Don't Parker. You just wanna laugh. I know.
You can call
Yeah,
yourself
hey,
the
you should
Aquaba
come.
man.
You should come Kenya Day. You might enjoy it here. You know, like leave that horrible American life alone.
Oh,
Word.
my mother went back to Kenya, but I haven't gone.
Yeah, you should. You should
Are
visit.
you
You
wait?
should.
Are your family super religious like DEI, or they just quite like laid back?
They are the typical Somali religious people, but they're more educated, I guess. So they're more laid
Hmm.
back, you could say.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah. Hmm.
Okay, so if let's just say hypothetically you were getting married, there have to be another Muslim, even if you're both like nominally Muslim kind of thing.
Correct.
Okay,
Yeah,
I
we
see.
pretend like they're Muslim. Yeah, basically.
Okay, that's
A
interesting.
Muslim by name, anyway.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hmm.
Let's see what's going on. So someone
Yeah.
said that's nice. What's going on with Africans in the UK? Why do a lot of them come from single parents? If you're speaking
Yes.
specifically about Africans, in many cases, I said like obviously Nigerians are obviously the largest percentage of the. When I say Africans, I'm not speaking African Caribbeans. I'm speaking Africans. And I said this before that typically the dad doesn't necessarily want to move to the UK permanently. Like
Mm,
it's an all too
that's
common story. It's either, and I'll repeat this again. I'm not sure if he was around, but it's either that the dad, so the woman in question, like the child's mum, is one of many women. It could be that she's the second wife, third, fourth wife. She could have been I won't say side chick, but it may have been like the dad's girlfriend, and the family
concubine.
didn't approve. So then, yeah, exactly. So I didn't realize it, but when I started to tot up all of not just the women I kind of dated or been speaking to, but their friends and friends and friends, I'm like, wow, this is really like, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I think
So
the UK just, you guys have very welfare state mentality, so it's too easy to
yeah,
get benefits and stuff like that. In other countries,
welfare
things aren't that easy.
welfare mindset and also hyper consumerism. Like
Yeah.
once you account or adjust for people that aren't that way minded, there's not that many people that are
Right.
kind of like. I'm just keeping it real. Like I'm not saying that to be funny, but it is what it is.
Ah,
Nah.
Now that's why my dad's was trying to
Don
get
Parker.
there. Like
I don't know the
I
language.
believe
That's
in the
why.
early 2000s, my father was trying to get to the UK, but immigration
Mm.
was the enemy of progress. They did not
Or
approve, so he had to go
immigration.
somewhere else.
Oh, wait. Who's that? That sounds like a white guy there.
No. In the
That
UK,
was
it's immigration. Immigration. No, not
Oh,
immigration.
Charlie Friako.
Take those, take those immigrants out of here. You know?
Oh my gosh, you sound like this Cockney guys. That's a really good
Yeah.
accent. Are you sure
London's
you're
for
not a white guy?
Londoners.
I can do an Idris Elba one.
Really? Let's see it.
Can you
Listen,
please tell
mate,
me your name?
I'm Idris Elba. I grew up in
Oh
What's the
wow.
London,
purpose for
but
your
I come from
travel?
Kennington. Hmm? What'd you say?
How will you be
Wait, someone
supporting
said.
I,
yourself?
Hmm?
Do you intend to working in the UK?
I'm confused.
I'm sorry you don't
he's trying.
qualify
He's
for
trying
the
to do
visa
it.
at this moment.
He's trying to replicate UK
What are
accent.
your intentions in the UK?
Oh my gosh,
Why
this
are you
guy.
planning to go to the UK?
Oi,
We
oi,
don't say the UK like that.
Babaloy.
The
Everything else was
UK.
good.
A bit of
Everything
this,
else is
mate, a
good
bit of
apart
that.
from the UK flight.
Listen,
It's
mate, you
this.
I
don't
don't
want to
care,
come to
mate.
the UK. It's not what you think it is.
In it,
Oi,
eating
Sandra,
fish and chips,
get in the
drinking
fucking
tea
kitchen, mate. Get in the
with
kitchen.
beans and toast, catching the red
Sa-
bus. That's the
Sandra,
UK
mate,
life, man.
it's past 6
Oi,
p.m.
oi,
It's
put the
rubbish,
kettle
mate.
on, love.
Yeah,
A
put a
bit of
kettle
this,
on, love.
a bit
Let's
of
have a
that.
bit of a
Oi,
brew.
oi, pie and fucking mash.
Let's have a bit of a brew, Sandra.
Yeah,
It's
I
been a
love
little bit
that
of a
song.
while.
I love
bit of
it.
a brew. Yeah. But anyway,
DD.
I'm Idris Elba. I grew up in Hackney and I moved to Kennington.
UK accents are so funny, man. Like, I can't believe people sound UK. It's so weird. It's like all
Yeah,
the other ones.
UK accent. Actually, wait, London accents are nice, but Scottish Irish
Huh?
accents are
Oi,
ugly.
love.
It's
What
so
are you talking
disgusting. I
about?
can't.
What are you talking about? Put some respect on our accent, mate.
Do you want me to get
Go
that?
on.
No.
Go on, mate. Put some respect on the accent.
Well, what about the posh one? Can you do a posh one?
Hmm? Oh, dearie me. Yeah, my name is Gertrude, and I'm from Chelsea. That's how they speak. That's most of what they say. That's so ghastly. Yeah.
Rather,
Once you
it
account
is
for that, they don't really say much else.
it is rather a sorry, kind of. It is a rather particular moment in this particular time that I was thinking about Mr. Uganda. Apparently, one of the aunties from church tried to take a shot at him. Oh
Really?
no!
That
Yes,
is rather riveting.
she was
I do have to
Ugandan and
say
she
so.
shaked her bum bum in front of his face.
Oh, dearie me.
It was rather an uncomfortable experience for my eyes.
Sounds rather abominable.
I
Yeah.
don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
Africa, are you happy to see children on the same platform conversing pretty good? Seed, Seed 19 seems to be having a good side. I don't understand about that. COVID-19 seems to be having a good side. Yeah.
Oh, oh, I am not understanding. Can someone enlighten me, please?
Let me try to speak Ghanaianese.
Oh, fantastic.
I think he said, it seems like the
Masa
panelists are
kawane
enjoying
tumoho mate.
themselves. Oh, that is rather. I think it means us, the panelists, are not fighting each other. That is a rather strange,
Well,
peculiar
sure,
moment.
surely it's a fantastic development. Surely. I think
Do
it's rather
people
marvelous.
actually take people who speak like that serious?
Wow.
Because that's way
That's
too slow for me. Like, how are you
Come
speaking
again?
one sentence and you're dragging everything out?
That's how they speak. Like,
That's how they speak, yeah.
ah, yeah. That most of what they say, if you listen to the sentences, let's say there's 20 words, yeah. That may take up about 14 words, literally.
Oh well, see, I was right about Ghanaian. This me pa wo kwe wo butu mi akano bro. This is how literally the language sounds.
Hello, but I don't sound like that. I speak Ewe. So
Oh, you speak Ewe. You don't speak tree language.
I don't. I don't. Just a little, but not much. I speak Ewe and Hausa.
Oh, interesting.
hmm.
Okay, that's cool.
Um, Jack season. Where are you getting this? Who is teaching you this?
You just made it
Me pa
up.
uche me pa uche uh me pa uche Who to me aka no bro. What is saying this? Hey, are you getting some help? Give myself out. Just kidding.
You get the
Really, I
language
can't
not saying
right.
it.
Jack Season is
So
saying,
what you said
please,
in every
please, can you say it in English at Kaizo? That's what Jack Season saying. Me pao chow bits me a catch on a brothel.
Huh?
Me
Come
pa wo
again?
chwe e wo bet me out cow bracho.
but the kuku atama brena mule yevu bama.
Okay, let me speak my language. Well, one of them. Actually, no, I don't speak any of my native languages. I'm a failure. Uh,
Young
uh,
Kudi, yeah, you listening?
Yeah, everybody say it in your language, and if you can't say it in your language, I'm gonna make fun of you still.
Don't like count me out. If
you
that's the
don't, you
case,
don't,
I'm out
you
for
don't
the
speak,
count.
you don't speak any Somali dialects.
I speak the southern dialect, but
Right.
it's rusty.
Try it, try
I
it.
see.
So what does it say in English?
Please, can you say it in English?
Tafadhali, unaweza sema kwa Kiingereza sasa.
Is that Swahili?
Yeah, tafadhali means please. Unaweza means can you. Sema is say. Kwa means in. Kiingereza means English.
I might
Koma
butcher this,
chichi,
but
koma tata, koma pichi, koma kwakwa, koma shishi, mwangwatuma, koma sisi. That's how
You
the
actually said some
Kenyan
of
stuff
those.
sounds.
Actually, see, some of those words are real words, like Sisi. It means us. So, you know.
Kama chichi, kama umatata,
Matata
mwambukasi,
means,
matata.
I think, problems.
Eh,
Yeah, matata means
So I'm
problems.
speaking Kenyan.
Some.
I'm speaking Swahili.
Artaizo, how do you say "show me the way" in Swahili?
Show me the way. I think it's there's several ways to say that. Let me see. Show me the way. Okay. Niambie vile. I'm gonna tell you a long way. Niambie vile mahali iko means tell me where the place is.
See, this is what's so annoying about some African languages. Like, they don't have the shortcuts yet.
Yeah. Yeah, they don't have some concepts developed short. No. I just don't know it because you see, Kenyans don't speak proper Swahili in general unless you go to Mombasa.
Mombasa or Lamu.
Yeah, those places. So Nairobi people aren't gonna know how to express themselves in Swahili properly. They mix it with English, or they just speak their native language, which I can't speak any, unfortunately.
Yeah,
So
so they
sad.
are feeling your voice. So Juju said, I like your voice.
Thanks, Juju. I guess I
I
must have put
actually
a
don't
magic
like my
spell on
voice.
you.
Why is that?
Yeah, I sound like a whiny little 12-year-old.
I wonder how
Don't
I sound
cry.
actually.
You sound like Idris Elba with a Nigerian accent.
I think you sound more proper than Idris Elba. He sounds more rugged.
But I can't. I don't have any Nigerian intonation. I don't have any.
Yeah. What about me? Do I sound African? Because some people say I sound African. Some people think I sound Indian as well.
You don't sound African for what it's worth.
Okay.
Wait.
He sounds
So
Kenyan.
what did Gigi say?
Okay.
He does. I don't understand. Wait. What's she referring to?
No. She's saying I have a sexy voice.
No, she said Diego. Yes, he does.
About you. Yeah. You sound like Idris a little bit. Yeah. You do have that Idrisy feel. Like it's a strong, bassy voice that has a bit of power and command.
His voice is different. His voice is different. I mean, don't get me wrong. There's times I've heard myself speak,
so you have it on
and
the
I'm like,
screen. It's also in the description section. The description of this video, so you can go there.
So okay, so can you do you think I sound like Lewis Hamilton a little bit? Americans think I sound.
Yeah,
like
you do. Yeah.
Okay.
See, no, this Idris Elba thing. I don't think I do because I have to put on his voice. If I do an imitation of him, I actually have to put on his voice. So,
Yeah,
for example,
you
that's when I'm like,
a bit of Idris Elba.
like when he sort of, when he done Luther.
That show's so good.
And I'm an Englishman. So like,
the second one. Yeah. That's it.
He's always talking about Kennington. I'm Idris Elba, and I grew up in Hackney. I like to move to Kennington, and I support Arsenal. Yeah, that's that's him. I don't really sound like that. So yeah.
I'm Idris Elba, mate. No, I just sound like something else.
I'm Idris Elba. You gotta go arm Idris Elba. I'm Idris Elba. And I'm from Kennington. Grew up in Hackney, later moved to Kennington. That's what you have to do. Yeah. So it's a bit like that.
Interesting. Yeah, so I'm Lewis Hamilton. Interesting. Okay. Kind of sounds like South African at times. Okay, so my African accent comes out sometimes. Fair enough.
Yeah, sometimes, yeah. Sometimes.
I can hear the Kenyan.
Unless I deliberately... See, Kaiser, I'm confused. Unless I deliberately kind of Nigerianize what I'm saying, I don't detect the intonation. I don't know how you decide that. What?
Okay, let me explain.
Okay,
so,
fine. Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, generally black people have a similar sort of voice. So no, that's not true. Black people have a distinct voice.
Okay.
There's always an accent. For example, DI actually sounds Somali, as in her accent.
Mm.
Yeah, because usually the
He sounds
language
like
you speak,
a newscaster, like a like a generic
yeah,
newscaster.
a Somali generic newscaster, yeah.
Okay, that's a first. Okay.
Yeah, so it's a slightly like nasally voice that's kind of very proper. You can kind of detect a little bit. Again, I'm saying this because I already know what she is, but still,
Mm-hmm.
you can kind of make that connection. For me, I do think I do have some Kenyan that comes out sometimes. I try to beat it down, but escapes. Tries to fight for freedom, and then
Yeah.
for you have that Nigerian intonation in your voice. You do have a
Are you
bit of
sure about
that.
that?
Yeah. Okay. So let me give you an example. When Stoic came
Okay.
in, Stoic one, he has a
Yeah.
very British accent. I could tell
Oh,
immediately he's a
yeah.
Caribbean. He's a British
Okay.
Caribbean.
Fair enough.
Some people might think he's a white man, but Caribbeans tend to sound more white when they speak proper English, the older generation.
I see.
And then with Nigerians, there's that kind of black British UK accent that they tend to have. You have that. That's more of that
I see.
Nigerian
But then,
inflection.
but then, okay. So what about Ghanaians and Sierra Leoneans? Because Idris Elba's both of them.
See,
So
Ghanaians have that simp, a little bit on their voice, so you can kind of tell it's a slight simp in there. Just that's how you kind of tell the difference.
okay. I think Gigi asked me what my nationality was. Um, how do I even answer this? Well, I was born and raised in the UK. I grew up in London, just like Idris Elba might. But yeah, grew up in London.
Yeah. Also,
Yeah.
like Ghanaians might be saying like you, yeah. They might do more of that sort of weird singing thing than
Yeah.
Nigerians.
But what
Mm-hmm.
about
You, yeah.
Sierra Leoneans?
Go for silly
Um,
things.
I
What
only
is a
know
silly
women.
thing?
I only know Sierra Leone women. I don't know any guys, so I don't.
Okay,
I
fair
don't. I
enough.
don't know. Yeah.
Okay, no, fair enough. Mm.
Yeah. So I wouldn't really know much about. I know Nigerians guys. I know Ghana guys. I know a couple
Okay,
Kenyan guys, but most of them are mixed race.
okay,
I
fair
know a
enough.
couple Somalis, a couple
Mm.
Ugandans. Do I know any? Oh, any guy. I
So
only know
to
Mr.
be
Ugandan.
honest, like correct Ghanaians and Nigerians prefer to speak in pidgin when
Yeah,
we're with each other. Like
do you know where
it's just
pigeon comes
better,
from?
man.
Do you know where
Pigeon is
the
very
base comes
easy. You don't make
I
mistake.
don't know.
No, but I'm
The
It's
saying,
when
I'm
you are
asking you
talking,
construct.
you
though,
have to be
because
thinking
Mm.
Is
I've
it
written
that?
about it. So I'm
about
asking, do
Is
you
it
grammatic,
lot
all of
know
these things.
how it came about? I'm asking you
that
lot, like,
country with the Portuguese mixing with the Africans? Or
what? That's not
no?
how the career came in.
Oh,
No.
okay. How did it?
So Sierra Leone, obviously, it's a mix of. I'm talking about Freetown and the surrounding areas, not the hinterland. It's a
Oh,
mixture
right,
of
right.
people that have um, basically West Indian heritage, so Jamaican, Bajan, um, American, Canadian, and elements of people that come from Nigeria, what would be now considered to be the Igbos of Nigeria, the Yorubas of Nigeria, the Ijos, the Angolan and Congolese, and the Fulani and Hausa. So all of the people that's what. So Creole, Krio, became like the mediation. Do you understand? But the bulk of it came from Jamaican Creole, Bayesian Creole, and the old South Carolina Creole, which I don't think you hear much of anymore. So it was basically that was the basis of Sierra Leone's Creole, and then from there,
Oh,
most
interesting.
of people left Sierra Leone went because what it was that the British wanted to use Sierra Leone as a foothold into West Africa to spread the gospel and see what other commercial opportunities will come along. So many of the people that were what they call recaptives, those are people captured from Igbo and Yoruba land that were taken on slave ships that were bound for the Americas, but the ships were intercepted at the part of the Gulf of the Guinea, which is like adjacent to the Sierra Leone River, and then the British warships would direct them to Sierra Leone. Um, so their descendants now got taken back to Nigeria to do like evangelism. Do you understand? And then when they did that, they brought the Creole with them from Sierra Leone. But then, of course, these are different people that they spoke the Creole amongst. And so the would-be Nigerians started adding their own kind of variants to it, or their own kind of bits to the Creole. And then that's how, same thing in Ghana as well. and that's how it kind of developed its own kind of distinct kind of composition as compared to what they spoke in Sierra Leone and what they speak in the Caribbean. That's why if you look at, for example, Patois has taken on quite a few Ghanaian and also Igbo words as well, if that makes sense. So it's almost like there's been like a sharing of different words and structures and so on and so forth. So it's quite interesting.
Dr. R, are you sure you're not
That's
DEI?
not
They
Dr.
switched.
R.
Sorry,
Okay.
come again? What did you say?
I thought that was Dr. R, like changing gender or something.
No, it's
Oh,
me.
right. Okay, fair enough. Wait, so someone say something in the comment section?
So
But
it's
yeah,
you.
I
It's you.
go on.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I thought I was like, this is a transgender. I was like, it's like, oh my god, interesting.
Yeah, because
I didn't know
I
that.
got
Yeah.
Congo into my bloodline, or have partial very like one Congolese great grandparent. One of them, you have everybody has multiple great grandparents anyway. So one of them was Congolese. That happened because of Sierra Leone. You understand? So I have
Alright.
yeah. So what happened was some of my family were taken, the descendants, I think in the 1850s, were taken back to the eastern part of Nigeria through the Anambra River to do evangelism. Do you understand? So by the time that had happened, I had different family members who had obviously mixed amongst themselves. Initially, when they started taking different groups of Africans to Sierra Leone, they put them into different villages. So you'd have like your Yoruba villages, you have your Igbo village, you have your Maroon village, which was a mixture of Ghanaian recaptures and Jamaicans that could trace their roots to Ghana. But eventually they started encouraging everybody to just mix up together. So then that's how the Congolese came into my background, if that makes sense. So it's not that I'm Sierra Leonean, but I had family that were taken there that were like what's the word I'm looking for? Like recaptive Africans. And then after one generation ended up going back in the direction they came from. So
Okay.
yeah. So I hope that makes sense. But before that, like that Freetown was part of Britain. It wasn't a sovereign. It wasn't part of the sovereign state that Sierra Leone is today. So yeah, I hope that kind of like makes sense.
Right.
Yeah.
Interesting. So in Sierra Leone, what happened to the war? Like, what was the war based on there?
Oh no, that was based on. So initially started in Liberia.
Yeah.
Was it under what's his name? Charles Taylor. Charles Taylor went to strike up an agreement with Lebanese, I think not just Lebanese, but basically different diamond traders. I think Lebanon or some Lebanese businessmen were part of it. There was UK. Basically, just long story short, it was foreign business people. And so in order to basically secure the diamonds, they had to create a state of instability. And anywhere where diamonds were likely to be located, they had to basically make sure that the inhabitants would not take the diamonds for themselves. So the only way they could do that was by, initiating a state of terror. We're going back to like maybe like the early 90s. The diamond
Yeah.
trade to Sierra Leone, and Liberia, I think was worth around $300 to $400 million annually. So Charles
Oh
Taylor
wow.
wanted his cut of the pie. But what happened was because Sierra Leone also had its diamonds as well. Part of so Fode Sanko, who I think was a leader of the Revolutionary United Forces. Those were the people that were going about hacking limbs of Sierra Leoneans. And what they done was, like I said, they created a state of terror so they could extract the diamonds. So
But
that's kind of how. Yeah, go on.
but weren't the diamonds already owned by the crown?
Well, see, this is the thing, right? They hadn't established exactly everywhere where there were diamonds. So even if they're notionally owned, when you say the crown, you're talking about Britain or the government of Sierra Leone and Liberia, which one?
No, Britain.
No. By this point, technically Sierra Leone and Liberia were their own sovereign states. So
Oh,
Britain didn't own the diamonds. No. So if Sierra Leone and Liberia had chosen to make better use of the diamonds and they hadn't gone down the path they did, their countries would have been better off. And Britain would have been like, no, we need to create instability. That was the making of Africans themselves. They did that, not the white man. Do you understand? So that's what happened. It was literally a hunt for diamonds. You
okay, but
understand?
what did that have to do with the tribes of Liberia,
Oh,
Sierra Leone?
yeah. So the tribes were occupying lands where the diamonds were. Do you understand? So what they did was they created child soldiers who would basically be happy to kill at will. in order to basically get to the diamond fields. So anything that was ethnicized or anything like that was all a part of the hunt for diamonds. It was all about the diamonds. Everything that happened, where it was the limbs, the rapes, the hackings, you name it, all in the pursuit of diamonds.
Did those kids rape women?
Well, the kids that had started puberty, that yeah. But some of the child soldiers were not
I
even,
thought
they were prepubescent.
kids can't consent, so how can they rape someone?
Well, I mean, okay, I'll give you a scenario. Let's say a child is like 13, 12, 13, but they have started puberty, right? Let's say they raid a village, kill, hack some limbs, blah, blah, blah. They take one of the women as like booty, like a concubine of sorts.
Mhm.
So it's either the woman will basically be raped or she kind of, in quote, willingly consents, even though obviously it's under duress. So yes, there were instances where that happens. In order to motivate these child soldiers, they'd have like parties. So obviously when they weren't hacking people, maybe like, sunset, into the nighttime, they would
Drugs,
have parties, drugs, drink, smoke, weed, and of course,
women.
some sexing, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Interesting.
yeah. And so, of course, that sex releases that dopamine and all that other stuff. So,
Yeah.
You can imagine as a kid, you're being given the power as to who you can take someone's life, and you're also kind of like you're getting your erogenous zones taken care of. It's gonna fuck with children. You understand? They're not mentally kind of like all there to be able to handle all of that.
Right, I see.
Yeah.
Right, that's messed up. If I saw one of these
Totally
kids,
messed
I'll
up.
just cut his head off. I'm not letting it
Yeah.
leave me.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it was a mess. It was a mess, and then obviously a lot of those children obviously
Because they
ended
weren't
up losing their
reasonable.
lives.
Yeah. A lot of
Because
them weren't being brought up properly.
Because even when the
That's
Nigerian peacekeeping forces came into Sierra Leone to try to keep, I think they went into Liberia too. They also done their own atrocities. Like there was videos that
oh
came out
man.
online that I saw years ago, and like
Wow.
there were some children that were captured, and then like you saw soldiers basically trying to break the kids' limbs with their boots, like literally,
Shoot.
like yeah, like there was all sorts of atrocities that were taking place. And
Um,
so also, this is my own theory. No, not the whole thing, but I'm saying what I'm about to say. I think that some of those soldiers that came from Nigeria might have also got diamonds for themselves
I
because
see.
they had access to it.
Yep.
So like I'd be very surprised if they didn't. That possibly was probably one of the motivations in doing so. Obviously the pretext to it was that we are the biggest country, blah 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 blah. We have a formidable military, and we can help to instill peace. Sounds
All
reasonable to an
right.
extent,
No, but it makes
but
sense because I know like the UN soldiers. I mean, WHO, IMF writes about the fact. Forget them. The locals, right? Talk about the fact that UN soldiers are raping,
mhm,
not much pillaging, but more
yeah,
raping women and stealing things and stuff like that. So it
yeah,
makes sense.
that's
I
the
mean,
that's the base level and real nasty side of human nature.
hmm,
Yeah,
yeah,
so
interesting. Oppress the weaker than you. Yeah, that's age old human
mhm.
story.
Yeah, they say the truth is often stranger than fiction, and when you tip
Yeah.
when you have someone what's the word someone's life in your hands in a sense, when someone
Yeah.
is probably at their most vulnerable, it's only a very good person who will not take advantage of that.
Mm,
You understand? There's a lot of
yeah.
sick people out there that will get down and dirty, quite literally.
Down and dirty. Yeah, no, that makes sense. I wanted to say actually something about Kenya. One reason why they didn't really go into a war um, properly is because in 2007 they had some issues with some tribes, like two
Mm,
tribes. One of them is some fake Nilotic tribe called Luos, and the other one is
okay.
a fake Bantu
Kiki.
tribe called Kikuyus.
Okay.
I call them fake because these tribes are so mixed up. But anyways, the issue is one tribe had power, the other one didn't yet, and also one tribe cheated. So Kikuyu's cheat. Okay, the Kikuyu president cheated, although he was the best president Kenya's ever had, which is what pisses me off about Africans, right? And democracy in general is Kibaki. That's the guy who cheated, right? He was the best president the country's ever had. Economy was was great. If I switched from pounds to shillings, I would not get that much. Right now, the shilling is sort of declined a little bit, but back then, economy was great, country was doing well, best president ever. But people, for example, when they're stupid, oh, we need change. I never understand it. It's like
Yeah.
if the guy's good, give him a second chance, right? But anyway, so people didn't vote him back. They voted for the other guy, the little guy. But the government cheated. We all know they cheated, right? It's one of those things where power goes off and the count is like so much below, and then the power goes back on, and then it's like. But the issue is, so it caused some riots and some fights and all that kind of stuff. But because Kenyans are sort of very capitalistic, money-hungry people, they realized within like a few days, hey, we can't do this because food's not coming to our land. We rely on those other people for food and like tracks coming in. So the fighting stopped mostly because Kenyans like the idea of living good life and money more than they hate each other, basically.
Yeah.
So that's kind of a good thing, The issue is there's some issues here. For example, like a lot of my Eritrean friends, they're a little bit annoyed because they're telling me, look, why is it that I'm asking for the Ethiopian Airlines from someone like an old man, and then he asks me, and all he did is just point to the area, and then he wants money from me, So there is that cultural thing here where money is sort of people are very money hungry. So he didn't quite like that culture, but I also think that culture is probably what's saved it from all these sort of issues that the other countries are having.
Yeah. No, that makes perfect sense. I mean, part of the whole hyper consumerism that you find across the world, especially in developed countries, is actually a alternative, and probably in quite a more peaceful alternative to killing each other. You understand? And social instability and stuff. You get what I'm saying? I mean, a lot of guys want to be well off so that when I say well off, at least comfortable enough that they can spend money on women. That gives them something to, whether that's trivial, whether it's meaningful, I'll leave that to someone else to decide. But that's part of the reason why it gives something for, it's like a source of focus. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? It's something to work for the men that are that way minded. Not all men are philosophical and think of the bigger picture. Some literally, as long as they have access to resources to get women, then cool. So I'm just saying consumerism has helped to engender peace in a way which it wouldn't have. Yeah.
Let me ask you a question though. Why don't black? I know they're gonna come for me for talking about them when I'm not one of them, but I don't really care. So Black Americans, why don't Black American men just go to Africa? They can pay me to help them settle here. Right.
Not only that, it's the cultural differences. I don't think they.
Okay, but they can pay me. I can help them survive, because the issue is all the problems they're complaining about, and I'm talking about just like, let's say, just relationships. Forget the white man and racism. That's not really a real problem. Why they keep complaining about their women being this way when they can just leave? For example, let me give a simple example, right? Imagine I live in Somalia. This is like 720 years ago. I know there's no food around the area. I know there's food in Tanzania or the Great Lake. I'm gonna migrate. I'm gonna take like a few hundred people, migrate there, start eating the gazelles, because I'm following the migration pattern of the animals. Why would I stay in this region here, struggle? Again, if food is, good food is an issue. Obviously, if I don't mind eating fruits, that's fine. But if I want to eat meat every day, I'm gonna go where the meat is. So I've never understood that, because I'm a nomad, right? I was in the UK. I got my education. I finished that. I started my business. Now I moved to Ethiopia. Internet was bad, so I moved to Nairobi. Internet's good. I'm gonna stay here for as long as it benefits me. If it doesn't, I'm gonna move somewhere else. The idea of just staying in my own little cocoon.
Do you know what it is?
You're not relating yourself to an average American. Average American lives in, quote unquote, the best country in the world. So why would they leave? Plus, your parents traveled, which is why you had that idea or whatever. It's not really, that's kind of different for someone whose parents been there for 400 or 500 years.
it's a big comfort zone to also come
Mhm.
out from. You
Okay,
understand?
so
I mean,
yeah.
like you obviously might be able to help them, but you might be one of very few people that are accessible. Do you understand? So, for
Mm,
example, this stream here, it's only going to be a very small number of people that will actually listen to it and perhaps even disseminate what you said as an option. So,
right.
so unless they are getting the opportunity to travel through, whether it's like the military, or whether it's through like expat, like taking specific expat jobs,
Mm-hmm.
um,
Mm,
it's or they have the resources to travel, passport bros and all of them.
right.
There's only so many people that can do it. Whilst obviously black men collectively are doing better in the US now than they ever have done,
Mm,
um, in the time there, there's obviously still a number of men that aren't employed or don't have the resources.
right.
Do you
I
understand
can
what
let
I'm
them.
saying?
I can let them know in
Yeah.
Nairobi they can actually get a job here. Usually these Pan Africans say, "Oh, you shouldn't go there or that." I mean, in Nairobi you can get a job. Like I've been offered
Mm,
several jobs here since I've been here. I just haven't taken them for very good reasons. But yeah, you can actually find a job because the thing is, look, as a Black American,
mm,
forget Black American, as a foreigner, with your funny English accent, people are going to flock to you, giving opportunities. People are going to trust you more. Again, especially if you got like a college degree or some kind of certification in a skill,
yeah.
they're going to, and the economy here, like I said, they're going to pay you at least $2,000 a month. So that's enough to survive here. You can survive here with $1,000 if you really wanted to.
Mm,
So it's one of those things, and you can apply for these jobs online before you even leave. What type
mhm,
of jobs? Job site you can work for NGOs. There's a lot of NGOs over here working in
yeah.
Ethiopia and Sudan. You can work, and by work for them, I mean things like, let's say, my ex girlfriend. She used to do United. She used to do work for this German NGO. She used to like look at Dangote's comparing the price of Dangote's cement with the local cement and then the one from Kenya or whatever. Right. So, those kinds of jobs are there, right? You research analyst and all that kind of stuff. You don't really need any specific skill in a specific thing. You learn on the job, data entry. Obviously, the tech jobs up there. If you know any programming languages like Python, Ruby on Rails, JavaScript, HTML, CSS, you can get jobs in all of those things. So
Yeah.
at operational management, again, you can just fool these guys and be like, "Yeah, I've led me some team of 50 people." You can cook your
Oh
own
yeah.
CV. I
There's
cooked up my
you're not
CV for my
wrong.
first job.
There's a ton of. I ain't gonna lie to you, especially with these new like online. Like, I don't know if you know
Mhm.
Jumia,
Yeah,
NG.
Jumia.
We've got Jumia Kenya.
Yeah,
Do you know how many people who aren't qualified for jobs that took
I
jobs there,
working
like
there.
with their company?
Yep.
Yeah, especially if they're European.
Hmm.
Like I've seen some things in Africa when it comes down to business. A
Yep.
whole load of like charlatans and grifters.
Yep.
There's a truckload of them. And then, well, that's probably part of the, like one of part of Africa's issues. As soon as there may
Mm.
be some nascent possibilities, right? Bam,
Hmm.
they basically the resources are in the hands of the wrong people. I know.
Yep.
Have you ever heard of a guy called Marek? What the hell is his surname now? Is it? Oh God, what's his name? Marek. That Polish guy that was for Javago. I don't know if you ever heard of him.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, that guy, yeah, scammer, proper scammer.
Yep.
He I will summarize it because it's a bit long, but long story short, he took on a job. He was pulling out money of the job that he wasn't supposed to. He would now do like company loans to himself, not repay them, shift this. He was creating different legal entities, shifting people's shares, then dissolving shares. Long story short, he managed to get quite a few hundreds of thousands of dollars and left the country. You understand?
Yep.
He got the company to pay for him to have like what was it? It was a very God, what car? I don't know if it was a Porsche Cayenne, but he got like a very nice company car. He living like in a nice, luxurious
Hmm.
place, all paid for by the company. He was,
Yep.
smashing girls like pure water. He was collecting, he was paying women for obviously, to get you know
Yep.
what I'm saying? Like, yeah, yeah. So he was paying them with company money, and he kept on saying, "Look at me, I'm white, I'm great, I'm better than you." Da 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 da.
Do
And
they
this is the
even
thing.
do background checks
He,
back home? I don't think so.
nah, not especially if
This
you're
is
not really,
yeah.
unless it's like a
If you're
company
white,
who is international and they have like an office in like an African country, for example, then
Yeah.
yeah, they would do like background checks. So whether it's a big four or a large bank or an oil
Yep.
company, yeah. But in the main, the background checks they do is like basic. You can
It's
literally,
minimal.
yeah, they might call 2 or 3 people that
Yep.
you give like the name and number. They know that these people might not even be people that can properly vouch for you. But as far as the African companies are concerned, they've ostensibly done like their checks and balances.
Yeah.
So at least they can say if anything goes wrong, okay, well we did call so and so. Do you understand? So that, but
That never made sense to me. Like calling some
yeah,
random guy, unless you like do a background check on that guy's, But even it's funny because it's not funny, but Ethiopia is kind of banned. Well, when I say banned, I mean it made it very extremely difficult for
mm,
kids to be admitted out of the country because a lot of the white uh, parents were kind of abusing the kids. So now they just made it. I don't know if they made it legal or not, but it's basically impossible for them to adopt children from the country anymore. And then this other in Uganda, there was this woman called Renee Bach, pretending that she's a medical professional and out here treating kids, not treating them, letting them get sick, like hundreds of kids, right? She's pretending to be a doctor and she got away with it. No qualifications, no nothing, no checks or balances, just
no
out here.
surprises whatsoever.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
white people definitely get away with pretending for anything in Africa. Definitely socially speaking,
Hmm.
it's the white man is at the top. Then anyone else with an accent. In Kenya, at least, I think Indians are next. Then several other different tribes in several different orders. So which is
Yeah.
funny because UK Indians are sort of, especially Indian men, they just sort of looked down upon. So I find it interesting, yeah, how in Africa things are different.
Yeah.
Maybe
Look, like I said, Africans are not they're not the most I think this is deliberate. This is not, in many cases, they're not the most aware of what's going on in the world, and they don't have that ambition to compete with the people
mm,
who are running this world. They at least ask the question, how is it going to be possible to compete? That question is never asked.
yeah,
It's easy to have a victim mindset. It's easy to basically try to take that out on other people who are in like diasporans.
right.
So rather than you looking within yourself as to what you can do, because okay, as dysfunctional as Nigeria is, do you know how many funds there are like you can actually access to invest in, whether it's a fishing business or one kind of field or another? There's a lot of resources. When I was there, they weren't doing it for me because I wasn't seen as Nigerian, but they were doing it for the indigenous. But a lot of the youth didn't want the jobs; they just wanted the money to spend on nonsense
Mm,
and be living. So they can't go to the West, but if they have an iPhone, if they have access to the internet to be talking nonsense, you know, triv-
yeah,
fr-
on Twitter,
frivolities basically, yeah, then they're happy. So the end goal is not necessarily to produce something productive. You'll be hard pressed to genuinely find people that say we want to do something, and they've put their money where their mouth is, because anybody can say anything, but where
right?
someone has actually put their was it what's the word I'm looking for here? There's a saying. Long story short, unless they can demonstrate that there's some form of sacrifice, don't take them seriously. I'll say that's just broadly in life. A lot of people talk. It's a
Yeah.
bit like how many no, just whatever. There's so many examples that I can kind of like adduce.
I mean, a simple one here is I have this friend. She's a Kenyan feminist, and I was asking on the panel, like, are you sure there's nothing you're gonna miss that benefits women now that you wouldn't have when you have 50-50? She's like, nothing, 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 nothing. Then the other day I asked her, so she has a boyfriend, and I said, okay, your boyfriend doesn't want to pay that dowry. I keep calling it dowry, bride price. Dowry is the opposite. It's when woman's family pays for that. But anyways, so so basically, she wants to keep that bride price thing going on, but you get my point. It's like she's not really clear. She doesn't really know what she really wants.
mm,
As in, she's insisting that her boyfriend pays that when it comes to that time, but she said
hmm
she wanted things to be 50-50. Doesn't make sense.
yeah. They
You
they
should,
don't know whether. to use a Nigerian saying, I don't know whether they're coming or going. Like that's probably like that. That's probably a good way of describing them. You see, what people fail to realize in life, you know, that whole kind of principal agent conflict where you want to induce a certain performance, you want to induce a certain outcome. So you have to decide the best way to go about it. When it comes down to marriage, like for me, especially in this day and age, I think that men should basically receive a dowry. Do you understand? Even if you want to
Right.
say a bride price should be levied from the other side, there should be a
Right.
dowry because in many cases you have men who pay for the wedding or the bulk of it at least, pay for bride price, pay for this, pay for that. They are more of the modern man, or what I say, when I say modern, they don't enforce or expect the woman in question to be more traditional. They allow her to basically run wildly, but they themselves are the closest thing to traditional men insofar as provision is concerned. So, what, and then keep in mind that if, especially if they're like in a Western country or they have grounds to divorce in a Western country, and the guy has some degree of resources,
Right.
then he's going to be screwed because the reality is what obligation, what is compelling that woman to actually be sacrificial to him, actually
Right.
do things. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? What cost has she basically paid? And this is just in general. Like, if people do not actually make certain sacrifices, they're not going to appreciate what's actually been done for them.
Yeah,
You
that's
understand?
true.
A lot of the reason why men are complaining about modern women and divorce rates and that is literally because the system enables it. So, personally speaking, I don't necessarily think that some of these developments about men not wanting to marry should be a surprise. You
Of
understand?
course.
And a lot of the
Right.
women that are complaining about it aren't complaining because they sincerely want to create a family. They're complaining because their retirement plans are now in question. They're up in
Okay.
smoke. Do you understand?
Right.
That's
You see,
that's
and
where it
the
comes from.
pension from the state is just not
Hmm.
enough, is it? The
Exactly.
state pension
Because
is not enough.
exactly, and I don't know about this the social. I know in America is it social security. I don't know uh, what will be available to this generation of people once they get older because
Oh, SSI, Social Security Insurance.
yeah, but the
That's
problem that
that's
you have, is that you lot have like unfunded liabilities that are 5 times the size of the economy. You have
Mm-hmm.
something like the last check is at 125 trillion in
Mm-hmm.
unpaid or unfunded uh what do you call it, social security entitlements.
Yeah.
So
Pension and
they're
all
gonna
that
have,
stuff you're talking about?
yeah, basically,
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay.
So that's the, that's an obvious problem, so it's not going to really go far, even if it won't go far. That's a given. And yeah, so it is what it is. Everything, there's a trade-off of everything. You want to be a modern
yeah, that's
woman,
true.
then men aren't going to just continue to be dummies. Do you understand? So look, people should stop bitching. I think a lot of the
Yeah,
time
that's true.
when there's bitching done about men not marrying, it's casually disrespectful. It almost assumes that the man doesn't have any all kind of like autonomy and isn't able to see the wood from the trees, or to use the American equivalent, the trees from the forest. You
Mm-hmm.
know? Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. And I tell the African
Yeah.
American guys, stop complaining too. Get yourself a passport. Leave your
Yeah,
neighborhood.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. What
Mm-hmm.
what I would say though, much of the complaining online is more so, it's more like
Uh,
no, I'm saying the people that complain online. I think it's
Black
more of like
feminists.
cathartic. You understand? It's more of like, it's almost a bit of a, what's the word I'm looking for? I want to call it guilty pleasure, but
Okay, I see your point.
you get what I'm
Yeah,
trying to say. It's almost like a
it,
recreational activity.
yeah. It's
Yeah,
consumerism. Like,
yeah. It's just like something to talk about, and people love talking about relationships. Like that's one thing. Whether they're in them, they want them, man, woman, doesn't matter about the age, the background. They love talking about to varying degrees, of course. So it's not easy.
would
That's why look how
you?
many people are making money online from talking about it, all the adverts and
Yeah,
memberships and stuff. But
that's
you're
true.
gonna ask me something. Would
Yeah.
I,
Would you do more than one wife, or are you?
me
By
personally,
wife
man?
meaning if you found a wife. No.
Um, I mean, I
Let's say
think if I was gonna,
you came to Kenya and
ooh,
4 different women
mm,
want to marry you. Would you do it, or would you prefer one wife? And
nah,
also, hey, would you
nah,
marry a
nah.
man with several other wives?
Hell no.
That's so
I
But don't most Somali men prefer marrying? Okay, can I ask you a question? Where do
Sure.
Somalis get the money to marry? Like every guy I know here who's Somali has several wives. Where do they get the money? I can't even afford one woman. And this guy,
they
where do
don't
they get
have
the
the money.
money?
They don't have the money. How it works, I mean, I don't know exactly in Somali, but this is what I know of, right?
Mm-hmm.
They do it in such a way where the wives would also be bringing money in, and the guy is almost like the patriarch.
Oh, okay. I mean,
Do you
yeah, a lot of the
understand?
girls here I know are businesswomen. I mean it in the real sense. I don't mean being a
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
businesswoman. Like
So
this
that would
girl, I
explain it.
know she's going to Turkey to get some clothes so she can sell.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, a lot of them are hardworking. Oh, I see. So they're like okay, so they're like okay, they're a patriarch. Okay, I see.
Yeah, so
So I
the
was
guy's a
wondering, like,
patriarch, and
where do these guys get
he's
money
almost
from?
like the patriarchal pimp in a way. He's doing
Yeah.
pimping, y'all. He's doing pimping. That's pretty
Yep.
much what he's doing.
He's the
Do
Oh
trick.
my, oh my
you
days.
understand? And then the
Mm-hmm.
children that come from those unions, they're like the retirement plan. You
Yeah.
Oh
understand?
my days.
A lot of
Yep.
African parents basically have
Oh yeah,
children
they
as
see a kid
retirement
as
plans,
a
and they
yeah.
guilt that child for most of their life. And say,
Oh my
"I
god,
am
yeah.
your mummy. I am
Yeah.
your this.
I gave
You
back
owe
to
me. You
you.
owe me." Do you
Mm-hmm.
understand? So before the child knows it, once the child has hit middle age, they look back on their life and like, "Shit, I've been slavish towards my mum and dad," and so it's very selfish, but
Oh
that's
my
what they
god.
do.
Emotional
And certain
manipulation, right?
yeah, of course. And
Yeah.
certain people, you look at certain sociological books or development economic books, like like textbooks and stuff. They'll say about how they almost make out like it's an honorable thing to do. Not necessarily. At least in the old, for example, like if you use like Ireland,
Mm-hmm.
before the peasant, not, the peasant families in Ireland. At
Yeah.
least in that instance, the children that they would birth, they're all working equally. Any sort of surplus, the kids that have been working for the family can take that and create their own households when they come of age. It's not a thing where the parents will still be saying, "You owe us, you owe us, you owe us." So that system made more sense. So in those development books, they almost try to compare the Irish system of like the 1800s, 17, 1800s with what they're doing like in say like African countries, and it's a false equivalence.
Yeah.
You understand? So there's the selfishness that's often not called out. One thing I get sick of is when African parents, and I'm especially talking about the boomers, silent generation, are put in some kind of parental pedestal where, oh, they're so good, they're so good. Why are they never called out for the choices and the contributions they made to the fuckeries we see? They're never called out. Like every time they say about the youth, this, the youth, that, the youth, the youth, the youth. Who created them? Who
Mm-hmm.
socialized them? They never talk about that. And it goes back to what I said before about how parents, especially mums, are seen as like self-sacrificial, irrespective of whatever burden they place on their children. And any flaws or weaknesses or pathologies demonstrated by the kids
Yeah.
are seen as it's their fault, it's as if they raised themselves. The parents are beyond reproach. The children
Mm-hmm.
are subject to endless reproach or reproachment, rather.
I can say for the fathers who marry multiple women, a lot of times the women are okay with it, and other times the women don't know.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So, like for example, if a Somali girl or woman marries a Somali guy in the West, she doesn't know that he married a girl back home. If she finds out, and then lucky for us, we can say we want a divorce and we get our papers and we leave. So.
Right. Oh man. But yeah, that sucks. I also know a lot of Nigerian guys on like dating apps will pretend that they don't have a wife or kids. My friend, she's been victim of it. Like she thought she was finally dating a good guy. Seems like he's got his life together. And I'm
Mm-hmm.
sure he's a good guy, but he's lying and everything. He had a wife and kids. In fact, the wife was the one taking the selfie, or the pictures that he was sending to her. it's, it really is that mad, and
It's
she's only
common.
just because she. Ah, yeah. It's
It's
kind of
very
sad, I
common.
wish.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When I've encountered, how many women I've encountered and they said, "Are you married? Do you have kids?" And I'm like, "No."
Yeah,
In
I was
fact,
surprised as well.
it,
That's what.
in
Oh, you're.
where I
Yeah.
live, I have a couple of pictures of my niece and nephew, and she asked me if they were my children. I'm like, "Whoa, this woman's been scarred, man." I'm like, "No, they're not." Like, if they were, there'd be more evidence of their footprint. And
Right.
yeah, so that shows you how prevalent it is, and especially when it comes
Mm.
to Nigerian men. Nigerian men
Oh,
actually
yeah.
have the monopoly on this. I can't say other men from other ethnicities, but Nigerian men have the monopoly. And keep in mind, and this is what's interesting, when they talk of Nigerian men, they ain't talking about me. I'm like diet
Right.
Nigerian or Nigerian and low calorie Nigerian. They're talking about the full fat version, which is the fresh guys. You understand? So
Yeah, those guys,
it's
yeah.
like I don't get it. See, with some of these women, sorry,
Don't
I
be
just gotta
chill,
say
the
this
big
one thing.
boys.
Hmm.
I've got to say just one thing, yeah. When it comes down to talking up the virtues of Nigerian men, I'm not Nigerian enough. When it comes to trashing Nigerian men, I'm Nigerian. How sway? You understand?
No, that's funny. That is actually funny. But yeah, but I guess Nigerians men are known for splashing cash, and that's why these women sort of tolerate the cheating and extra curriculum activities. Um, you know, and I get it. I guess for example, like my friend, she's not Nigerian. She's from Gambia, but she said basically her aunt was a trophy wife. No, sorry, not aunt. Her grandmother was a trophy wife for her grandfather. So they both understood what they were bringing to the table. She was an extremely beautiful woman. She didn't do any housework. They had maids and everything. And he was an extremely, successful guy, politician who needed a beautiful wife by his side to actually win the election. So, and obviously, she knew that he's doing extracurriculum activities, but she just told him, "Don't bring it home. Don't ever bring a mess around me. Don't embarrass me in front of my friends, especially."
I don't understand that logic. I'm sorry. That's
Can
crazy. I'm
can
sorry.
you say logic just one more time?
Logic?
Oh yeah, it's like you're singing it, you know.
Oh, I guess so. But yeah,
Yeah,
I don't understand.
word.
I can't get with that. That's weird.
Really? Oh, okay.
No, because
But that's the
you're allowing that kind of behavior. I'm too selfish to do stuff like that. No.
Oh really?
Yeah, I
How
can.
selfish are we speaking?
It's either me or not me at all.
Well,
I'm not
is there
is it
enough of you
only say it's only
to
me. Say only me.
only me.
okay, so
Yeah.
is there enough of you? When you say only you, as in, is it like,
I
is there
mean,
enough of you for him? Is the question.
if that's what do you mean, like in terms of what?
Would you
I
do
mean,
all the
like,
material
you
that
said,
he needs?
like, if you're selfish, I mean, like, is it the kind where he will be like, what's the word I'm looking for here? Well fed.
Yeah.
Hey, if I'm not enough of a meal for you, you can take that meal ticket somewhere else.
Right.
I
But are
see.
you enough meal? Like, okay,
Mm.
I would.
basically, are you injera or are you a nice rice with some chicken biryani? Or you just say,
I am chicken biryani.
oh, okay, okay. Then
But
yeah,
Mm.
that makes sense.
that's what I am. I'm banana and rice.
Mm.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
You said you were tall,
By the
right?
way, why banana? Why don't you guys eat rice and plantain?
We don't eat
'Cause-
plantains. Because okay, the reason why Somalis love bananas is because we grow bananas in the south that are really ripe, and we love the bananas down there. They're very sweet and ripe.
okay.
Yeah.
They're like
Hmm.
Ugandan bananas.
I've never
Which
had.
are they like the small sweet ones?
They're the small, bright yellow ones.
Yeah, yeah, that's the one.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. That's the best bananas actually.
Yes. So.
Mm.
Hmm.
I
Hey,
see.
bro,
How tall are you,
talking
by the way?
about
Did you
on
ask?
a banana.
I'm 5'9".
Okay, right. I see. Okay.
I
Hmm.
told you 5'8".
Extendable. Inspector Gadget.
Mm.
Um, who's 5'8"?
You?
Oh, what, me? No, I'm 6'1".
Oh, okay. And it's all good.
Yeah, I'm 6'1". Yeah.
Cool.
So yeah, I mean, daddy long legs is not really an issue for me, you know. Yeah, like
Mm.
yeah. If daddy
I don't
long
know if she
legs like
gets
wears like it was no
UK.
like wearing heels and that, then I'll still be taller, similar height. So
Around there, yeah. I'll be like 6'2",
yeah,
6'1".
yeah. So like is it like climbing a beanstalk and all of that,
I'm a
You could just
typical
exchange
Somali.
emails. You could just exchange emails for business, ventures, you know.
Okay.
He's a writer, you know, so you guys can talk about his
I
books.
am.
Oh, good. Nice.
Yeah, I'm a writer.
Nice.
That's
Mm,
interesting.
yeah. Do
Yeah,
you
his
write
books are
too?
interesting.
No, I do not write.
Do you
What do
read?
you do? What's your
I
job?
read, but I work in the healthcare field.
Oh,
Mm.
okay.
Mhm.
I don't really care enough
Okay, so,
about
so
people to work.
you're the nurturing type. Is that what you are?
I guess so. I guess you can say that.
Interesting.
Hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
Actually, a lot of Somalis I know in Kenya are nurses, the young girls, not the older women.
Yeah,
Interesting.
a lot are. Yep.
Mm,
Hmm.
that's interesting.
Yeah, so give her your email, bro.
Well, in the comment section.
I know, private chat.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
Okay. That better be the case. So you start getting to Uganda, Africa, and some agencies emailing you saying, "Hey, I'm there," and then you get catfish. You go meet a day in Ghana, and you see him.
Right. Hmm.
Africa saying, "Hey, but I thought you didn't come."
Yep.
That would be fun. You'd be like, you'll have a bad day. Catfish. Yeah, exactly. But
Hmm.
so the question is, America. What do you
Hmm.
think about it? Like, do you actually think it's a good country? Do you feel racism and all that stuff? Or
Oh yeah, I feel racism.
Really?
okay,
Yeah, I do. I do, but it's covert. It's not in your face. It's like
right?
sneaky little things.
So they're as racist to you as they are to any black person. I thought that you might, because of that ethnic ambiguity, you might be able to,
Mm.
you know,
You would think that, right?
yeah,
No. The
okay.
the white people here don't give a damn.
Mm,
Hmm.
okay.
It's
Even if I
interesting.
have like a different name or a different culture or whatever.
Mm,
And it's not like,
Yeah,
it's more like at the workplace, or if you catch an Uber or something like that, you see the way they treat you. Or if you like go to grocery stores or whatever, that's when
yeah.
you notice.
but in the UK, it's
Interesting.
actually the black people that follow you around the stores. You know.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, because I remember like when I was living in the town I was living with, there was this Somali uncle, right?
Mm-hmm.
Mm,
He used to follow he used to follow me around this. And the worst part with this guy is right, he literally sees me well dressed most of the time.
mm,
I never steal anything. I always pay for things. And you see
Mm-hmm.
some sketchy looking white chaps out there, and he's just ignoring them. Same thing with this Ghanaian uncle. Same situation. It's like I know why they employ them. It's because they can do that racial profiling without
Yeah.
it, being
yeah.
seen as bad.
Racist or
But
something, yeah.
So wait, you
yeah.
get followed around the shop? You?
Me, yeah, I do.
No, no. Okay, but what about you, D? Did you get followed?
I've never had that situation, but I've had like workplace situations.
Elaborate.
Um, if your coworker, for example, is white and
Mm,
she is threatened by you, she's
yeah.
gonna talk shit about you behind your back and
Oh,
potentially
yeah.
get you in
Mm,
trouble.
I'll get the
yeah.
groups turn against you.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I can somewhat relate here in London. As soon as I started to rise up the levels, so to speak,
Mm-hmm.
it started to become more evident. And it's weird because like I had to I had to, let's just say, enhance my self awareness more in the sense that like I had one. This was when I was an AVP, so that's assistant vice president. I had one director who was like my indirect manager, and she was
Mm-hmm.
fearful I was going to take her job, and I didn't get it because I'm a black guy.
Yep.
And the way it works in the UK, when you're working in the corporate field, if you are a black man, they prefer that you're fresh, in quotes. So you have moved
Mm,
to the UK as an adult. For some reason, they have a low estimation of, you know, black guys who
yeah.
grew up in the UK. And then keep in mind, I'm probably more qualified than all the
Mm-hmm.
people that had the low estimation. I'm talking about in terms of skills and qualifications. So when I had to reflect, and I'm like, okay, that makes sense. And then, funnily enough, the work that I do now, I'm more or less at the same level that the woman tried to depose me. So I kind of see why she did what she did. But it was, long story short, I can relate. I can relate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know.
Someone here, T Shields, said, in America, racism is in your face. White people don't hide it over here. Depends on your state. Do you live in like the South? Because if it's the South, then
Yeah.
that's different.
Word.
Yeah. Over
Yeah.
here, like my ex, it's funny because she's Irish, right?
Yeah.
And she never talked about race, right? Until literally like 2 or 3 months ago when she was doing her placement at work. She's one of your people, Day, and
Mm-hmm.
she she was complaining to me, saying, "Oh, it's hard being black." And, I was like, "Why is it that you're just noticing this now?" It's like I don't know how she. It's like she lived her whole life thinking that because again she sounds just like them.
Mm-hmm.
She doesn't quite dress or look like them, but still she sort of has that sort of social expectation that she was just one of them. Then when she finally met like someone, again, someone who she works like I can't say too much obviously, but someone who's responsible for
Mm-hmm.
managing and grading her and all that stuff, saying inappropriate things about her culture, her race, and all that kind of stuff, and just generally making it difficult for her to succeed. That's when she realized, oh shoot. Because for me, I noticed it immediately. Like I said, one time,
Yeah.
this white girl and me, we both scored similar grades. Mine was a little bit higher,
Mm.
but they ended up improving her and putting her in a higher set for math. And then for me, they put me in a lower set. I never understood that. Now imagine if I didn't have like two educated parents, they would have just let it go. But obviously, my mom came in and my dad were like, yeah, you know, if you want to
Mm.
retest him, you can. And then they did. Obviously, then they finally moved me. But that was weird. Things like
Yeah.
that happen a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Or another time, let's say we were skipping physical education. I didn't like doing it that
Yeah.
time. And we went to these like buildings called the Terrapin. So basically a bunch of like wooden buildings. So one of my friends, a mixed race guy, he was actually my best friend at this time.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, he took out a lighter, played with it. I didn't touch it. The white guy didn't touch it. But for some reason, they ended up punishing me by excluding me and the mixed race guy. The white guy was seen as the innocent person in that whole thing. It's just stuff like that happened all the time. Or a lot of the Caribbean boys just got expelled. I'm assuming that I don't know. I'm not gonna start
Mm-hmm.
guessing why, but a lot of the Caribbeans just boys just got expelled from school completely. In my case, I was smart. My mom was smart. She threatened to to sue the school
Mm-hmm.
and everything because I had literally the most detentions the school's ever given to any individual, and for
Yeah.
stupid
Yep.
things. Just
I can relate.
yep. I didn't turn up to some classes. I didn't do homework. I wasn't even doing anything crazy. They decided to give me detentions, and they think I was gonna, waste my time, like an hour
Wow.
of my life every day. No way.
The conversation is still continuing, and I am literally on my bed. I'm on my I'm on my bed, but I can't sleep. I don't want to sleep, and then when something technically go wrong, then I can fix it too.
Mm.
Guys, if you want to support, I mean, let me just say, it, please support financially. Um, if you want, okay, there you can support through SendWave or WorldRemit, right? These are my details. Get me
Mm.
a malt or malt in milk. Yes, malt in milk. I need I
Wait,
need something.
Wait,
Yeah,
can I
I
send
need
the
wait.
dollar? Is that
something.
okay?
I need something to replace my energy, like
Can I send the dollar?
dollar.
Oh,
Dollar, yeah.
DEI had to bounce. Yeah.
Yeah, too bad she
You
didn't
want to
bounce
bounce,
on yo.
Diego?
I
You
have to
want
go
to?
in 5 minutes. I have to go in
Okay,
5 minutes because
Yeah.
I need to
okay. So
really should have
let's
slept a long
wrap.
time ago.
Yes,
Mm.
let's wrap up, and then
Okay. Sounds good.
um,
Yep. Boys, remember always wrap up.
yeah, I don't have cash app because we don't cash app is not allowed in Ghana. So what?
They can send cash up to me. Right? You can start using my account, then I'll send you all the cash up. I can just send you the send wave if you want. Don't worry, I'm not gonna steal your money.
Uh, Yes, but why don't they practice the SendWave as well? SendWave is very easy,
Uh,
right?
yeah, but people are late. But yeah, SendWave is easy. You're right. WorldRemit is two extra steps. I don't think
Mm,
brothers want to do that.
okay, the SendWave app is the SendWave, right? SendWave app. This is it.
Yeah, I'll send you $1. Is this okay? That can buy you some milk, right?
If only to get anything is accepted. Anything is accepted. You see, Juju is laughing at you. He said, dollar pa, you Dr. Kaiser, you sending dollar. Yeah, but everything is accepted.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you very much. I have to go and sleep for
Mhm.
4 hours before my next meeting. Yeah,
Yes.
it
Okay.
was fun
Yeah, yeah, it
building with
was.
everyone.
Yeah, definitely.
There was no
Right.
chaos. We didn't go around screaming at each other.
Nah,
So that's
nah, we
Last
good.
didn't.
$1, you bro.
You're the second person to call me broke this month.
Me,
Was the other one a black woman saying you're dusty? I'm just joking.
Yeah, exactly.
I didn't call you
Because I
broke.
didn't want to.
This is the comment. This is the comment.
You broke. Yeah, it was a black woman actually who called me Dusty. She said that I'm a broke man. I was like, okay. It's like I'm still not gonna send you a single penny, but I'll continue being broke.
Was she American?
Um, yep.
Oh, for real?
Yeah. She's American. I don't know why they keep calling people Dusty. Um, like especially people like Kevin Samuels. You don't call Kevin Samuels Dusty. I mean, look, the guy is rich. He has money. He has
Yeah.
kinda like call a real Dusty guy Dusty. Where's Quessy? Yeah. Sorry for the shot, Quessy. You can wipe off the dust. You'll be fine.
Yeah.
But yeah, have a good night, everyone.
Yeah, man. You
Peace.
too,
Yeah,
man.
have a
Peace to
good
the
night.
panel and chat. Like,
Yeah, have a good night, everyone. Even if we close and then you want to, support the show or the channel, also if you support me, look in the description, right? The description of my video, my live videos. You see all the information about how to send the payment, right? To pay if you want to send your cash, WorldRemit or SendWave. SendWave is an app, right? And it is very easy to do that. So these are my name, my country, my region, my town, my wallet number, or my MTN wallet number, and then my telephone number, my email. These are the details you need. So thank you all for watching. Do you have anything to say? If you have anything, just add it, leave it in the chat immediately. If you have anything to say.
okay. I think
Guys,
Kaiser's
if you
dropped
don't
off.
have anything, yeah, if you don't have
Okay.
anything to say, hello, Diego, do you have anything?
No, no, no. I'm good. I'm good. Till next time,
Okay,
right?
thank you, Diego. Thank you.
Thank you for
Who
having me.
else was here? Thank you, Diego. Thank you, Dr. Keizo. Thank you, African Millennial. Thank you. I think Mr. Uganda was also here. I don't know.
Yeah,
Okay,
he was.
Kwesi was here. Thank you, D or DEI.
Yeah.
And who else was here? So thank you. I think I really enjoyed the show. I never knew I can stay this long. But guys, I think my blood is running low, so make sure you do something.
Yeah, sure.
Yes, yes. Um, thank you so much, all of you. See you next time. I
Yeah,
don't
for
know
sure.
when I'm gonna have a show. Sometimes, maybe because I'm an Aries, so I just jump on to do things giddy giddy giddy. In Ghana, we say giddy giddy. That means insta like um how do you call it? Unplanned. we just jump on
Yeah.
board to it. Yeah. So bye bye, bye bye,
Okay.
bye bye.
Good night.
Good night. Let me just give this out.